Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing.
So I want to
Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America
have a great day at work
is
tomorrow.
a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire,
I know you got my back.
let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New
I
York,
didn't even get to talk about
let freedom ring.
today.
From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day for all of your children. Black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Thanks to do this show, the start to catch up to me. So, you know, if you have.
Stop
To keep it going. However,
Sorry, everybody. I'm over here listening to Portia and her show. I had to play that had to play that invocation from Trump's inauguration. It always makes me smile. So what we have here, Carnival, is raging on. I actually kind of wish I were there currently, just off in the crowd though. I wouldn't be participating like in the clubs or whatever they're called that are around the floats. But it looks fun. So anyway, I've got a bunch of stuff, of course, on the inauguration, which I actually did watch most of, though I kind of dozed off in the middle of it. And the part where Representative Green gets thrown out is about when I woke up. You know, it was going smooth. It was sounding like a Trump rally, and then he must have gotten to a part that Representative Green disagreed with, and kind of went south from there, at least for a while. So we're gonna go ahead and skip ahead to the part where Representative Green interrupts the MAGA flow. Make sure the sound's on here.
Small business optimism saw its single largest 1 month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
You should have said slave.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Looks like the bouncers are there to take him out.
What happened tonight, Stanley? Can you tell
You
me?
didn't watch the inauguration? I'm sorry.
Man, I was at work, man.
Well, hold on. Let me pause
No.
this.
Let me explain. The city basketball team we got, they made the state championships tonight. So it was pretty busy at the store. I ain't have a chance, man. I've been working all day, dog.
As working men should. How are you doing,
Man,
Virgo?
I'm working all day.
I'm great, Stanley. How are you? Took a
Pretty
little
good.
nap earlier, so
Well, so did
But
I.
I forgot about it.
Just so everybody knows, I found it actually better for me, sleep-wise and actually show-wise, to start the shows at 3. That way I
You
can,
get later and later.
there are people that wake up, getting ready for work that actually enjoy hearing the news. And I wouldn't say it's a morning radio format, but I'm trying to mix in news and, pop the balloons or whatever it is we're looking at. And everybody in the morning, that 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, seem to kind of, get into it. So,
Hey, Stanley, I
yes,
was gonna go with
Mike.
an idea with you because I don't have a way to get in touch with you outside of the YouTube universe.
Okay, well, wait. If you look at my little audio icon there, you'll see the email address in the white part.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I
See
hadn't
it?
done all that, but
It's Stanley at JGHB for John Galt HB.info.
yeah, because we could do the pop the balloon. I could do the pop the balloon like 12 or 1. And that'll
Okay, well
hold you over to like
you talk to John and all that. I'm going to do what I'm going to do, whether you
No,
do
no,
what
no,
you
no,
do
no,
or
no,
not.
no. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do my thing, you
Good.
know.
Have
But
fun doing
what
it.
I was gonna do is
Have
shade
fun
on the
doing it.
screen.
We don't need
Everybody,
to coordinate. We don't need to
huh?
coordinate. You just do you, and all will be
Damn,
good.
you mad at me, man? All right, no, never mind.
Why would I be mad at you? I just got here. But you're working on it.
I'm trying.
So you
Shit,
asked
man, it's tough.
hey, hold on now. You asked what happened. I'm gonna tell you. Trump, it was going good for Trump, and actually the whole thing was good for Trump. It's the longest uh, state. Well, this isn't exactly State of the Union. I think the first one is called something else, but it was the longest one ever given. So he's good at setting records. Um, um, Marjorie Taylor Greene wore her MAGA hat. The only
Oh,
the only clown there wearing one that I
did
know of.
Jasmine Crockett
Okay,
show up though?
you don't need to interrupt while I'm talking.
Oh,
Um, then he introduced the first lady. He right after the first lady, he also expressed his love for Elon, and then
mm.
he started spreading, all the stuff that he's done, which he actually hasn't done much of anything other than the border and the tariffs. All those executive orders, as you will see pretty soon, are tied up in court. Excuse me. So at some point, he started talking about, I don't even remember what it was he was talking about. I'm getting old. But Representative Green, is it Al Green, oddly enough, is his name. He stood up and openly protested, and
Open protest. What?
Mike Johnson basically called him on a decorum point. You don't interrupt the president, that sort of thing. And Representative Green stood his ground, wouldn't sit down. So Mike Johnson had the sergeant at arms escort Representative Al Green and his cane out of the
Ooh.
chamber. And from what I
Mm.
understand, what's her name? The other lady from Houston. Um, damn it, who's the one who's been getting a lot of press lately? She left of her own accord. Several people walked out. So the most interesting thing is that one side of the aisle, they were up and clapping and just having a Trump rally, and the other side wasn't clapping. They weren't. They were sitting. They were all grim faced. Um, and Representative Green decided to break silence and was escorted out. Jasmine Crockett, yeah, Phoenix. All of a sudden, the past month or so, whenever I need a quick recall of a name, it takes me a couple minutes to remember the name. But anyway, yeah, Jasmine Crockett left of her own accord. Now, the coincidence is both Al Green and Jasmine Crockett both represent districts that are part of the Houston metro area. Um, so that's that's their relationship. So anyway, this part that I'm going to replay is the part where Representative Green interrupts the mighty Trump and gets chastised roundly by Trump's minion.
Small business optimism saw its single largest 1 month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your
Right,
warning.
John. Al Green.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the sergeant at arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
I want to hear what he said. I want to hear what he said.
Okay,
Finding that
God
members
damn
continue
it!
to
I'll put
engage
the
in
link in
willful
the
and
back, and you
concerted
can watch
disruption
it
of
on your
proper
own
decorum,
time.
the chair now directs the sergeant at
Or
arms to
maybe
restore
you'll
order.
hear if you stop talking.
Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Now all the bouncers are coming up to get him out of the club.
No more black victimhood.
So anyway, that's that. I'll drop the link in the chat if anybody's interested in running it
But you
over and
know,
over and over.
but Stanley, you know everybody want to hear us discuss this issue, this situation.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's the link. I dropped it in my chat. Let me go back to John's somehow or another. There we go. Here, there's the link. You guys can discuss it on Twitter or something.
Okay.
So anyway, that's that. Let's see.
What's your thoughts on it?
My thoughts are he interrupted the president and he knew what he was doing.
Well, why?
What do you mean why?
Why would you interrupt the president during a State of
The same reason Joe Wilson did it to Obama.
Okay,
You
we can talk
disagree.
about Joe Wilson and
You
move on to
disagree
talking
with
about.
you disagree with something vehemently, and I guess you just decide to
Okay, but do
take
you
numbers.
have any?
Dude, I'm not having a long discussion about this, so
It's
you might
not
as
a
well
long discussion.
you
It's
might
just
as well you might as well save your wind.
Oh God.
So the next article, and this is just a quick thing. This is the New York Times. 6 takeaways from Trump's address to Congress. So here are some thoughts, though not necessarily mine. Look, my thoughts on it is we pretty much knew what it was going to be. I watched it just because, I wanted to watch it for the show, but I knew it was going to be a little raucous. And I was kind of surprised it was that raucous. But bottom line is Trump is deeply unpopular. The Democrats are bitter that they
Okay.
lost to such. They're lost. They're bitter that they lost to such a be brave sort of president, and they're a little vocal about it.
Okay,
So
Stanley.
that's no. We don't need your input.
Wait.
So the 6 takeaways from Trump's address. It reads, in a lengthy speech, President Trump promoted his administration's rapid early moves and reprised the themes of his campaign. He did talk quite a bit about last fall and last summer, vowing to crack down on illegal immigration and wokeness. So the takeaways are Trump signaled a reset with Ukraine after his explosive meeting with that country's president. And I have a story on that a little later. One day after Mr. Trump temporarily suspended the delivery of U.S. military aid to Ukraine, he signaled a willingness to reset the relationship. The president said he appreciated a message from President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine, in which he said his country was ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. The new posture comes days after Mr. Trump's explosive Oval Office meeting with Mr. Zelensky, which resulted in the Ukrainian leader hastily departing the White House without signing a deal for the United States to have access to Ukraine's revenue for rare earth minerals. In his message, which was posted on social media on Tuesday, Mr. Zelensky said he was ready to sign the deal, a top priority for Mr. Trump. Let's see if that's actually a link. I'll put this. I'll put this link. It's a timeline of some of the stuff Trump has quote accomplished. Let's see. I'm going to copy this link. And I'll drop it into the chat if anybody's interested in it. I think we all pretty much know what the timeline is. But Here's a hard copy of it for you. So let's see. What is the next thought? Trump reiterated his support for tariffs despite early market turmoil. I have a story on some of the fallout from possible fallout from these tariffs later on as well. Mr. Trump widened his trade wars on Tuesday when he instituted sweeping tariffs on imports from Canada, Mexico, and China. Despite the markets plunging in response to his actions, Mr. Trump said he would not budge, dismissing the reaction as a little disturbance. He said more tariffs would go into effect on April 2nd. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries, he said. So payback is a bitch. Earlier in the day, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, said Mr. Trump could announce a new trade deal with Mexico and Canada as soon as Wednesday. But the president made no mention of that in his speech on Tuesday night. Whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them, he said. That's reciprocal. Back and forth.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Okay, but my point is, what's your thoughts on it?
I think that tariffs are a bad idea. Why impose new tariffs? I believe we've used tariffs as sanctions in the past. So this kind of feels like sanctions. We have sanctioned the hell out of Russia in the past. We sanctioned countries for bad behavior. Iran's another example. We have tariffed countries for things they do that we don't like. And as a matter of fact, I showed a story yesterday morning where Warren Buffett basically said that that tariffs are a form of warfare or something to that effect. So the United States using tariffs kind of reads as punishment for this, that, or the other. So Trump basically wants to use it as retaliatory. If they tariff us, we'll tariff them. It's his prerogative. He's the president. So that's my thought. Trump faced sustained opposition from Democrats throughout a contentious night. Yeah, it was palpable from the time he walked in, where he's facing the right and, everybody's patting him on the back and all that stuff. Even Schumer, the minority leader in the Senate, just, it was like Trump wasn't even there. They were just totally ignoring Trump, which was, that was pretty palpable. The tension was there all night. So Trump faced sustained opposition from Democrats throughout a contentious night. Within the first few minutes of Mr. Trump's speech, Representative Al Green, Democrat of Texas, stood up and started heckling the president. After Mr. Green ignored multiple warnings from Speaker Mike Johnson, Mr. Johnson ordered the sergeant-at-arms to remove Mr. Green from the chamber. Now, see, I'd have hit somebody just to see what happened.
Now,
Mr. Green.
Hey, Stanley, can I give you my point? There was a little girl Hey, I don't know if you understand about that video this morning that we showed on the channel, but we seen a young man gunned down again, a young black man, right?
Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with anything that I'm talking about?
What the fuck does it have to do with
okay,
us dude,
I am well rested. I'm talking some.
Come on, Stan, we gotta get to the bottom.
Okay, we don't have to get to the bottom of anything. This isn't a congressional committee. We don't need to get to the bottom of Jack. So, Phoenix Fish, while I have a minute, reciprocating is warfare. I explained my thoughts on it. We haven't done this in the past. It's something Trump thought up. So, in the past, we have used tariffs as punishment. That's why it reads like punishment. So
Okay, but
I'm
Stanley,
just
what did the
quoting.
black people think of?
I'm just quoting what Warren Buffett said. I didn't say I shared his opinion. I just shared what Warren Buffett says, and Warren Buffett is considered an economic guru, so his position is worth noting, if nothing else. Reciprocation is warfare. I don't know that I actually said that. So, what's your problem, Solid Snake? You're muted, Solid Snake.
Why would you want to aggregate the validity of the problems we have in the African American community?
Okay,
just
what
literally
do
sent
these
a young man
tariffs?
black
What
down
do these
after they
tariffs?
assassinated
What
his
do these
daughter.
tariffs have to do? What do these tariffs have to do?
His 4-year-old daughter died.
Okay,
It ain't
dude,
got nothing to do with tariffs.
Dude, you need to stay on topic. Okay, this isn't your show. You are not free to move the topic 180 degrees to something I'm not talking about. You need to get that through your head. This is annoying. Okay, I'm talking about the State of the Union and tariffs, and you're talking about something totally different.
Stanley, you ain't ready for that conversation.
When we get
you
to
ain't
a
ready
point,
for it, Stanley.
when we get to a point,
Stanley, I listen to these niggas on YouTube. They say I'm belligerent.
when we get to a point that we can talk about it, we will certainly talk
names
about
on
it.
my channel, dog. I'm calling them niggas out.
Motherfucker, go to your channel right now.
I want to see these YouTube niggas. They want to complain with me.
Here, let me give you the first step to going to your channel, because this one is not. Damn. Why does everything have to be like pulling teeth that aren't there? What's up, tough guy?
What's up, dog? What's happening, man?
I have no idea what's going on with this guy. I'm trying to talk about Trump's speech, and this dude is off on his own planet.
No, Stan, you talking political talking points.
Okay, God damn it. Okay, since I can't get a word in edgewise, yes, we're talking politics, but we're not talking this politics. Can you wait till we change topics? Fuck. You know what? It's tough talking to a man who's drunk when you're not drunk.
Grab
a beer.
Dude, I don't have any beer in the house, and I'm not putting the show on hold.
Everybody hit that cash out. Let's get Stanley an Uber beer run, man. Let's do it tonight, y'all. Let's do it tonight. Let's get Stanley lit in this beer.
I live in a small town. I doubt I can get an Uber at this time of the morning.
Oh, shit. You want my job, you can take it with John. You can go ahead and clean them houses up and shit. Hell yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what? John chose his career.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get. Do you have any quick thoughts before I get back to the topic, which was Trump's speech?
I don't care about Trump's speech no more.
Yeah, well, I do.
I don't. There's too much going on in the black community.
This motherfucker is out of control.
No, I'm not saying.
Listen. I guess I'm gonna have to put him under. I'm gonna have to put him on a leash.
Did you watch that video this morning? I'm still thinking about that video this morning. That young man ran out that car, ran away from death.
To change the topic, and I'm not gonna do it.
Why not, Stanley?
Hey, before I get on the show, I kind of have it at least loosely mapped out. Let's wait, and we can talk about what Snake wants to talk about. So the next takeaway from the presidential speech, which is the topic, Trump stressed his support for Elon Musk's efforts to overhaul government. Mr. Musk, the world's richest man, has overseen the Trump administration's aggressive effort to overhaul the federal government with sweeping cuts to the workforce and contracts. The speed and scope of Mr. Musk's work has caught many in Washington off guard, with Democrats accusing him of violating congressional spending authority and civil service protections. But Mr. Trump made clear on Tuesday he wholeheartedly supported Mr. Musk's approach. I don't think Trump has a choice but to accept Musk's approach.
I think
Hey,
so too.
what's up, London? But here's the deal, and this is the rub. The executive orders are being challenged in court. At least most of them are. There's some things Trump can do, and the one thing that this takeaway didn't point out, that Musk is an advisor, and obviously Trump sees fit to delegate Congress's authority, which he shouldn't be able to
Exactly.
do. Which he shouldn't
Well,
be
you
able to do.
no problem when
God damn it.
Obama did.
Fuck, does this motherfucker think he can interrupt me in mid-flow?
But you ain't
Why
had
do
no
you,
problem when
why
Obama
do you
did it.
think why do you think it's okay to interrupt the host in mid-flow?
Because the mid-flow ain't nothing but your diatribe.
Okay, so
We having a
I was
conversation,
going
Stanley.
to point out that Trump is not overhauling the federal government. Federal government has three branches. You might be able to make the argument that because Republicans control all three branches, he's overhauling. But really what he's doing is overhauling the administrative state. And too many people think that the government is just the president in the executive branch. And that's not true, at least constitutionally. So
Okay.
a lot of what Trump is doing is extra constitutional, illegal, and is getting
How?
challenged in court. So what Trump has done is he's generated a lot of sturm, but he actually hasn't accomplished that much outside of immigration and the tariffs. Those two things he actually does. Those two things he actually does control. He does not control the purse strings. He does not have the authority to do cuts, and neither does Elon. All they're really doing is suggesting all this stuff's going to have to be followed up with law. And the other thing I have, all
Wait,
this
Stanley,
money,
wait a minute.
and Trump outlined some of the waste. He had like a laundry list of things, mostly USAID items that were wasteful, sounded wasteful anyway. My question is,
Shit,
what
it
is he
sounded.
what is he doing with the money he has so-called cut? Is it
Okay.
sitting in is it sitting in a bank account somewhere? That's actually what I want to know. If he's saving so much
I
money,
want to know why the fuck he ain't.
if he is saving so much money, where is the money going? What is he doing with the fat that he is in theory cutting? I'll be interested to have an answer to that.
Honest with you. You a 60-year-old
Don't
man.
bother being
Everybody
honest.
call
You
me a
can save it though.
regular individual
Man,
the way I
this
talk.
dude's just
But
gonna
I'm gonna
get
tell
mad.
you something, Stanley.
Hey,
I love my
I'm gonna
song.
dude, Trump did one thing that I admired. He bounced the motherfucker who was interrupting his speech. So I might have to do a Trump on your ass if you can't behave. And I'm dead serious. I will do a Donald Trump.
You are not Donald Trump.
Motherfucker, I will do a Donald Trump. And you won't, and you know what? You can just go, I've been Trumpified by a Democrat. You don't want a Democrat doing a Trump on your dumb ass.
I don't give a
Dude.
damn about Democrat and Republican.
Yeah, this motherfucker's not getting it. So anyway, the other take, and again, this is the New York Times. So, Trump is still relitigating the 2024 presidential campaign. He mentioned Biden a couple times. He talked about the quote mandate that he had. He no mentioned he won all seven spring states, swing states. So he obviously feels he has a mandate, and that's very debatable. So that's pretty much the six takeaways that the New York Times got. I'm pretty neutral on the speech. I just the only thing I have to comment on is it wasn't very presidential. The other thing to note is that his second wife, Elon Musk, he introduced after his actual wife. So that was interesting. Black 70 percenter. Trump has accomplished signing executive orders. Until those executive orders actually take effect, he has not done shit. He's trying to do shit is more accurate. All right. Any takeaways from these six takeaways?
I got about 5.
Okay, if you can make them quick, I would appreciate it.
No, I rather everybody else on the panel go ahead and go.
Stanley, what's up, my nigga? You tired of
Oh,
his shit
nothing
or
much.
what?
What's up,
I
tough
thought
guy?
I
Welcome to the
thought.
channel, man.
Hey, by
Tell
the
everybody
way,
hit that
just so
like and
everybody.
subscribe button. Join Stanley Cross 6,000. Put it in the link. Hey, man, if you can't get
I
it from
will at
John
some point.
Galt because we've been banned, you can always get it from Stanley Cross
Hey,
channel. I am
DiCapriono.
your co-host, Silent Snake. Now, let me stop playing. Hey,
No, you're not my
we got
co-host.
Bird on the panel. We
My
got Tough Guy on
co-host
the
would be
panel.
more.
Hey,
My
we
co-host.
going hard tonight. Let's
My
get it.
my co-host would be more like Ed McMahon, a silent
Oh,
partner.
no, you ain't ready for it, McMahon. You ain't ready for that.
DiCapriono.
You ain't ready. You ain't ready. You
Let
scared.
me
You
address
scared.
DiCapriono because your
What you
take.
gonna do when Kamala check crash?
Elon is making taxpayers great again. One $5,000 check at a time. Has he mailed them,
Exactly.
DiCapriono? Did he say checks are in the mail? Because I have not received. I have not received mine. So,
Hey,
and
link
I'm
your
going to
bank
tell you,
account. Link
I'm
your
going
bank
to tell
account.
you right now.
Link your bank
Damn it,
account.
dude. I'm going to tell you right now, DiCapriono. Elon doesn't cut checks. Congress does. So until Congress appropriates the money, keep waiting. The check will be intended to be put in the mail. Is where we are right now. So I understand you obviously are a Elon for president guy. That's going to take a change of the Constitution also. And let's see, Black 70 percenter says attempting to make a difference is more significant than constantly complaining on a panel. Who the fuck is complaining on a panel? You know what? This isn't affecting my day to day life yet, so I'm okay. Attempting to make a difference. No. See, there was a friend of mine in high school who used to say, "Never confuse effort with results." And I have lived by that probably since high school. I don't agree that attempting to make a difference is more significant. Results are significant. The attempt is something you seem to be confusing with results. And yeah, it'll be inflationary. And by the way, I had a story, and I haven't. I would have to go find it, but these layoffs that the government's doing, that the Trump and Elon are doing in the executive branch, they're going to have recessionary pressures. So bear that in mind.
What
That's
recessionary
that's
pressure?
that's the Easter egg they're not telling you
Them
about.
motherfuckers need to be
Now the
fired.
thing is right now it's going to be a very slight inflation. I'm sorry, recessionary pressure.
Stanley,
Probably
you
not.
still don't know what you're talking
Probably
about.
not enough to drive GDP growth negative.
You nigga
However,
ass niggas gonna drive us
it
back into
is
slavery.
it is a negative pressure.
No, you know what the negative pressure is? Liberal
No, solid
policy
snake.
is the motherfucking negative pressure.
Okay,
Everything you
I don't
defending
quite
is
know
exactly
why you
what's
can't
destroying
shut
our
the fuck up
community.
and take a
And
breath.
at what point will you
This
understand?
dude, too many people let him get away with that shit. And now he's like a child and he's used to doing it. Virgo or tough guy, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just listening to y'all niggas. Y'all actually really entertaining right now, so I'm just chilling.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't care for this type of entertainment. Black 70 percenter, you are confused. Again, don't confuse Trump's effort with actual $5,000 checks in your bank account.
Oh.
Show
So
me on
the
the
next
panel how
story,
smart you is, Stanley. Stanley, show me on the panel in front of the audience how fucking more smart you is than me. Because I'm always on point.
see, that's how smart I am. I don't have to listen to that shit. I'm smart. I'm smart enough to put your loud ass in the back so I can get a word out.
Y'all niggas crazy, man. Y'all
Are
niggas
we
hella crazy.
are we not entertained? Oh man, it is a time with this one.
Crazy. Boy.
So the
Nigga,
next
you think
story,
you winning by losing, by being a
yeah,
quitter,
you
by
like
giving up,
Trump. You
by
like
not
Trump too.
establishing your argument is what you're doing.
Hey, all
Argument
you're
you not
seeing right
establishing
now,
your audience. You just
if you
like
want to
Joy
be
Reid.
technical,
You just like, man, come on, man, stop.
if you
Ain't
want to be
nothing left
technical
for the
about it,
Democratic
if
Party.
you're gonna look,
There is nothing
God
left.
damn this dude. If you want to be technical about it, we're watching a losing in progress. Trump's not getting more popular.
He don't
So
have to be. All they got
once
to do is
again,
winners got to win
Black
and the
70%.
losers got to die. It's time for
Once again, Black 70 percenter. Obviously, you are a slave, an NPC created by Be Brave. You are confused, sir. Do not confuse effort with results. And by the way, I didn't go on, the coverage we did on that John and Portia did. Uh, well, I mean, I didn't want to interrupt their flow, and I needed a nap anyway. So I didn't even watch commentary. The White House broadcast the speech. So I actually watched the White House feed, which didn't have any interruptions. It was all speech and what was going on in the chamber. And I actually found that really pleasant. It was all business. It was the White House feed. In essence, it was Trump's feed, and it was quiet and instructive, and I could think about what I was hearing. So I'm so Trump deranged, J Dub, that I actually went to the White House / Trump House feed to hear what Trump had to say. So you should at least congratulate me on wanting to be objective.
no,
All right.
Stanley, at this day and age, at this point in the game, ain't no sense in it. Why are you trying to put a black face on a Democratic policy?
You
That's
know
my
what?
point.
I don't
My
know
point to
why.
you is
I don't
why do
know.
you want
I don't know where you get these eyes. What, how is the Democratic Party a black institution? God damn, dude, the shit you come up with.
Why are you defending them? Why
You
are
would
you
you would think
defending?
I'm not
Why are you
defending
defending
anything.
Democratic policy, Stanley, in a black voice, in an intelligent black voice like Obama in 2025, Stanley? It's ridiculous.
You know what? I truly think you live.
DEI equals die.
I truly think that you live in your own dimension.
No, I think you trying to placate to them
things
goddamn
happen
small
in
hats,
your
and
things
it's not going
happen
to work.
things happen in your head that aren't necessarily reality, and sometimes it's difficult for me to follow. I think you're listening to the
It's not
voices in your
hard.
head. I think you're listening to the voices in your head and not actually what I'm saying. So Stanky says, Stanley, your people. I live alone, so I don't know what people you're talking about. Your people couldn't even be happy for a child cancer survivor. And my response to that, Stank D, is some of us are happy in our own way. We're not as demonstrative as Marjorie Taylor Greene can be.
What is demonstrative?
Demonstrably? Oh, demonstrating.
Oh,
Hey, you
Demonstrative
don't have
does not
is the
demonstrate.
only way to
Stop
be happy,
lying.
is the only way to express being happy clapping?
Dude, do they pay you for this shit? Because there ain't no way
Apparently,
in hell you can
apparently,
sound so fucking
apparently,
intelligent and be so
apparently
damn
MAGA
dumb.
apparently MAGA is attempting to rewrite human
Ain't
nature.
no goddamn MAGA.
They don't
Nigga,
they
this is
don't like
Blagger.
the fuck is this
Black
idiot
make
yelling?
America
Why
great
is
again,
he
nigga.
yelling? All right,
What?
let me let me
Cause you make me yell,
let me
man, with your pussy.
Yeah, why are you yelling? We're right here, nigga. We can't
I'm
hear you.
not even. I don't know what I'm saying. It's pissing him off, and now there's 12th man. Well, I'm gonna let 12th man up, and I'm gonna tell you right now. I
No,
expect
Stanley,
to.
no,
I
Stanley.
I
You ain't
expect to
using it
have.
tonight. No,
I expect to have the Stanley virtual Sergeant at Arms escort both these motherfuckers out of the panel. But I'm gonna
Oh,
let him up. I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna be fair. But I have a show to run, and I'm gonna run it.
meet me where I'm at.
Motherfucker, where you are is off my panel.
No, where you are is
Hey,
off the map.
Stanley.
What's up, 12th man?
But I'm gonna
Or
tell you something.
where
You
you're
are
gonna
off
be.
the map, Stanley.
All right. So the next story. Arab states propose alternative to Trump's Gaza plan. I haven't even read the story, so
Can I ask you a question, Stanley? Can I ask you a
I'm
question?
gonna employ
If Joe
the
Biden was in
auto
that
reader.
school, if Joe Biden administration was in the White House and portion of school would have got destroyed today in that tornado, would you accept the government funding that she would have received?
Can you find the story for me and put it in the back chat?
I'm just
And
asking a question,
can
son. It's just
can you
rhetorical.
find
Everybody
a
say
link
acting
to the
reckless on these
story?
panels,
How is
but
that
I'm
not
just
reasonable?
asking, why the black
How is
Americans
it
die?
not reasonable to ask you to put the
You don't
story in the back
represent
and we
us.
can discuss it
It's time we
after
stop.
we read the
It's
story?
time we stop giving people an
See,
audience.
these
I
motherfuckers
think
can't even accept objectivity. Put the story in the back, and I will be glad to discuss it in a constructive manner. And apparently, the story is in that beer can.
whatever,
That's that's the real story.
whatever. A drunk mind speaks sober thoughts.
Yeah,
So I
keep
want to
thinking.
know where are yours?
We all
You
agree with
sober
that
now,
currently.
and you still holding on to the
This
Democratic
motherfucker
Party and
has
little
said
girl
more
got her
words
head
on this
rolled out
show than the
before her
other
daddy had
panelists
a chance
combined.
to escape. Sound like they wanted her to witness it. Sound like they wanted him to witness it.
I
What
have no
are you
what?
Makes me
I thought we
wonder
were
what
talking
he's
about.
arguing
smoking.
I
in
thought
this
we were
fight
talking
for
about
Black
tornadoes.
Lives Matter? Where are
Well,
you
man, what up, nigga?
for the Democratic
What's
Party?
good, tough guy?
What you gonna do when
You
your
know
money
what?
don't
This
mean
dude,
shit,
I think
Stanley?
this dude,
What you
are you
gonna
on
do?
another panel too?
You
Are
keep
you on two
on
panels
defending
right
those
now?
economical terrorists funded by the state, because that's exactly what a thug nigga is.
And look at
Because you
this
scared
idiot
to say
here.
it. I'm not
70
scared to say
percenter
it.
says,
I said
70
this.
percenter says, and not reading a story doesn't coincide with reality. This must be the real end times. I don't even know what that means, so I don't have a comment. So anyway, Arab states propose an alternative to Trump's Gaza plan. I would love to know what that alternative is. Maybe Solid Snake will let us.
Arab states propose alternative to Trump's Gaza plan. This article is by Vivian Yee and Ismail Nar and read by an automated voice. Arab countries countered President Trump's proposal to expel Palestinians from Gaza and transform it into a beachfront destination with their own vision on Tuesday, endorsing a plan to keep the population there, rebuild the territory, and turn it into part of a future Palestinian state, without Hamas in government. The contours of the counterproposal emerged from an emergency summit in Cairo, where Arab countries approved an Egyptian plan to spend $53 billion to rebuild Gaza, but not, as Mr. Trump has suggested, moving Palestinians out of the enclave. Leaders across the Middle East have come under significant pressure to come up with a workable blueprint for reconstructing, securing, and governing Gaza at a time when the Israel-Hamas ceasefire is teetering, and Israel, buoyed by Mr. Trump's backing, increasingly appears to hold the upper hand in negotiations. The Arab plan sets a path for a new security and political context in Gaza. Ahmed Abul Gait, the Arab League Secretary General, said at a news conference. He emphasized the importance of finalizing the Gaza ceasefire agreement. Yet Israel's foreign ministry quickly dismissed the Arab proposal on social media, calling its ideas outdated and saying it failed to recognize the threat Hamas posed to Israel and the region. Hamas, for its part, said the Arab League's reconstruction plan and support for keeping Palestinians in Gaza were welcome. There was no immediate response from the Trump administration. Even as Arab leaders presented a unified front against Mr. Trump's idea, at least one took care to praise the American president for backing the ceasefire, the kind of intervention Arab leaders would happily take more of. The ceasefire agreement would not have been possible without the contributions of President Trump and his administration, which we hope will continue. President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt said in a speech at the summit. He and other speakers rejected forcibly displacing Palestinians, but did not directly criticize Mr. Trump. The Egyptian framework envisions putting a committee of technocrats and other figures unaffiliated with Hamas in charge of Gaza for an initial period. Hamas officials have said they would be willing to hand over control of civilian affairs to a governing committee of which the group was not a part, as long as Gaza's post-war future was determined by Palestinian national consensus, according to a Tuesday statement. The Egyptian plan also calls for the United Nations Security Council to deploy an international peacekeeping force to secure Gaza and the Israeli-occupied West Bank, but does not specify which countries might supply troops. The plan sidesteps one of the thorniest questions of all, whether and how to disarm Hamas, which after 15 months of war remains the most powerful force in Gaza. Though a number of Arab countries would like to see its armed wing disband, Tuesday's declaration does not outright call for Hamas to lay down its arms. The language was left somewhat murky, proposing that security and weaponry should be managed by legitimate Palestinian institutions based on the principles of a single armed force and a single legitimate authority. Hamas has rejected demilitarization, with an official Hamas media outlet reporting on Tuesday that the resistance's weapons are a red line. But Israel and the Trump administration have demanded exactly that, a seemingly irreconcilable difference. Any agreement would also have to get around a more fundamental issue. While Arab leaders will support only a framework that would include at least a nominal path toward Palestinian statehood, Israeli leaders oppose embarking on any path that would lead to Palestinian sovereignty. Arab countries have scrambled in recent weeks to come up with an alternative to Mr. Trump's February proposal to force Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt and Jordan. Much of the world has rejected his plan, with some saying it would be tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Egypt, Jordan, and other Arab allies of the United States have pushed back hard on it, saying it would destroy any remaining hope of a Palestinian state and destabilize the region. Mr. Trump appeared to soften his position recently, saying he was not forcing his Gaza idea on anyone, but he also shared an AI-generated video depicting a Trump Gaza, and with
saw that.
Israel's hardline government embracing his proposal.
Did anyone see that video? There was one of the buildings was called Trump Gaza, which actually was pretty funny. Actually, I had to give him that. I'm not going to read, have any more of the story read. I think we get the gist. The only thing I'm going to add is that Hamas needs to be dismantled, and I think making it a Gaza DMZ should be
I
a
don't think it's any of your business.
and that the Arabs who are,
Nigga stupid.
I didn't even hear what he said. That the Arabs that are proposing this don't address the Hamas issue directly means their plan is doomed to fail. Basically, the DMZ part, that's got to happen, in my opinion, because it does two things. It makes Hamas a non-threat, at least in theory. I'm sure there'll be smuggling and stuff, but it basically defangs any reasons Israel might go in, destroying stuff or sending troops in. Sending troops into a demilitarized zone is going to draw attention, and people are going to be asking, why are you here, Israel? So they ought to make it a DMZ. They ought to just go ahead and make Gaza neutral. Like, no one goes in, and I don't know if UN troops are much of a solution. I can't think of a time when UN troops were effective in a long-term sense.
They
But
never have been.
the DMZ part, that should be mandatory and essential to any plan that gets proposed.
Hey, Stanley, do you ever think that the oxygen get low up there on that soapbox you made out of cardboard? Because I promise
Nope,
you,
I never really
no
noticed.
sense. You ain't making no sense. Somebody need to humble you, man.
Yeah, well, I think
Humanity needs to humble
someone,
you. And
I think
something wrong with
someone,
you, Stanley. Ain't no way in hell.
I think
You still
someone
sitting up
who
here
is,
hating on Trump on his pilot.
I think someone seeing double right now. You probably see two
Stanley,
avatars, and
Stanley, I think the
hearing gets drunk as well. So this drunk hearing that you're doing isn't doing you credit. What are you saying,
Stanley,
12 man?
I think the whole relocation thing is a problem because, like, none of the
Okay, well, the relocation part, that was part of Trump's proposal. The Arabs think the Gazans should stay. So I don't think relocation. I think that's a non-starter because the only people who will want to pay for it will be the U.S. And I don't think the U.S. I don't think Americans are going to stand for paying to relocate a whole population.
Well, we just sent them. We just sent Israel $6 billion yesterday.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about Israel.
All this talk about government waste. I mean, how come Israel?
Okay, hold on before we get too far afield. I'm talking about Gaza and an Arab plan for Gaza. I'm not talking about Israel.
Right,
So
but
where are we going with this?
I want to know
Well,
why
I'm
we
just
ain't in
curious
America
where
with
that
Okay,
that
well, you know
civilian.
what?
mind your business.
Let's
That
hold your
ain't
curiosity for a minute, shall we? And this motherfucker, Snake. You might have to go.
I might have to, man. I'm gonna go to sleep, man. I'm
Okay,
out
you
here.
take it easy and
All right,
have a good
man.
rest.
Go run that Circle K in the morning, solid snake.
Oh, is it a
You'll be
Circle K?
alright. I think so. Something like
Interesting.
that.
Alrighty. Well, now that it's gone silent, this is something that interested me. I don't know that it's even worth reading, but it's not unexpected. U.S. State Departments shut down pollution monitoring abroad. I'm not exactly sure why we were monitoring pollution, but let's see if it's in the story. What's the air quality in New Delhi, Jakarta, Buenos Aires? The only reason I can think of why you would want to monitor air is, people who get assigned to various diplomatic missions. If they have asthma, you might not want to go be posted in New Delhi, I guess.
Well, to me, Stanley, that sounds like a good part of USA for monitoring air quality around
Okay,
the
it wasn't
world.
U.S. aid doing it; it was embassies, U.S. embassies. The State Department
Mm.
shut down pollution. State Department didn't control U.S. aid up until Trump. I think Marco Rubio is the nominal head of it right now, but it used to be an independent agency separate from the State Department. So this is something they were doing. The U.S. embassies, the State Department was doing, not U.S. aid.
Oh, okay. Well, it seems
So,
like a pretty good thing to do to me.
well, if it's wrapped up somewhere between the Paris Accords and the EPA and just anything that has to do with environment, it's probably a red flag. Who knows? Maybe it'll start up again because I could see a good reason. I mean, if you've got families, sometimes they'll relocate whole families. Diplomats'
Right.
families.
And military, too.
Right. So if you have some condition or your kids have asthma or something, that might factor into whether you should be posted there or not. So
Yeah.
I could see a use for it.
Yeah. Me
And
too,
it's just
Stanley.
monitoring. But anyway, next story is Trump is hiding something in Ukraine. Damn, I wish Silent Snake were up here for that. That's bound to trigger him.
What's he hiding?
I don't know. Thomas Friedman thinks so, and Thomas Friedman is pretty much a centrist. It's just opinion, though. I'm going to read a part of it at least. Whenever President Trump talks about Ukraine, there's always something off, something missing that makes you wonder what he is really up to. And his brief remarks on Ukraine to a joint session of Congress Tuesday night were no exception. He crazily exaggerated how much the U.S. has contributed to Ukraine's war effort as opposed to what our European allies have given. When he talked about the human toll of the war, he first mourned young Russian people, then Ukrainian young people, as if they were both hit by a meteor, the one before the other. And he declared he has received strong signals from Vladimir Putin that he wants peace, but offered no details. If there's one thing I've learned in journalism, it is that when you don't call things by their real name, there's usually a reason. You are hiding something, some motivation, some intent. How to explain that in Trump's case? Well, he is either the most pliant Western negotiator against the enemies of liberty since Neville Chamberlain, making concessions to the aggressor before talks have even started, or he actually prefers the friendship of Putin over our European allies and courageous Ukrainian Democrats. Because right now, the Trump administration is behaving in ways that trouble a great many patriotic Americans, sticking a knife in the back of a nation struggling for liberty, Ukraine, by cutting off its vital U.S. weapon supplies and trying to extort its minerals before Russia has even agreed to a ceasefire. I agree with that point, but actually sitting down in a table, that's not the only place you negotiate. Let's see. Imagine Trump trying to sell. Let's see. I don't know that we need to read any of that. Only Putin might. So that one part I do agree, well, disagree with. You negotiate from the time you decide you want to negotiate. So Trump is hiding. Let's see. What is this non-person character say? Trump is hiding the original conch recipe to Malcolm X and Stanley's hairstyles. What's a conch? Do you? Well, can you translate? Can you translate that for me? Any? Do you know what this means, tough guy?
No, nigga, I don't even know, nigga. I'm not even listening to y'all like that. I am, but I'm here, but I ain't. But I'm here, but I'm not.
Oh, okay. Well, all I have to say is you're
When y'all get to
talking
talk about politics and getting all deep in that shit,
you're talking like an NPC. Let's try subject, verb. Let's start with those, and then you can add adjectives or anything like that. Um, so, as a matter of fact, if anybody's using any sort talk, how can you talk about Trump and then talk about my hairstyle? I have hair. What a dumb, what an NPC style comment.
Well, Stanley, would you have been so evasive that you'd have been kicked out of the Congress by the Sergeant of Arms like Al Green? I don't
Okay, I
think
have
you
no
would have
idea what
done
that
that.
means. How could he? How could it be secretive when it's on film? How is he going to hide that? It was on it was on national TV, probably world
And
TV.
then, isn't, like, isn't that like being put in the corner in the classroom, like run out of class?
Well, actually, no, it's not like being put in a corner in a classroom because he is an elected representative. He actually represents Americans. So that's about the extent of it. I don't know. I don't know where you're going with this, but no, it's not like being put in the corner.
Well, like none of the other Democrats got run out, only Al Green.
Well, he's the one who wouldn't sit down. So there was a reason. There was a reason he was escorted out. So the next story is as measles spreads, Kennedy embraces remedies like cod liver oil. My grandmother used to give me that.
Your grandmother used to give you cod, Stanley, cod
Cod?
liver oil, no way.
You don't know what cod liver oil is?
Well, it's good for you, I know that much.
Yeah, okay. So you know as much as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. about medicine then. Yet the only difference is he's in charge of like some health stuff. Uh, maybe you should be in his place. So anyway, it
Maybe
says in
you
an
should.
interview, the HHS secretary, Health and Human Services secretary, claimed that unconventional treatments were helping patients, but did not mention vaccination. So the dude is talking about cod liver oil for for measles when there is a tried and true vaccine.
tried and true.
Hey, all I have to say is he is definitely an interesting character, and I'm actually glad he's in a position of power. So every now and again, I have something to laugh at.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, well. I'm not going to even bother reading this story. I think the headline says it all. He also talked about vitamin A, and I don't know that much about vitamin A. Hopefully, it's not like something that gets into, the water soluble vitamins or delivery devices, and there are fat soluble, so they reside in the fat layer. And the ones that are that reside in fat layers can actually become toxic if you take too much of it. I guess I could research which type vitamin A is, but I'm not going to take the time to do that. Let's see. This is the Democratic response um, to tonight. I should have actually done this story. Somehow or another, it got out of order. There was a Democratic response, and actually a very eloquent one. This woman, like, she just she must have done debate in high school or college or something. But
Why is it
um,
eloquent? Why is it eloquent? I'm confused.
well, she didn't need a drink of water like Rubio did, or she didn't just seem weird like Nancy Mace did last year. She actually seemed fairly competent, and that's why I'm saying it was eloquent. It was all business. She delivered it crisply and quickly and was done with it. So, warning that Trump will make you pay. Slotkin gives Democratic response. Michigan Democrat, a first term senator, opted for a simple and brief response to President Trump's speech. See, simple and direct. That's eloquence in my bag, in my book. Arguing that his agenda would be costly for Americans and leave them less safe. Well, let's see what she had to say. Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a first term Democrat from Michigan, delivered a simple message to her party's as her party's official response to President Trump's combative and lengthy address to a joint session of Congress on Tuesday night. Wish it was Saturday night. Mr. Trump, she said, was going to make you pay in every part of your life. Ms. Slotkin, 48, fresh off a victory in a competitive race in a critical state, took up the tricky task of giving the opposing parties answer to the annual congressional address at a moment when Democrats are struggling to find an effective message and messenger for pushing back on a president unbound. President unbound. I have to use that one. As a matter of fact, I may use it for a show title.
Well, Stanley, you remember when Hakeem Jeffries came out
Oh, I don't get it.
earlier this
Hakeem Jeffries. What are you doing? What does that have?
he,
What does
he,
Hakeem Jeffries
he
have to
was
do with it?
saying he was saying to them not to boo and hiss, yet they still did it. Booed and hissed at
Yeah.
President
Okay.
Trump.
We're talking about the rebuttal to Trump's speech, not the behavior that happened during Trump's speech. There's a difference. So, where was I? During Mr. Trump's address, some Democrats heckled him. Others held up signs of protest, and one lawmaker, Representative Al Green of Texas, was removed from the chamber for a cane waving tirade in which he shouted that Mr. Trump had no mandate for his agenda and refused to sit back down. Canes are actually have a history in the U.S. Congress, believe it or not. In contrast, Miss Slotkin struck a calm and upbeat tone in her brief remarks, working to appeal not just to Democrats but to Republicans as well by introducing herself via her national security credentials. She noted that she served 3 tours in Iraq working for the CIA under Republican and Democratic presidents. Ms. Slotkin chose
That's
to address the
interesting.
nation from Wyandotte, Michigan. Never heard of it. A city she noted that both she and Mr. Trump won in November. Mr. Trump's speech was the longest presidential address in history, but Ms. Slotkin ignored most of what he said and kept a tight focus on her argument that the president's actions and his agenda would make life more expensive for Americans. Both true, and I like the short and sweet. People waste too many words on things that really have nothing to do with anything. I hope Solid Snake is still listening. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without him going after your health care, she said. She noted that Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. You could make that argument actually. Miss Slotkin said she agreed with the idea of cutting government waste. I'll help you do it, she said. But change doesn't need to be chaotic. Oh, totally agree with that. Or make us less safe. She's dead on there. Twice during her speech, she named previous Republican presidents approvingly while criticizing Mr. Trump. I am thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. She said, noting that Mr. Trump was cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin. That's
Oh
funny.
boy.
Ms.
Here
Slotkin
we go.
said, you're over talking me. I'll let you comment at the end. Ms. Slotkin said that Mr. Trump clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. She also had a message for demoralized Democrats. Don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, she said, warning that democracy itself was at risk. I've seen democracies flicker out, she said. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock on the door in the middle of the night. Ms. Slotkin urged Democrats who felt lost to choose one issue they care about and get singularly involved with it. Doom scrolling doesn't count. Good point. Ms. Slotkin, a center leaning Democrat who worked as a CIA analyst and in national security posts in the White Houses of Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama, has had her entire political career defined in opposition to Mr. Trump. She first won her House seat in 2018 as part of a tight knit group of Democratic women with military or intelligence backgrounds who were recruited to run as a counterweight to the president. Let's see. The televised response is often seen as a springboard for politicians to raise their profiles, and Miss Slotkin reached out to viewers who might not know her. But the speaking slot can also be a thankless role, one that has been botched by so many promising elected officials in both parties and is now considered almost cursed. Ms. Slotkin avoided any notable missteps, opting for a straightforward delivery and a simple message calibrated to be broadly appealing. But she did not take a strident tone of resistance that many Democrats have chosen amid a backlash from their core supporters, who want them to be more forceful in opposing Mr. Trump. Uh, and it sounds like she hit a home run here, or at least a triple. And I totally agree with that take. Let them fuck up. Their fuck ups will be, their your best campaign slogans, or will make your best campaign slogans. So, next on the agenda. This kind of goes back to something I said earlier about, a lot of these executive orders um, they are effort to change, but they're not producing results, at least up till now. I'm not saying they won't produce results, but what I'm saying is, counting the eggs in your basket before they're hatched, that strikes me is what Trump did in that address last night.
That's
So
why you have.
I'm sorry, you had something to say?
That's why you got chickens, Stanley. So you
Okay,
have more chickens than you
apparently
can
you think you're
count.
making, apparently I said the eggs in the basket before they're hatched I don't know why you're taking the chicken side on this.
Well, because you can grow more.
You know,
can grow more
the chickens appreciate the chickens appreciate your prompting. Maybe you can fertilize them so they produce better eggs. Maybe you have the solution to lower the prices of the eggs that are going to go in that basket.
Yeah, grow your own eggs.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
Well, thanks for your input. Anything else?
Not yet.
Gotcha. All right. Well, going back to what I was saying, judge blocks Trump orders to stop funds for trans youth health providers. Uh, this ruling affects hospitals nationwide, putting on hold the administration's plan to withhold research grants for those that offer gender transition treatments to young people. Again, putting on hold. The effort is being put on hold, at least for now, thus no results. So, that's my point. Don't count your eggs. Don't count your eggs before they're hatched. Don't confuse effort with results.
They're still doing it. They're still mutilating all the kids.
Who's mutilating kids?
Well, a lot of people are evidently.
You know what? Are you any sort of licensed health practitioner?
No, but I know it's
Okay,
being done
well, you don't know shit about medical procedure.
Yeah, I do.
So why are you talking about healthcare and you have no credentials?
Why are you supportive of
the problem with folks,
the
problem with MAGA NPCs, and I'm counting you as an NPC now. You are doing what you're programmed to do, and you are not thinking independently, like a good little NPC should. But you are just an NPC.
Well, I've heard
I don't care what you've heard.
I
don't care what you've heard. That's not. See, we're talking about something that got put on hold. The topic is not what 12th man, the MAGA NPC heard. You heard what you were programmed to hear. You heard what you're programmed to hear.
And the parents who allow the mutilation.
Okay, dude, you are gonna be the little solid snake that could, aren't you?
Why are you protecting the mutilation?
I'm not protecting anything. I'm trying to talk about a news article. So anyway, I'm going to play this. I wasn't going to play it, but now that 12th Man has said his piece, let's get some actual news. Oh, by the way, 12th Man, Dolly Parton is alive.
Judge blocks Trump orders to stop funds for trans youth health providers.
I know that.
This article is by Amy Harmon and read by an automated voice. Federal funding for hospitals across the country that provide gender transition treatments for people under the age of 19 will remain in place under a federal judge's ruling in Baltimore on Tuesday. The preliminary injunction issued by Judge Brendan A. Herson of the U.S. District Court for the District of Maryland blocks a Trump administration effort to withhold funds from hospitals unless they stop providing gender transition treatment to transgender youths. A similar decision in a separate case had already blocked the administration's plan but applied only to 4 states. The new ruling expands to all states, the pause on the Trump efforts while the legal case proceeds. Tuesday's ruling came in a case brought by 6 transgender individuals between the ages of 12 and 18, along with parents and advocacy groups. Plaintiffs in the case, who live in Maryland, New York, and Massachusetts, said that their access to treatment was threatened by 2 of Mr. Trump's executive orders that seek to limit federal support for youth gender medicine. One of the executive orders directs federal agencies to ensure that grant funding for research or education does not support gender ideology, which it defines as the idea that males can identify as and thus become women, and vice versa. The second order specifically directs agencies to withhold funds from medical providers that offer puberty blockers, hormone therapies, and surgeries to people younger than 19 for the purpose of gender transition. After Mr. Trump issued the orders, several clinics canceled appointments, including for plaintiffs in the case. Judge Herson, an appointee of former President Joseph R. Biden Jr., had issued a temporary restraining order in February, finding that Mr. Trump had likely exceeded his authority by directing the federal agencies to withhold funds appropriated by Congress. But the injunction issued on Tuesday signals that the government will need to overcome significant legal challenges to carry out its plans. The judge also found that the plaintiffs were likely to prevail on their claims that the executive orders violated existing laws prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sex, as well as the Fifth Amendment's equal protection guarantees. The ruling is the latest roadblock in a string of court challenges to Mr. Trump's effort to stop taxpayer-funded institutions and government agencies from supporting gender transition and from recognizing people based on their gender identities. The court cannot fathom discrimination more direct than the plain pronouncement of a policy resting on the premise that the group to which the policy is directed does not exist, Judge Herson wrote. Last month, another federal judge blocked Mr. Trump's directive to withhold gender transition medical treatment for federal prisoners and to house transgender female inmates with men. The administration has sought to bar transgender women and girls from competing in women's sports, to no longer reflect the gender identities of transgender people on passports, and to bar references to gender identity in executive departments and agencies. Next week, another federal judge will hear arguments in a lawsuit challenging the administration's plan to bar openly transgender people from serving in the military. The order on medical treatments, titled Protecting Children from Chemical and Surgical Mutilation, states that the goal is to protect young people from long-term effects that may cause them to regret undergoing the treatments. The Trump administration, the order says, will enforce laws that prohibit or limit these destructive and life-altering procedures. The question of when medical transition is appropriate for young people has been the subject of heated debate. Genital surgery is almost never performed on minors. Several European countries have limited puberty blockers and hormone therapy treatments after scientific reviews. Since 2021, 24 states in America have barred minors from receiving the treatments. But the American Academy of Pediatrics and most major medical groups in the United States endorse youth gender medicine as effective in relieving the psychological distress that many young trans people say they experience when their bodies do not reflect their internal sense of gender. In court documents, plaintiffs and their families said they feared negative effects, including anxiety, depression, and unwanted physical changes, if treatment were withheld. Judge Herson's order focused largely on the fundamental issue of separation of powers. He cited another ruling related to a challenge to the administration's sweeping freeze on trillions of dollars in federal grants and loans, writing that the government in this case has likewise attempted to wrest the power of the purse away from the only branch of government entitled to wield it.
Okay, what's your comment?
What is almost like it says, these type of surgeries are almost never reported or done or whatever. What is she
Hey,
mean by
hold on
how
before you
many
ramble on.
little
Are
kids,
you is this something you missed in today's English class?
how many little
What?
kids
No,
are almost?
Let me answer your question first, please. Your first question first. Almost never done means it is occasionally done.
Almost.
Yeah, that's what almost means.
How
So
many kids
are
are
you,
almost?
is your question actually, what does almost mean?
Yeah, how many kids are
I
almost?
have no
How
clue.
many does that
I'm just
account
reading
for?
a story. I'm just reading a story. Unlike you, I'm not a healthcare professional. You should be telling me since you're the healthcare professional. Oh,
But
that's
you
right.
agree
Oh, that's right. You're not a healthcare
that,
professional.
Stanley, you agree though that these types of surgeries shouldn't be happening on children. I hope you agree with that, sir.
This is what I agree. I agree with the judge that more than likely taking individual choices away from people and its parents who are responsible for underage kids, assuming they have parents, whoever their guardians are. I agree that reappropriating funds that Congress appropriated for a specific purpose is unconstitutional. That's the only thing I agree with. As far as the rest of it, um, I think parents should do what they think is right.
Yeah.
And to kind of touch on something, a comment Solid Snake made. No, I don't care that much. I don't care any more than I should because I don't have to make that decision. It would be hard for me to give to. I would have to know a parent and ask them why. Someone who has to face that decision. I can only go, or I can. All I'm going to do is put myself at a constitutional distance and judge Trump's actions on the Constitution.
Well, my opinion, Stanley, is that any doctor or anybody promoting the gender mutilation of children should be in bars. Man, they need to be locked up if they'd
Your
even allow that to be happen to their child, right? You're gonna chemically or surgically take away that person's penis or that little kid's penis or something like that, man, you deserve to be in prison. That's my opinion, Stanley.
your opinion is noted. So, let's see. This next story, I talked earlier about, some of these things that Trump is trying to executive order into existence, and the tariffs specifically. American farmers brace for harm from retaliatory tariffs. And I know because I read a story earlier yesterday morning about China doing a counter tariff on farm goods, agricultural goods. So
And
I'm going to
I
read.
fuck
I'm
'em.
going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and let this story play in full because I actually do know a tad about farming and definitely have sympathy
What do you
for
know about
and that.
farming,
Well,
Stanley?
let's start with my father owns a farm. Let's start with this farm has been in the family before I was born.
American
Kind of
farmers
like,
brace for harm from retaliatory tariffs. This article is by Danielle Kay and read by an automated voice. A trade war with China during President Trump's first term hit American farmers hard. This time, it could be worse. On Tuesday, China's Ministry of Finance said it would add tariffs of as much as 15% on a wide range of agricultural imports from the United States, including chicken, wheat, corn, and cotton. Beijing's retaliation for escalating American tariffs on Chinese-made products also includes 10% tariffs on imports of sorghum, soybeans, pork, beef, aquatic products, fruits, vegetables, and dairy products. Without specifying which products, Canada said on Tuesday that it would impose retaliatory tariffs of 25% on $20.5 billion worth of American goods, and Mexico promised to outline its response on Sunday. President Trump imposed 25% tariffs on products from both countries on Tuesday. Farms are a target because agricultural products account for a large portion of U.S. exports, said Lynn Kennedy, a professor of agricultural economics at Louisiana State University. Politics are probably a factor too. Rural areas tend to be politically a lot more conservative, and so if you look at where Trump's base has been, or where the Republican base is, that has a higher tendency to be some of those agricultural states and areas, Mr. Kennedy said. As they did during the first Trump administration, the retaliatory tariffs could mean that American exports and prices paid for crops fall, as importers from China, Canada, or Mexico look to Brazil or other large agricultural producers for alternatives. China accounted for 14%, roughly $24.7 billion, of all agricultural goods exported from the United States in 2024, according to data from the Department of Agriculture. Mexico and Canada imported even more, about $30.3 billion worth of goods for Mexico and $28.4 billion for Canada. Mark Legan, a livestock and crop farmer in Putnam County, Ind, said Mexico was his top export market for pork and China his biggest for soybeans, which he sells to Cargill and Archer Daniels Midland plants in his area. When China started to buy more soybeans from Brazil during Mr. Trump's first term, Mr. Legan's income significantly decreased, he said. His pork exports to China also fell. This time, he's again worried about the fallout, especially since Mexico is poised to retaliate too. We are fighting an uphill battle against the tariffs to get both soybeans and pork into those markets, Mr. Legan said. In agriculture, we deal with uncertainty all the time, whether it's the weather or the health of our animals. But this adds another level of uncertainty that we're trying to deal with the best we can. Industry lobbying groups were quick to criticize the tariffs. Blanket tariffs on China, Mexico, and Canada risk inviting retaliation that could harm the very farmers they aim to protect, said Shannon Douglas, president of the California Farm Bureau. Greg Dowd, chief executive of the National Milk Producers Federation, said in a statement on Monday, ahead of the new tariffs, that the group was pushing against trade barriers that are arising as countries invent new policies that threaten to disrupt our dairy sales. Although the Canadian government did not specify which products would be subject to its retaliatory tariffs, a plan outlined last month singled out hundreds of U.S. products that could be targeted, including food products like orange juice and peanut butter. Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, said on Tuesday that he had ordered the removal of all U.S.-made liquor from the state alcohol distributor. Agricultural producers of all sizes, from part-time farmers and small family farms to large ones, could take a hit as prices fall and some costs go up. Soybeans accounted for about half of U.S. agricultural exports to China last year, according to the Agriculture Department, but American soybean exporters to China compete with companies from Brazil. U.S. soybean futures fell about 1% on Tuesday. Futures on U.S. corn and wheat also fell. Farmers have already planted their crops, and they have this year's crop already in the ground, and they were expecting a certain price for their product, Mr. Kennedy said. Now, he added, there's this uncertainty about what the price will be that they'll get. Many rural communities are already grappling with the Trump administration's abrupt freezes of federal funding on a range of programs and grants. Farmers are forced to borrow money for their machinery and are facing mounting bills, said Jill McCluskey, a professor of agricultural economics at Washington State University. If they can't get as much money for their crops because retaliatory tariffs make their commodities less competitive, they're going to be hurting, she said. The effects of tariffs can be uneven and unpredictable. Growers of organic products could benefit because they largely sell to the domestic market and use domestic inputs. But Kate Mendenhall, the executive director of the Organic Farmers Association, said some of her organization's members were reporting higher machinery repair costs because parts come from Canada. It will hit in unexpected ways that we can't even appreciate right now, Ms. Mendenhall said. Others' costs could go up too. About 85% of potash, a key ingredient in fertilizer, is imported from Canada, according to the American Farm Bureau Federation. Additional tariffs, along with expected retaliatory tariffs, will take a toll on rural America. Zippy Duvall, president of the Federation, said in a statement on Tuesday, adding even more costs and reducing markets for American agricultural goods could create an economic burden some farmers may not be able to bear. On an earnings call last month, Ken Seitz, the chief executive of Nutrien, a Canadian fertilizer company and the largest producer of potash in the world, said American farmers would bear the cost of tariffs. The U.S. farmer will feel those impacts after the spring planting season, he said. This isn't the first time farmers and food producers have found themselves in the crosshairs of trade wars. During Mr. Trump's first term in the White House, China responded to his administration's tariffs on Chinese goods with retaliatory tariffs ranging from 5 to 25% on many U.S. agricultural products. Those tariffs reduced U.S. agricultural exports by nearly $26 billion, according to a research report by the Agriculture Department. At the time, U.S. soybean exports dropped to their lowest level in years. In 2018, soybean exports to China, the biggest market, fell 75%. A study released last year by the American Soybean Association and the National Corn Growers Association found that a new trade war would immediately drop corn and soy exports by hundreds of millions of tons, a loss in market share that would prove difficult for American growers to reclaim. During his first term, Mr. Trump responded to China's targeting of U.S. agriculture by providing subsidies to farmers. Whether his administration will do the same this time, and whether those subsidies will be evenly distributed to large farms and smaller producers, remains an open question. Farmers want to make their money from the market, said Betty Resnick, an economist at the American Farm Bureau Federation. They don't want to rely on these government subsidies, but at the same time, if we're changing their market access, they need to stay in business as well. Kevin Draper contributed reporting.
A few things. I know, for instance, China or Smithfield in Smithfield, Virginia. They make the Smithfield hams and bacon and a lot of different pork products. I used to pass by one of their facilities when I took the back roads. I used to live in Norfolk, so I would take the back roads uh, to Emporia, Virginia, to cut off, to go around Richmond, because I used to go from Norfolk to Savannah. Um, um, I wouldn't say often, but every now and again. So the Smithfield is in Smithfield facility in Smithfield, Virginia, is Chinese owned. It was a big controversy. Shit, they might have owned it for maybe up to 20 years now, but it was a big deal at some point. So my point is that China actually owns a lot of facilities because pork is a big thing in China, and so for them, getting their pork from their facility that they owned, they're going to break even on that. The other thing that's kind of surprising is China doesn't actually produce. You would think they would produce a lot of their own food, but they've got like the world's biggest population, so they import a lot of food. So I kind of wonder if they're not, you know, tagging or tariffing agricultural products, if they're not kind of hurting themselves. Time will tell. Uh, but I have a feeling American farmers are going to, yell the loudest. At least China has control of their population. No one really has control of the farmers. The other thing that's interesting is I heard somebody float a conspiracy theory. I think it was on YouTube, a YouTube show I was watching, where they wondered if Trump wasn't kind of in cahoots with big ag, because these farmers, when they, especially if they have kind of like large-ish tracts of land, if they wind up foreclosing on a farm, more than likely big ag type companies will buy their land. So this just basically, in some ways, actually kind of does with the food supply what has happened with media, social media, print media, and TV media, where all this stuff is owned by billionaires, and a small number of people control communications, and it seems like an ever um, uh, basically the same thing's going to happen with food
Why don't
production.
they have people controlling that, like
I'm
hindering
sorry,
that,
what?
so these companies can't buy out? I don't understand why these big companies are able to do shit like that.
Well, why they're not able to what?
I'm asking, you know how like these big companies come in and buy all the houses up?
Yeah.
Like,
Hmm.
why
Happened
isn't
in
there
my
like a
neighborhood, as a
law
matter of
to like hinder them from doing that so that it'd be like for actual people instead of like these big businesses that buy up all the damn land and homes?
Well, when you got an oligarchy, the big people control the small people. And you probably haven't heard me say this, but I've said it several times since Trump has been elected. The oligarchs rode the back of the working man into power. Okay, I forget um, their I can't remember the numbers now, but the majority of Trump's cabinet are billionaires. We've got a billionaire, the world's richest billionaire, basically reorganizing the government. We've got a president who's a billionaire, and even JD Vance isn't poor. So the reason that land is being bought up, houses are being bought up, is because it's become unaffordable for the yous and me's of the world, and companies need investments, and property is a good investment, at least most of the time. So I'll give you a personal story. If you walk, because I live off the street, if you walk to the end of my driveway, the two houses across the street um, from my driveway are corporate owned, and they basically rent the houses out. So I noticed some neighbors that I kind of only slightly knew have moved out of the neighborhood. They're whatever. They're not in that rental house. So who knows who's going to wind up moving into that house? But the house next door to them, which is second from the corner, the company that hired them, it was like several people who rented the house, a group rental, and one of the females got tossed out, and I don't even remember what the reason was, if I ever knew what the reason was. But one day she was pissed off, and she fucking did a drive by on the house. And there are kids in this neighborhood, and this isn't, it's a middle class neighborhood. So I heard pops. I remember hearing the pops, but I also live semi rural. If you walk, like, literally, there's a private road next to my house. You can walk right into the woods there. And so every now and again, you'll hear a gun, somebody sighting in something, or, maybe during deer season, they're taking a shot at a deer illegally, because you shouldn't be doing it around here. So I didn't think anything of it. And about 2 weeks after it happened, I happened to run into this neighbor, and he was filling me in. Well, did you know? I'm like, I was like, what? So anyway, having these rental properties in a very residential neighborhood with kids, believe me, if I had the money, and unfortunately I don't, I would buy both the houses. And I'm hoping somebody, I'm hoping I'm wishing, but I don't think it's going to happen because they're corporate owned. Who knows who's going to move into these houses? And I mean, these are like 2-story, kind of nice houses. It's not like, you know, um, Section 8 or anything like that. So anyway, that's my personal corporate story. That's some of the downfall of having houses and land in general, corporate owned. They just rent it out, and even doing background checks. There's no pride of ownership. There should be a pride of ownership in an actual house. So it's hurting me, it's hurting you, it's hurting the farmers, and the oligarchy, had its time in the spotlight during Trump's address to Congress today. The billionaires have spoken, at least for now. So, and Stank D, you are the perfect segue. His comment is, wish we could get a refund on you. I'm assuming he means me. Well, sir, assume if you're going to get a refund, you have to pay first. So, uh, let's see here. My, if you look real closely, and I somehow or another I forgot to put up the banner, my Cash App is in the banner. So why don't you send me a Cash App, and maybe I'll refund it to you, because that's the only way you're going to get a refund. And anybody else, hey, the host appreciates the occasional, hey, Stanley, we appreciate what you're doing, even though you're an asshole. I get those sort of Cash Apps every now and again. Yeah, but you're our asshole. So please donate to the show, because it helps me. Believe this or not, I use that money for New York Times. I still need to get a Washington Examiner subscription. It's $50 a year. I would like to do the Wall Street Journal, but it's so expensive. So your Cash Apps will be well spent in helping me, bringing you more news, and having the Washington Examiner up here, or even National Review. I read every now and again. It helps me be fair and balanced, the real fair and balanced. And it also helps pay for my YouTube Premium subscription, which I'm able to bring videos without commercials. So, and while you're at it, subscribe to the show. Hit the like button. Get the likes up, so John Galt knows you appreciate. John Galt knows how much you appreciate the facilities he provides. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000. That's my channel, which I have a couple video essays I'm working on. So occasionally, just so you know, I do simulcast, or stream a copy of the show to my channel. But that's about all the live stuff I ever do on it. The rest of it's pre-recorded, and that's what I'm going to basically use it for until I get a better idea. There are pet subjects that I like to get off on. And earlier, Solid Snake made an interesting comment. He said that he is tired. He said, tired of my people, seriously. So I'm assuming he means he's tired of black people. So my suggestion, and hopefully it was a constructive suggestion, that Solid Snake, if you are tired, then do a Dolezal. Basically, Rachel Dolezal went transracial. I could see you as a white man. I could see you. I could see you as a white man, Solid Snake. Put your Cash App in the chat. We'll donate to. we will donate to any medical procedures you need to become transracial. I'm assuming that's the only trans you approve of. Ah, boy, I'm amusing myself, but whatever. All right. Well, the next story, my favorite branch of government is the Supreme Court. I have many problems with many of their rulings of late, but at least they're a sober bunch. So, this was actually an interesting article that I'm going to have to read. Um, but justices can find these speeches to Congress to be a trial. Nice pun. Four sitting members of the Supreme Court attended on Tuesday: Chief Justice Roberts and Justices Kagan, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. And I did see a hearty handshake between Roberts and Trump, and Kavanaugh did a hearty handshake too. And Amy Coney Barrett shook his hand and said hello. And I didn't actually see Ketanji Jackson Brown there, but there she is. And Justice Kagan was there also. But I'm impressed that it's fairly well balanced if you want to think about it. Why weren't? Because I did think, well, where is Justice Thomas? Well, there's a story behind that. So let's see. Had to CR back again. I don't know what a CR is, Solid Snake. Apparently, neither does J Dub. So anyway, let me read this story. Uh, Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. makes a point of going to the State of the Union address for obvious reasons, but he does not enjoy it, calling it a political pep rally. Last night was a political pep rally. It was a uh, Trump rally. He was there again on Tuesday, accompanied by Justices Brett M. Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett, both appointed by President Trump. Justice Elena Kagan, appointed by President Barack Obama, and Justice Anthony M. Kennedy, a Reagan appointee who retired in 2018. I'm not sure why we are there, Chief Justice Roberts, who was appointed by President George W. Bush in 2010, adding, the image of having the members of one branch of government standing up, literally surrounding the Supreme Court, cheering and hollering, while the court, according to the requirements of protocol, has to sit there expressionless, I think is very troubling. Well, that's the price you pay for being a judge. But the Chief Justice has continued to attend while other members of the court have long ago stopped going. Justice Clarence Thomas, who has said that he could not abide the catcalls, the whooping, and hollering, and under the breath comments, has not gone for more than a decade. I'm surprised he didn't make an exception for Trump. I wonder if his wife was there. Justice Samuel A. Alito Jr. called the addresses very political events and very awkward, adding, we have to sit there like the proverbial potted plant most of the time. Yeah, okay. He did speak, sort of, in 2010 in response to President Obama's criticism of the Citizens United campaign finance decision, then just a few days old. He mouthed the words, not true. He has not been back since. Scholars have found that the likelihood of attendance declines with age and length of service. Attendance in a justice's early years may be explained in part by loyalty and gratitude. As Justice Antonin Scalia once put it, it is easier to stay home when the president giving the State of the Union is not the man who appointed you. The justices say that attendance can be stressful largely because they must make careful and coordinated choices about what statements from the president are uncontroversial enough to warrant applause. That is hard, Justice Alito said, because presidents will fake you out. They may start with something bland like he said, he said, like, isn't this the greatest country in the world? So you get up and you start to clap, he said, and the president will say, because we are conducting a surge in Iraq, or because we are going to enact healthcare reform, and then you immediately have to stop. It was not always so. In 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson said, let this session of Congress be known as the session which did more for civil rights, than the last 100 sessions combined. 5 members of the Supreme Court, including Chief Justice Earl Warren, applauded. These days, Chief Justice Roberts said in 2019, the justices have to take pains to applaud only very occasionally. It's not our job to express support for particular policy initiatives, he said. So we do sit there like mannequins. He said the justices were not alone. The Joint Chiefs of Staff are in the same position, he said. They're sitting there like much better dressed mannequins. Then why go at all? Maybe next time, you do some Saturday Night Live like skit and just put monitors in the chairs and just put monitors with your faces on them and, let that suffice. I also have to say, that's kind of ironic because I would say of all the justices, the Chief Justice is pretty political. But as Chief Justice in these days, he might have to be. So anyway, we move on from there. There is a podcast that I very rarely listen to, but the topic was kind of a pet topic of mine, and we won't listen to all of it. But what I will do is put the link in the chats in case anybody wants to listen to the whole thing. Excuse me. The topic. Oh well, the name of the podcast is Brown and Black, and the title will make me smile because John has a whole thing, a whole riff or diatribe, to use Solid Snake's words, um, about the Black and Brown coalition. And I agree with him. I think that there never really has been one. It was more in a loose association, not so much a coalition. But anyway, the two guys running the podcast, Mike Sargent and Jack Rico, and they're talking about Trump and the whitewashing of brown and black culture. And I figured it would be a little bit of a burr under somebody's saddle, so therefore I must play it. Do I have to sign into this? Damn it. You know what? I have no idea how to sign into this. This sucks. I can't remember if I have an Apple account. Let's see here.
You'll be up late tonight, huh, my nigga?
Who,
Well,
me?
this morning. Yeah.
No, I started at 3. I got like 8 hours of sleep today.
Oh, okay, nice.
Uh,
Finally
I
got some rest.
decided I decided to move the show back to 3. 2 just wasn't really working that well. I find that at 3, I accomplished 2 things. Let's see, what is it? I accomplished 2 things. Number 1, I get more sleep, and number 2, I catch the morning crowd with all the news articles.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do some old news articles, then I'll pop the balloon or two, and then I'll look at the morning news in the newspapers. Let's see. I know I think I used to have a. Oh shit! I don't know what the damn password is. Believe it or not, I have an Apple account. Nope. All right. Well, we're gonna have to forego this. I actually have a couple different podcast things, but I wanted you all to see. Oh shoot! I didn't mean to do that. Anyway, I'll just tell you what it was about, and then I'll put the link in, and you can, if you got a podcast app, you can listen to it that way. Let's see, podcast probably is well, it's on other platforms. I I guess I'll do that. I have a platform and I saved it, and I figured the Apple would be better because it actually has the logo of the podcast on there. But I actually do have it saved in the in the Slack somewhere. Thought I did. There it is. Give me one sec here, folks. Let me thought I'd saved that damn link. Hey Tom.
Hey,
I have Antenna Pod,
well,
but
I just put it up from Spotify. I just played something from there, but it's got to be free somewhere on one of the
yeah,
platforms. They're on everything. So I put a link in the back chat to their
okay, here we
podcast.
go. Okay. Yeah, I actually have a Spotify account.
Yeah, I don't have one, and I didn't need one to play, but it's somewhere. Trust me, it may even be on YouTube for all we know.
What did they change the title? Oh wait, hold it. Let me look at the latest one. Make America White Again. Here, this is the one I want to hear. All right. Well, they changed the title apparently. But anyway, yeah. Thanks, Tom. Next time I'll be a little bit more careful about that. I thought the Apple one would work, but I didn't. I didn't test it.
Most podcasts there's aggregation sites. They're everywhere.
Yep.
I've done a terrible job of getting mine on all the places it should be, but I'm still on iHeart. I'm on, there's a bunch of them I'm on. There's a bunch of them I don't know that I'm on because I have an RSS feed, and anybody that wants
Right.
to can put it wherever they want.
Well, I guess most people do have RSS feeds. I use Antenna Pod. I used to use Google Podcasts, and it went defunct. So I either had to use Google took all their podcasting stuff and put it on YouTube. So there's a YouTube podcast. It's YouTube Music or something like that.
Yeah.
And I didn't like that format, so I started using Antenna Pod, which I like a whole lot better than even Google Podcasts. So this particular, what are your thoughts? You're into this sort of stuff. Any thoughts about the joint session address?
It was a Trump rally. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I mean, it's his address. It was not the State of the Union,
right?
Which I would have had a little bit a problem with if it was the same speech. But hey, man, it's his address. He should do whatever he wants. I didn't have a problem with the Democrats sitting. I recall Biden being out and out heckled by people.
Oh yeah.
So I mean,
memories are short.
To just sit there, I didn't have any problem with people leaving.
As a matter of fact, Trump did a little, razzing, and I thought he was pretty mild, razzing the Democrats. Biden did the same thing last year, razzing the Republicans. So
yeah, it was what I expected it to be.
Yes,
there's a lot of factual inaccuracy.
Oh yeah,
about fruit being brought in from other nations that wasn't inspected and was dirty and terrible. No, I'm sorry. All the food that comes into this country from another country is inspected.
That may change if they defund the USDA.
That's first and foremost. Actually, the FDA is in charge of those inspections.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
The USDA is under the FDA, right? Or is it standalone?
I don't know. I mean, I
No,
know.
it's under the agriculture
Yeah,
department.
because the USDA, all it does is grade the food.
Right.
You know, but anyway, yeah, it was fine. It was what I expected.
State of Musk.
I thought that he did a good job. You know,
Yeah.
in terms of presenting it, I thought he did an outstanding job. And you know, for what he was trying to get across the plate, it was well presented. I thought the people that he called out to in the gallery, that was done very well. It can sometimes go very awkwardly, but no, it was smooth without a hitch. I remember the days when most of those addresses featured people sitting down and applauding and weren't standing the whole time, and would only stand on really great, grandiose moments. But that's fine. It's fine. I thought
all
there
they
was
needed,
nothing wrong
all
with it.
they needed was a beach ball, you know, kind of bouncing back and forth in the crowd.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Ted Cruz in the mosh pit.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it was fine. It was absolutely fine. It was absolutely.
I actually thought the lady who gave the response, I'd never heard of her before, but it was terse, it was direct, it was to the point, and it was brief, and she did an excellent job. You know, and to be honest, she didn't really address much, if anything, in you know, of what Trump said, and I thought that was great too. You know, why get down? You know, why deal with anything that he said? It was really more of kind of like a locker room speech for the Democrats.
Well, I always find that the response speech is a great place for the parties to show off an up and comer or even somebody that's not super senior.
Mm-hmm.
And I always like it because it's like, well, this is the future of whichever party. And I liked seeing her. I am sick and tired of octogenarians. I really am. And I mean, with all the age stuff we're talking about, I probably shouldn't say that, but it's like, I want some fresh leadership. I'm really
Schumer should be the next to go.
The same old. I don't want any more of it, regardless of age. But that's why I like seeing her and like seeing younger people doing that.
Well, I will go one step farther, and I will say that it is a weed out process. You know, the up and comers who can actually give a speech and not take a drink of water or seem weird like Nancy Mace did
in the kitchen.
Oh, and if you know anything about her background, that kitchen was a prop. She was a wild child.
Yeah.
She was a Citadel graduate. Did you know that?
I did, and I expected her at one point to go. And I just got this food hydrogenator, and here's how it works. I thought I was watching QVC. Anyway.
Well, I don't think she was that much. She never struck me, knowing her background, as a domestic type.
Yeah.
She has a rich daddy, I'll put it that way.
I thought the address went great. It was fine. It was what I expected to be. It's what it probably should be in terms of a president returning to office, you know, and an attempt to sort of put a PR thing for all of his new initiatives and stuff. I had no problem with it whatsoever.
Yeah, next time maybe he'll talk policies that he actually has accomplished. Immigration, yep. I actually don't have that much of a problem with his immigration, except that's going to come back to bite him from a human rights standpoint. But you know, he doesn't care about that, so you know, it'll be a Pyrrhic type of protest. Solid Snake. Solid Snake says, "Darn it, I wish I was on panel." You left of your own accord. I didn't throw you off. So if you want to come back up, come back up. But you're not going to take over the show. That's going to be your prerequisite. And if you cannot do that, then you know I understand. There are folks in the audience who have expectations of what Solid Snake should do on a panel, but you know, satisfy their needs on another panel,
We ain't
or
having it.
or come up here and act like a panelist, not a feature. So anyway, I'm not going to play all of this. I'm only going to play it up to a point, and then I can talk about the rest, and then I'll take the link that Tom so graciously provided and put it in the chat. Y'all can listen to the rest of it. For those who are MAGA, you're not going to agree with it. I warn you about that right up front.
Really about that. This backlash is more.
And so the honor of brown and black films that are coming out this year and all these things we want to talk about that have already happened because of our recent past.
And then we're also going to discuss the Oscar-nominated Netflix movie Emilia Perez.
Yes.
And another culture story. And who has the right on how to tell that story. And I think that's what's at stake with this Emilia Perez movie. Whoever controls the narrative
conclusion. It was for an episode that we did called The Color of Aspiration, our Latino.
I think this show exists. Being the default white dominant group doesn't include us. We don't like that you get to call all the shots. So this is complete white supremacism. This is complete racism. This is complete classism. This is complete everything-ism. There's no other way to look at it. And so for you to attack it the way you're attacking it and have companies like Target that just came out 2 days ago and slavery was what made us the most powerful, most rich
equal opportunity employment. Remember that one?
People from office. And all you're left with is white people to choose from for work, for dating, for everything. You're not going to get the best of the best that could be from any pocket of culture or any part of the world. And why do you think Elon Musk said that he will die on the H-1B visas if you don't allow immigrants to be a part of the hiring conversation at the highest levels?
Now, this isn't
DEI ain't going anywhere because it is the money before. California wakes up one morning and all the Mexicans are gone. The state
recipients, and I'm sure you've heard all the reports, the biggest benefactors of DEI and all of those
stick because businesses depend on it. They depend on it so much, dude, that there's no businesses with
PR anyway. Because a lot of them, they might have made progress. The ones that did, like Boeing.
I don't know why this isn't the episode. Okay, this is the episode. I'm playing the wrong one.
Welcome to another episode of the Brown and Black Podcast. My name is Jack Rico.
And I'm Mike Sargent.
And every week we take a look at race and pop culture through a brown and black lens.
Can you pause right quick?
No.
Please.
Mike, I have a question for you.
What is it, Solid Snake?
Hey, man, I only got off earlier because I knew I was too drunk, man, and I was just talking on my ass, but I do be talking.
Oh, and you sobered up in that half hour?
Hell no. Come on, man. No. I just didn't want to make the channel look bad, man. That's all.
I don't think you're making the channel look bad. Everybody knows you, Solid Snake, so none of your solid snakiness is rubbing off on me.
Oh no.
All right, can we continue now?
Over one night, but Yeah, keep it going, man. Keep it flowing. You good?
And I think that this question will set the tone for the show. How would you define white culture?
How many words do I get?
It's not Jeopardy. It's not a game. Take your time. But as a black man, you define white culture.
I would say white culture in general, let's call it European culture, because white is a construct, and I don't necessarily believe in the racial construct of white and black, even though we're brown and black. White culture feels entitled to dominate, and it has done so in many other countries. White culture, in many ways, especially in America, white culture doesn't really have a culture. They've got in this country a history that they'd like to deny. To me, white culture is something that is diminishing, and it is something that is ill-defined, but can only be defined by the actions it's taken.
Since I've
Well, I'm gonna make a point here. White culture only exists if you think it exists. Black culture only exists if you think it exists. It's conceptual, and you can always argue that concepts are real too. But I argue that there's an American culture, and Colin Woodard, a guy that I've mentioned several times, writes about American culture basically consisting of regional cultures. And I agree with him 100%. And he's got a book called I think it's the 12 States of America. I have to look up the title. I recommend the book. He's written 2 books on the cultures within American culture. I've read it years ago. It is basically the most sensible take on what American culture is and what it consists of
Oh,
any.
that's so awesome. That's so awesome. Hey man, I gotta give it to you, Stanley.
Yes,
That's
so
exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Even though we may think we coming from the left or the right, we just coming from a different paradigm on how
I'm
we
not even. Hold on. I'm not even
yeah.
talking politics. I'm talking
It's not
culture.
about politics, it's about a way of
Remember,
life.
politics is downstream from culture.
Exactly. Culture is the way of life. Culture is how we live.
No, culture is the software that basically programs how we conduct our lives.
Oh, you just want to be contrary.
Well, no, that's the best definition of culture I've
You
ever
know
heard.
what we
It's the
need to do? We
software.
need to go ahead and we need to just go and do a show on that book you just said.
That's a good idea because I talk about
And
it.
then we got Tom Holland on the panel right now.
We do? Where?
Right there. Tom Gully. I mean, shit. I don't know why I keep
Uh,
calling him. I don't know why I think Tom Gully is Spider-Man. I don't know why.
so where I'm gonna just flash this
Oh
up
my
here.
bad.
People can basically just type in Colin Woodard into a search engine, and this is the first book that comes up.
Tom Holland.
It's called American Nations, and it basically describes 12 subcultures. It doesn't talk about white culture, black culture, or anything like that.
Exactly. It's an American thing.
It talks about regional cultures that make up an American culture.
Yeah.
And it's a
Man,
very, I would recommend
God put us together, man.
for anyone who is into politics and culture, I would highly recommend it, probably more than any other book I've read in quite some time. So that's that. So these guys talking about white culture and black culture. I have some arguments with the framing of it. However, they do make a couple good points. And as I said, I'm not going to play all 25 minutes of it. But they do talk about Trump specifically, about him and the Kennedy Center. that part was interesting, and that might be something that folks might want to comment on in the chat or on the panel.
Grown up, the only way I've seen white people is in positions of authority. It's the owners of bars, pizzerias. It's my teacher, the principal, my boss at the store, all white. So I associate white culture with power. And I feel like white culture is just power.
Now, I wanna point out that that is a very critical theory, a very critical theory comment. Talk, basically talking about hierarchies and power. So I want everyone to know that I recognize that.
Remember when we talked to Dr.
I'm
Barner
not sure if I
Hesse
disagree with it.
and we talked about anthropology, and he's like, isn't it interesting how there's never been a study anthropology on white people?
They don't want to be categorized.
It's so surreal to even ask the question.
Well, see, I disagree with that. Americans
Financial
love to be
situation.
categorized. I'm an Italian American. I'm a Irish American. They categorize themselves all the time.
Question to them because it's like, wait, what do you mean?
I'm woke. I'm non-woke.
How can you
No,
study
you won't.
the
Sales.
source?
It
God
is
doesn't
just
study
funny.
God. God studies everybody else.
This is very true.
The reason I ask you this is because this is what's at stake with American culture. With Donald Trump pretty much pulling off the biggest art heist of the century, this man's implications with becoming chairman of the Kennedy Center in Washington, where the power intersects directly with the art. And if you have, let's just call it the nuclear codes, man, to wipe out whatever art you want, and the implications of what could happen if he were to press it, Mike, I think that's something we got to get into right now.
Yeah, we
Taking.
skip through
And you also asked me about white culture. To me, unfortunately, he's the epitome of everything that's wrong with white culture, in that it has to silence anything that does not propagate itself in order to feel relevant. He's fighting for relevance. And the fact that he dismissed 18 board members from the Kennedy Center, that's unheard.
Again, I understand their framing. I don't necessarily disagree with their framing, but I would just frame it a different way. I think what Trump is trying to do is get rid of diversity. He basically wants a homogenized meritocracy. And color doesn't matter as much as the culture or the politics or whatever you want to call it. He needs buy-in, and they actually do make this point later in the podcast that if you are a Clarence Thomas and you buy in to that particular brand of conservatism, or like his wife, you buy into that brand of MAGA, then hey, you're one of us. We accept you. My point is going to be that it's not so much a race thing as much as it is just, do you buy into, and I'll even call it the MAGA culture, the MAGA politics of it. Homogeneity of thought or style or whatever you want to call it, culture. Trump is looking for homogeneity. Okay, what he wants is everybody to be what he thinks is a good American, and he's just the leader of that. Some people call it a cult. He's just the leader of it. There are many who want that as well. As long, like Solid Snake said earlier, he's tired of his people. Well, that's a racial point, but really, I'm hoping, and he can answer for himself. He can answer for himself here in a second. that he basically wants homogeneity of thought.
No, I don't. No. Oh, Lord. See, Stanley, that's what they call fascism. Am I still in the show? Because you always
Yeah, can you hold
there
on
for
one second
shit.
here? Once again,
Wait a minute, Stanley.
Mavid,
It's not my show.
hold on
I
one second,
understand that,
Solid
but
Snake.
Stanley, you
Solid
sit
Snake,
there.
hold on. Mavid, you know what? You made your point based on the fact someone wrote a book stating the opinion you did.
What I did?
Okay, if you actually, and I'm going to have to use the F word, if you actually fucking understood my point, this book influenced my thinking. He's not sharing my opinion. I'm saying I formed an opinion from the thoughts he expressed in his book. That's my point. That's why I'm saying it's worth a lot of people reading. It may help you make sense of cultures. Be brave. The dumbass
Oh God!
could
Why you
benefit
gotta bring his
could
name up?
benefit from reading this book. He wouldn't look like a fool talking about white culture and black culture if he actually understood American culture in Colin Woodard's framework. He might not agree with it, but at least he would be aware of it. And I'm betting Be Brave is not aware of the book. And the book is actually probably taught in college courses. It is a very good description, and I agree with his take on American culture. I formed my opinion based on his book and his opinions. Need to get that straight, Mavid. I honestly don't think you're not as bright as you think you are. I'll put it that way. And I have formed that opinion from what you have written over the months. Be who you are.
Can I ask you a question? You get
Go
mad
right
at me
ahead.
when I go on the panel. You get mad at me when I go to the panel, and I'm on the
Oh, I
panel.
don't get mad at
Okay, but
you
you
per
go
se.
to the
I
chat.
get
No,
mad
you get
at
mad at me
what
when I
you
go to the
say.
chat and I'm on the panel. Okay, but my point is, why you going to the panel when I'm sitting right here on the chat? You could have asked me
Asked you what?
what you just said about what he said. Because I'm pretty
Okay,
sure me and
why
him
would
pretty
I
much
ask
gonna
you?
agree
Have
on
you,
everything we
hey,
saying.
why would I
And yeah,
ask you?
sure,
Have
he
you
may
written?
be white, but that don't
Well,
mean that
number
my
one, I don't ever get to get a word in edgewise once your rock
oh my
starts rolling
God,
down
Stanley,
your
you say
hill.
the word all the time.
And why would I ask you?
Oh, so what? You don't respect my opinion?
I didn't
That's
know you had an
bullshit,
opinion.
Stanley.
I know
Come on,
Colin
man.
Woodard had an opinion because I read his book. I didn't know
Don't
you wrote
nobody
a
on the
book.
panel, don't nobody in the chat, don't nobody on the panel know who the fuck Colin Woodard is. Don't nobody know
That's
where the
why
fuck he's
I
from.
flashed
Don't
up the
nobody
book.
know anything
Oh,
about
for
Colin
God's
Woodard.
sake, does
So
this
why are
man
you
have a
talking about
brain?
Colin Woodard in a way in which you don't have to explain who he is
Okay,
or what he stands for?
apparently that beer has kind of loosened or increased the distance between the synapses in your brain.
Okay, sure,
Because
Stanley.
point A and point B aren't quite connecting here. The
Okay, but
reason
my
I
point is,
stopped what I was doing with the podcast and
yeah, but
brought
what
up
the
his
audience
book
said, what the
so
audience says,
everybody
Stanley, are
could
you
see
paying
it,
attention to the audience? They lost. They don't understand what
well,
you're
let
saying.
them
They don't
stay
understand
lost.
what you're talking about. And if they did have to
They
answer
can
you, they
always
don't
put a
know.
question in the
You
chat,
don't
Solid
bring
Snake.
enough.
The link is pinned at the top, Solid Snake. They can always
Who's
put a
gonna
question
listen
in
to
the
you
chat,
and read
Solid
the
Snake.
article? Who's gonna
What they
listen to you?
won't be able to do if they come up on this panel is get a word in edgewise.
Of course not, because you're gonna talk all over them.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I'm only the host.
Well, that's what you do, Stanley. You talk all over the people. How can you know what the
So,
fuck somebody thinking about? How can you know what anything anybody talking about if every time somebody has something to say, you interrupt, you interject, you bring forth your argument, and if they think they had an argument, you gonna automatically pre-subscribe their argument and shoot it down. You discriminate. You do everything that you say you ain't about.
Let me ask you a question, Solid Snake.
Come on now,
Do
stop
you
it.
think? Do you think you got my email address now? Why don't you take all your complaints, put them in an email, and email me?
Because we got a show. You got a show.
Two things are going to happen. Either I read the email and address your criticisms, and many of them might be constructive, or I just see the email and put it in the trash bin.
Yeah, see, that's
But I
what I'm
will
talking
take
about. We're not
if
gonna
you
allow that to
email
happen.
me. If you email me, I will take action,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you will.
one way or the other.
See, you make me
Again,
want to be
you
a
could
nicer
save
Stanley.
yourself a lot of words, a lot of
Stanley,
sweat, a lot of tears. Your criticism, you have my email
you don't
address
really
now.
respect. You don't
Feel
respect
free
me. You
to
don't
put
respect
your
the audience.
complaints. Feel
But
free to put
Stanley,
your complaints into an
okay,
email
but
and
Stanley,
email me. Now
okay,
let's
but
move
Stanley,
on.
how does that have to do
Let's
with people calling
move
in and
on.
conversating with you directly?
Okay,
What does that
some
have to do with it?
conversations are disruptive to the show.
What show, Stanley? You don't have a show. You don't even have an ideology. You don't even have a platform. I mean, you don't really have it. Come on, Stanley. You ain't got it together.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm
I mean,
not
I
a
don't mean to be
pro. I'll
disrespectful to
get
you like
better.
that,
But
Stanley.
you could even take those
But
complaints and
Stanley,
put them in the email.
yeah, yeah. It's only gonna serve a purpose of you creating an argument against the audience, and it's not
Okay, if
it's not
the
progressive.
audience doesn't have my email address, I don't think.
Well, the audience got they got your YouTube channel, Stanley. And it's
Well,
only
they've got
for
my email
they
address
got it
too,
to
but
help them. The only
they
purpose of
won't,
your
they
channel
will not
is to
see
shit
your
on their
email, I
comments.
promise.
You
So
just shit
anyway,
on the
I think
comments
the
of the
useful,
American people, and that's not cool, Stanley.
I, I think I've pretty much got the gist of this down. Would play a little bit more of it, but I don't know. It would be diminishing returns. They make an argument that basically they talk about the contributions that Black and Brown have made. Basically, their argument is that Europeans brought their culture over here, but because of Native Americans and the people they imported for
African
various
Americans.
reasons, their culture actually got changed. I mean, and there's some validity to that argument. I wouldn't take it as far as they do, but I will agree that American culture at this point is distinct, and calling it just white culture, it's really just a part of the pie. There are other parts of the pie. It's much more constructive just to call it American culture and talk about the subcultures that make it up.
Exactly.
American culture is the sum of its parts. I'll put it that way.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what differentiates us from every other country in the world. And see that, Stanley, that's all I want to that's my point. I mean, I may go a million miles around the circle, but I'm gonna tell you something. Ain't no such thing as history. As
I'm
you see
afraid
now,
there is.
no, it's not. I think it's all a lie.
Okay, well, write a book about it. I'll read it.
Oh shit, I got a panel. I'm gonna show you a YouTube channel when I start it. I'm gonna break it
So,
all down.
anyway, moving on, and this is shorter, and I do intend on playing this in its entirety. Uh, who knew David Brooks was this funny? But I actually, I do read him. He's a New York Times columnist, generally conservative, but not MAGA, because MAGA is not conservative, of course.
Mm,
But
mm.
the point, I actually gained a greater appreciation of him and will read him much more regularly because, believe it or not, I actually kind of, you know, I agree with his frame of reference.
Hey, Stanley, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
What is the definition of flaccid?
The definition of flaccid?
Yeah.
Doesn't it mean farty?
Oh.
Let's look it up.
Yeah, Virgo
Think
called
it.
me
I think it
flaccid.
also implies loose hanging flesh, but I'm not. Can't remember. Let's look it up right quick.
She called me flaccid snake.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So it does mean flabby. I thought it meant farty.
She called me flaccid snake. I was like, what?
Who are you
She hurt
talking
my
about?
soul today. Virgo, she called me flaccid snake today.
Oh, well, if Virgo says it, she has to defend it.
I can't believe she called
So,
me that.
flaccid for everyone. Here, I'll put it up. I would have sworn I've heard people. Okay, whatever. I'll enlarge it.
Oh, you want it? Oh, come on.
I know I've heard people talk about party people being flaccid. Anyway, flaccid is an adjective, flabby, soft, floppy, lacking energy or vigor.
Oh, that hurt.
So I don't know about the lacking
Oh,
energy
man,
part.
you missed that. You missed that. I think you was asleep this
Yeah, I
morning,
missed
man.
it.
They,
I
they,
missed a
they
lot of.
cut you this morning.
I miss a lot of things when I don't listen to the other shows. So anyway, back to the topic. I am going to play this in full because I thought it was an excellent little 14 minutes here. And I think he gets an introduction. I'll skip through that part.
Confession to make, I'm a member of the educated elite. My parents were historians of Victorian
Hold on
England.
one sec. I messed up.
Our turtles when. So I have a confession to make. I'm a member of the educated elite. My parents were historians of Victorian England. Our turtles, when I was growing up, were named Disraeli and Gladstone. The culture in our home was think Yiddish, act British. Very stiff upper lip. We showed no emotion. And then when I was 7, I read a book called Paddington the Bear and decided I wanted to become a writer. And that was central to my identity ever since. In high school, which you call like fourth form or something like that, I wanted to date a woman named Bernice, and she didn't want to date me. She dated some other guy. And I remember thinking, what is she thinking? I write way better than that guy. And so those were my values. And then when I was 18, the admissions officers at Columbia, Wesleyan, and Brown universities decided I should go to the University of Chicago. And some of you may know the saying about Chicago, it's where fun goes to die. My favorite saying about Chicago, it's a Baptist school where atheist professors teach Jewish students St. Thomas Aquinas. And so it's very educated elite. And I fit right in. I had a double major at Chicago in history and celibacy while I was there. And then after school, I got a job where an educated elite person should get a job. I was hired to be the conservative columnist of the New York Times, a job I likened to being the chief rabbi at Mecca. Not a lot of company there. And then I got a job on PBS, which is our PBS NewsHour, which is our version of Newsnight. And again, educated elite. We have a wonderful audience, somewhat seasoned. And so if a 93-year-old lady comes up to me at the airport, I know what she's going to say. I don't watch your program, but my mother loves it. And so we members of the educated elite did some good things. We created the internet brunch and mocktails. You're welcome. We did some bad things. We designed a meritocracy designed around the skills we ourselves possess and rigged the game so we succeeded and everybody else failed. By age 12, American children of affluent kids are 4 grade levels above everybody else. By university age, rich kids are 77 times more likely to go to university or to Ivy League university than kids from poor schools. In adulthood, 54% of the people at elite workplaces went to the same 34 elite colleges. So we ended up creating a caste system. People with high school degrees die 9 years sooner than people with college degrees. People with high school degrees are 5 times more likely to have kids out of wedlock. People with high school degrees are 2.4 times more likely to say they have no friends. So we created a caste system, even though we pretend to be egalitarian. But the worst things we did were not material. America has a very strong economy. The worst things we did were spiritual. We privatized morality and destroyed the moral order. George Marsden is a great historian who said, what gave Martin Luther King's rhetoric its power was the sense there's a moral order built into the universe. That if slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong. If segregation is not wrong, nothing is wrong. We took that essential moral order that holds people together, and we decided it's up to you to find your own truth, find your own values. Back in 1955, a great American journalist named Walter Lippmann understood this was going to be a big problem. He said, if what is right and wrong depends on what each individual feels, then we are outside the bounds of civilization. And so without a strong moral order, it's hard to have trust. It's hard to find your meaning in life. And so America, and I think Britain too, has become a sadder society. Rise in mental health, rise in suicide. 45% of high school students say they are persistently hopeless and despondent. Since 2000, the number of Americans without close personal friends is up by 4-fold. Since 2000, the number of people who say they are in the lowest happiness category is up by 50%. We've just become sadder. The third thing the educated elite has done, and this may not please you, is we produced Donald Trump. Some people think Donald Trump is a populist. Donald Trump and Elon Musk went to the University of Pennsylvania and Ivy League school and became billionaires. J.D. Vance went to Yale. Pete Hegseth went to Princeton and Yale. Stephen Miller went to Duke. Fox News types like Laura Ingraham went to Dartmouth. And they represent the educated elite. And the key factor of the educated elite is that they're not pro-conservative, they're anti-left. They don't have a positive vision, conservative vision for society. They just want to destroy the institutions that the left now dominates. And this means, in the first place, they're astoundingly incompetent. I have a lot of sympathy with what drove people to vote for Trump, but I'm telling you, as someone who's on the front row to what's happening, do not hitch your wagon to that star. Thank you. You're supposed to boo. Pete Hegseth gave away our bargaining chips with Putin before we even had negotiations. Elon Musk has 25-year-olds firing people who are controlling our nuclear codes. It's like Sam Bankman-Fried got control of our nuclear arsenal. Second, elite narcissism causes them to eviscerate every belief system they touch. Conservatives believe in healthy societies are built on healthy institutions. They're anti-institutionals. Conservatives believe in steady and gradual change, Edmund Burke. They're disruption. Conservatives believe in constitutional government. Donald Trump says, I alone can fix this. Conservatives believe in moral norms. They're destroying moral norms. The other belief system that they are destroying is Judeo-Christian faith. Judeo-Christian faith is based on service to the poor, service to the immigrant, service to the stranger. I went to Namibia, South Africa throughout the 1990s and 2000s, and I watched people die of AIDS. Then I went back with my friend Mike Gerson, and I saw those 25 million lives saved. I saw people living lives of dignity. And so what's the first thing Donald Trump did? He eviscerated that program. My friends in America are conservative evangelicals in government who want to fight sex trafficking, poverty. They want to preserve national security. Donald Trump is declaring war on those Christians. So don't So I've described 3 different things we educated elites brought you. We destroyed the social fabric through inequality. We destroyed the moral fabric through privatizing morality. And we destroyed the institutional fabric, what's happening right now. How can we come back? Well, we already are. I often ask people, tell me about a time that made you who you are as a human being. And they never say, I went on a fantastic vacation in Hawaii. They never say that. They say, I went through a really hard time. The death of someone, the loss of someone, moving away from home, entering a new vocation. Paul Tillich, the theologian, said those moments of suffering interrupt your life and they remind you you're not the person you thought they were. They carve through the floor of your basement of your soul and they reveal a cavity below, and they carve through that floor and they reveal a cavity below. In moments of suffering, you see yourself in a more deep way than you ever did before. And in those moments of suffering, you can either be broken or you can be broken open. And people who are transformed decide, I'm going to be broken open. And nations that are going to be transformed by moments of suffering say, we're going to be broken open. We've been through periods of national crisis before. Across the world, nations have constantly hit a spiritual and cultural crisis and then revives. This country between 1820 and 1848. I was here in the 1980s. Britain recovered in the 1980s. Australia in the 1970s, Germany and Japan after World War II, South Korea in the 1980s, Rwanda after 1994, Chile in the 1990s. My own country, we've done this again and again. We've grown not through a happy, merry ride. We've grown through a process of rupture and repair when society and culture is in crisis and we figure it out. 1770s, the old colonial order had to go. Sorry. 1830s, the East Coast elite had too much power. Andrew Jackson brought in an era of populism. 1860s, the slavery order had to go.
Did you say something, Tom?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, I was going to make one quick comment then. J-Dub, you know what? That might be, it's not surprising that you've read David Brooks for years. He is a conservative. I'm not necessarily that conservative, but I think that I have read him over the years. I have a subscription to the New York Times. And believe it or not, the only reason, I went looking for him is because he wrote a column in yesterday's New York Times that kind of went, it was kind of in line with what I was thinking. So, I just casually typed his name in and actually wound up subscribing to this channel too. So, curious minds will find things at the oddest times. But I really like the speech. And like I said, I'm going to play it in its entirety and then we can go back and talk about it. But the one thing I do want to, the one thing I thought after this last comment he made is, in some ways, America may be a victim of its own success.
Abraham Lincoln brought forth national redemption. 1890s, we had failed at industrialization. We had a civic renaissance of all these civic organizations that filled in the hole and created a sane society. 1960s, the conformist culture of the 1950s had to go. And we had the changes that came there. The temptation of those who don't read history is to think this time is different. We're in another period of rupture and repair. We have spiritual resources. I'm a conservative. I believe that we are inheritors of a great spiritual legacy, what Michael Oakeshott called the Great Conversation. We have the voice of Genesis, that we're all made in God's image. That's the foundation of democracy. We have the voice of Exodus, that we wander through the wilderness and we'll eventually get to the promised land. We have the voice of Jesus, even if you're not Christian. Blessed are the meek, blessed are the poor in spirit. That's a source of great strength.
He needs to
in my country, we have the voice of Alexander Hamilton. Poor boys and girls should rise and succeed. We have the voice of Edmund Burke. That we should be modest about what we can know because culture is really complicated, and we should operate on society the way we would operate on our father, gradually and carefully. We have the voice of John Stuart Mill. We value diversity and pluralism because it leads to what he called adventures in living. When you have a spiritual, moral, and relational crisis, the job is to shift the culture. And we are moving, I think, from a hyper-individualistic culture the last 60 years toward a communal culture. I didn't like the social justice movement, but it was an attempt to find community. I'm not particularly a big fan of MAGA, but it's an attempt to find community. Culture change is about a shifting of the heart. It's about providing new answers to the question, how should I live my life? It's about soulcraft. And it isn't done the way you do political change. Culture change works differently. It's done, as Walter Batchett put it, if you want to win people over, enjoy the things that conservatives enjoy. Culture changes when a creative minority find a beautiful way to live. Culture changes when a small group of people find a better way to live and the rest of us copy. That's the story of the early church. It's the story of the Clapham sect. They weren't my cup of tea, but it's the story of Bloomsbury. I was mentored by William F. Buckley. It's the story of the conservative movement in America. Culture changes on a personal level. When we relate to each other with attentive and generous gaze. Simone Weil said, attention is the purest form of generosity. Culture changes on a spiritual level. T.S. Eliot said, you can't create a system so perfect that the people in it don't have to be good. It's when you put moral formation at the center of your society. And finally, it happens at the civic level. When 1,000 voices in 1,000 different organizations create civic institutions that provide healing and relationship in society. That's how culture changes. I was at a bar about 2 months after October 7th. And if you had seen me there, you would have thought, sad guy drinking alone. I call it reporting. So I'm scrolling through Twitter, and it has all these brutal images from the Middle East. But I come across a video of James Baldwin. And he says, you know, there isn't as much humanity as one would like, but there's enough. And what you've got to remember is that when you walk down the street, every person you meet, you could be that person. That could be you. You could be that monster. You could be that saint. And you have to decide who you're going to be. Now, James Baldwin was treated shabbily by my society because of his race and other things. But he had a right to be bitter. But even in that circumstance, he uttered the ultimate humanist statement. You could be that person could be you. And the phrase that rang in my head when I heard that was defiant humanism. That even in harsh and brutal times, we're called upon to see each other in the fullest, deepest, and most respectful way that God imagined that they would be seen. Thank you very much.
So several different things. I'd never even heard of ARC. So I subscribed to the channel just to see what it's all about. And, they've got this thing. So if anybody wants the link, let me know. I'll drop it into the chat. The actual thing that made me even, look up David Brooks is an article that I'm not going to get into now because I'm going to do a standalone video for it. But he talks about 6 principles of stupidity, and he's actually adding one. But he mentions Dietrich Bonhoeffer. I did a video on Dietrich Bonhoeffer and, the 5 rules of stupidity by, it's an Italian name, begins with a C that I can't think of. Man, my memory is really becoming annoying. But anyway, I'm going to do a separate video. I'm also going to drop links if anybody's even interested in those standalone videos that I did. I'll drop those links into the chat. Their volume issues. I'm going to have to get a new mic at some point. That's another thing. That I'm going to have to spend Cash App money on. One of the videos is called Rumination on Stupidity, and the other one talks about the theory of stupidity, which is the Bonhoeffer video. So I will drop those, and of course I didn't put titles next to them, but if anyone's interested, you can just click on the links and go from there. Let's see, what's the other link? And believe it or not, the rumination video actually got a lot of hits. Believe it or not, and I actually, someone who's a member of our John Galt community actually left a comment, a very complimentary comment, no doubt, and it was unexpected. So here's the second link. Herman, I'm not, his theology isn't what I commented on. He talked about stupidity, and oddly enough, he was part of an assassination plot on Hitler. I don't know if it was Operation Valkyrie, but in any case, he had thoughts about stupidity and the nature of it, as does Immanuel Kant, by the way. If you ever need that link, it's a critique of pure reason. That's a Kant thing if you're into philosophy. And then there's another guy who was an economist who wrote a book called The Five Rules of Stupidity. And why I cannot remember his name. He's mentioned in one of those videos, by the way. I have that book. The book is actually available online. There's a free download you can get, or you can buy the book from Amazon. Let's see, can I find? No, I had it somewhere. What did I do with it? I dropped stuff into the Slack, and I still can't find stuff. Damn it. I don't know what's up. All these senior moments piling up in the middle of a show. Anyway, watch the video. The book that I'm talking about by the Italian economist is in that video. So yeah, Herman, I acknowledge your definition of Bonhoeffer is a heretic, but I wasn't really talking about his religion so much as just what he wrote on stupidity, and reminded me of something that I'd read years ago by Kant. And so there's a point, because I reread what Kant said, and there's a point of disagreement. As a matter of fact, you know what? Let's find out what Kant said. I actually dropped that in the Slack too, because it's a comment that's actually it's Trump, and his first 6 weeks in office are pretty much why I've done videos on I've done videos on stupidity. I know that's going to go over like a fart in church, but nonetheless, I think what Trump is doing is not well thought out. And Kant basically says that stupidity is a lack of judgment, a lack of it's a lack of judgment. And I think that Trump is a shoot from the hip kind of guy, and that does not imply judgment, or good judgment at least. And I think that for reasons I could go into, but I won't, both he and Musk have been successful because they are in lines of work that kind of reward this kind of recklessness. So, there are jobs. Here it is. Here's the quote. I actually, the quote goes, deficiency in judgment is properly that which is called stupidity, and for such a failing we know no remedy. A dull or narrow minded person to whom nothing is wanting but a proper degree of understanding may be improved by intuition. That's basically saying ignorance is not the same thing as stupidity. Ignorance can be remedied by and large with learning stuff, even so far as to deserve the epithet of learning. Basically, ignorance can be cured by learning. But as such persons frequently labor under a deficiency in the faculty of judgment. It is not uncommon to find men extremely learned who, in the application of their science, betray a lamentable degree this I can't even say the word irremediable want. So that's basically saying you can be educated and stupid, and stupid is not ignorant. So I leave it at that. You can read your Kant. Almost no one's inclined to read Kant. Uh, oh, by the way, if you go out, the the Kant book, Critique of Pure Reason, you actually can find a podcast that takes the book by chapter. So it's essentially an audio book. And if you're ever interested, especially if you have a podcast app, you can go into the search option and you can find a lot of these classic books, especially philosophy. You'll find lectures, you'll find the actual books, the audio book versions that are done, broken up into episodes by chapter. There's a lot of stuff out there that is free, that you can take advantage of if you're ever curious about this sort of stuff. So that's pretty much the end of my programmed stuff. Um, so what we'll do is, Tom, if you've got any comments, because I know I've been talking a while. It being solid snakeness, I don't know what to do with all this spare time. Any comments on any of this? The David Brooks stuff?
Oh, I've got little to no use for David Brooks.
Oh, really? Why is that?
I find him to be a pop pundit. I find him to be baking religion into everything. To me, doesn't make his argument very valid. He has too many times been caught conflating his own personal experience with some sort of philosophy he's trying to espouse. The latest one I can recall was the reason Americans didn't embrace the economy was that he had an airport hamburger meal that cost $78, and that exorbitant cost was his shining example of, well, this economy is crazy. And it turns out he ordered a number of scotches with his meal, which at an airport is gonna
that's gonna cost you an arm and a leg.
Yeah, and he's a little bit too pious for me in terms of his own opinion and not anything else. He gets a lot of facts wrong. He's smug.
That he is
not extremely smug, but he is smug. He's very much the opinions that I embrace should be the ones that everyone embraces.
That sounds like Solid Snake describing me.
No, I don't. I think you do a pretty good job of, well, this is what I'm doing. You do whatever you want. He doesn't take that tone. He takes this is what I'm doing, and therefore everyone else should do it because I am David Brooks. And so I just don't have much
Right.
use for him. He's a creature of mass media, and
Yeah. Well, I take all that in mind, and I don't. That's probably why I have only read him. Like, if the headline looks interesting of his opinion column, I'll read it. In that six um, rules of stupidity or whatever it was. That's actually what even got me, like, this was an interesting column. It was in line with some stuff that I've been thinking about over the past month. So it kind of drew me in, and then I found this speech, and I find the speech, that one point you talk about, his conservatism, and much like William Buckley's, is gonna have some um, a cant towards the religious. And I'm more a Camus person. I think you can have Christian values without necessarily believing, all the religious stuff. The values are good. So and this
well,
is coming from someone who was raised, and I wasn't just raised Catholic. I mean, we went to church every Sunday. I went to all of the Catholic schools.
same here.
Yeah, so I mean, there was mass every day in high school. It was, I had 4 years of religion classes. So, in theory, I should be a lot more inclined to be religious than I am. But Catholics make the worst religious people.
Well, and they burn you out pretty bad too.
Yeah.
It's a standard that's difficult to live up to in everyday existence. But I know he's got some sort of connection to William F. Buckley. William F. Buckley is just slightly, only about 1,000,000 times more skilled in the art of debate and the written word than he is, and entertaining, and makes far more salient, deep-seated opinions, even if you don't agree with them.
Right.
And Herman, yes,
Oh yeah, yeah. Bill Buckley, that fire line.
he's a lightweight. He's a lightweight compared to William F. Buckley. And yes, Herman, he is Canadian, but he's also American. He has a dual citizenship. He was born in Toronto, but he's also an American citizen.
So no, Herman's joking.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, enough of all the serious stuff, at least for now. At some point, I'll get back into the news.
When he says stuff like, that the country was found, I forget what the exact quote he used was, basically relating to the founding of democracy or the country or the idea. Was a religious outgrowth.
Is like the root of American democracy.
Well, I thought it was, it was. It's like no, they deliberately avoided.
Well,
that.
if you've ever read Madison, I can't think of the name of the essays, but it might even be called Freedom of Conscience.
Yeah.
Madison the Adamant. It was a conscious decision to let people have freedom of conscience. So, that's a little bit hyperbolic. A lot of those folks were religious, but even Thomas Jefferson, you know what the Jefferson Bible is, right?
Oh yeah. Doggone it, I was looking into that the other day.
He went in and cut out all the references to Jesus.
Yeah.
He was a deist. He didn't believe in the divinity of Christ.
Yeah.
So let's see.
So anyway, David Brooks is a fine man, and hope he's doing well and continues to lurk in the halls of major media organizations for the rest of his life.
Well, I'm going to read him a little bit more. maybe
Hey,
taking
look, I look at him because he's everywhere, and he's in the biggest publications.
you don't
always
have a
has been.
choice.
He's had several very large controversies though about things that he's written
Right.
that have just been proven to be, ridiculous. So,
Well, even his 6 principles of stupidity is a rehash of 5 rules of stupidity, and he adds one. So yeah, I get your point, but I don't know. I like the speech overall.
yeah.
The part about the arc of the moral what was it, the arc of the moral universe?
Yes.
Ben's I don't even remember the damn quote now. My memory. Ugh.
You just can't
The arc of the
legislate.
moral universe bends towards justice.
Yeah, it's really you can't legislate morality.
Right.
And
absolutely. I'm a
so
big believer in
it's that whole argument is made by people who want their religion to define their politics. And
Right.
that is one of the most offensive things in the world to me personally.
Right.
I encouraged people to have their religion, and I think it should exist in your heart and in your deeds. But
Well,
I
do
don't
you
want
think it
I don't
should
want it to
inform-
exist in my government at all, ever.
Well, what if he used the word "it informs my politics"?
I think people should allow anything they want to inform their politics.
Okay.
But
maybe not being the greatest writer, he meant informed.
Yeah. I think that William F. Buckley would perhaps say that it was not perhaps the best choice of words to have used those. I just love the way William F. Buckley used to say,
To be honest, I don't know. And believe me, you might have been kind of like I was. You were a little bit older. I literally used to watch Firing Line every Sunday.
Same here.
Probably from about 8th grade all through high school.
I watch them now.
Yeah,
They're
I do
on
too.
YouTube.
Yes.
And the Gore Vidal.
Oh, wow. They did a movie on that one.
I'm telling you what. I mean, that show is just a masterclass in like real conversation that is a debate. and there's wit, there's style.
That's what I miss.
And I don't know that that's a distinction without a definition. And of course, I don't want to play in the fields of. I mean, he was just kind of hilarious as a person, but they would have deep disagreements. I mean, I remember seeing the one where Mark Lane, who wrote Rush to Judgment after the Kennedy assassination, and he came on, and of course William F. Buckley was very much in the establishment viewpoint, and they had deep disagreements with each other on that subject, particularly Buckley's criticism of his book, and it was the friendliest yet most pointed type of debate that you would ever want to see. There was no venom, but yet there was a lot of intellectual warfare going on, and I love that. And we don't have that anymore. And
do you remember the one where William F. Buckley threatened to knock his head off or something like that? It's the only time I ever saw him get flustered. He was pissed.
Gore Vidal?
Oh yeah, they did a movie about it.
Well, he also
or a documentary.
He also issued a pejorative regarding Gore Vidal's sexuality as well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
rather pointedly, And I think he apologized for it at some point, but because Gore Vidal could make him lose his temper, which nobody else could.
Yep.
He was unflappable. And Gore Vidal, ooh-wee.
Well, part of the reason is, to a certain extent, William F. Buckley, and I've actually, I think I read a biography of him or something. Bill Buckley was a bit of a pretender. He had regal ways, but he came from a fairly humble beginnings. His father did get rich on Texas oil, but he
Yeah.
was a Texas oilman. So, he had some earthy roots. Gore Vidal literally came from,
Oh yeah.
excuse me, from American royalty.
Yes.
He was an actual like Brahmin or blue blood or something like that.
Yes. Yeah. He was very, very. Well, he was almost Kennedy-esque,
Right.
in terms of his family background. But
Right. So I think I always suspected that had something to do with it.
there's an incredible documentary that PBS did probably 10 years ago called Best of Enemies.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's
As a matter
really
of
good.
fact, I guess I'll put that on my list of stuff to rewatch.
Yeah, it's really, really good. And both of them, outstanding in what they did,
Oh, yeah,
professionally.
yeah.
But and Gore Vidal, I always got the feeling that half of what he was doing on the show with William F. Buckley was to get his goat. And
Oh,
guess,
yeah.
guess what? He left every show with a goat. He really did. He and Buckley had major antagonism toward the nature of the books that Vidal wrote and the morality in them, which didn't always enter into their discussion, but the contempt was there.
Right.
So it was pretty amazing. It was pretty amazing.
Well, Gore Vidal was an excellent writer. And believe it or not, he wasn't that political by his own admission, if I remember.
No, he was. I mean, I just remember when he wrote Myra Breckenridge, Buckley he just kept misdescribing it. Not totally misdescribing it, but just making it sound much worse than it was, which the book itself, how can you make it any worse? I mean, in terms of extremes, I have no problem with the book. It's just, that's a difficult thing to do. It's like, don't die on that hill. The book is intentionally, outlandish. You can't make it any more outlandish. But anyway.
Let's see here. There's
Adam Hurley would like us to have Muhammad Ali as a guest. He's a legend.
No, I think he meant on a firing line.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I did actually run across that on YouTube. If I find it, I have shown a firing line on here before. I can't remember if I did a whole thing, but the ones that I found are through the Hoover Institute or Hoover Institution, and I got the impression that they were copyrighted somehow, but I tested it to see, and I don't even remember what it was about. But if I can find that Muhammad Ali one, I will.
You know what? There's a lot of on YouTube that I don't know how much I think of him as an interviewer. He's a little bit, flippant and top layer. But he did interview everybody, and that's Dick Cavett.
Oh yeah, I've watched some old Dick Cavett. He's still around, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I believe he's still around. And was it the governor of Georgia that walked off?
Yeah, it was. I remember Lester Maddox.
Lester Maddox. That's Lester Maddox. And
fact,
Jim Brown was on with Lester Maddox one time, and that was some fireworks.
That was some bravery.
Yep.
But I can't remember, but Lester Maddox actually recanted that segregationist stuff at some point.
Yes, he did.
So, the damage was done. He's famous for having like a chicken restaurant or something
Yeah.
downtown Atlanta, and
Yeah.
he would only let black people through the back door to have his chicken.
Yep.
And it caused some controversy. I don't remember the details, but the protest. But he was a character, that's for sure.
Yep. Yep.
But no, Dick Cavett was the man.
Oh
Mike
yeah.
Douglas. I don't ever run across the old Mike Douglas shows, do you?
You can find stuff. There's a famous clip of Richard Pryor kind of making fun of Milton Berle on Mike Douglas.
Oh, I remember that.
There's some stuff that's out there.
Yeah,
But
Milton Berle got kind of
yeah,
little
he's,
annoyed.
pick your shots, kid. Okay, sweetheart. You remember, Richard, I told you the one day that you'll have to, he's giving him a lecture, and Richard Pryor wasn't having it. But anyway, yeah. Oh, I see you have another Indianapolis episode here in front of us.
Yeah, it's a fresh egg.
I have to step away, but I just have to refresh my beverage and stuff. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Or something.
Yeah. You know what? I need to get some water myself.
Oh, well, just let me know what you need here. I can stay till you get back, or whatever.
I was just going to start this indie thing. And Kelvin, the Satanism you were looking at is called Carnival. So they get the devil out of them before Lent. But yeah, I just need to run to the bathroom here and put some water in this water bottle. Be right back. All right, I made it. So I'll go ahead and start this boomer hour. Come on, Calvin. Tom is an honored co-host. So this is Pop the Balloon, Indianapolis, fastly becoming my favorite version, even better than Arlette's. It tends to be longish sometimes, though, but for good reason, I guess. So here we go. We'll skip through the music part.
Another sold out crowd, man. You know how it's going down in that town, man. One-on-one live experience, man. As y'all can see, my fellas is blindfolded this time. And we got the fellas out here. I know it's been a minute. Y'all missed the fellas out here, but we got y'all. Fellas standing tall today. Fellas, it's how the game gonna go. Anytime y'all hear anything y'all don't like, y'all can pop y'all balloon before y'all reveal yourself. After they get a little spiel, I say reveal yourself, take your blindfolds off, and if y'all don't like what y'all see then, pop again. Otherwise, we'll continue with the game. I ain't gonna waste no more time. Without further ado, let's bring out our first lady. Let's go.
Oh, wow.
For sure. Here you go.
Hey, y'all.
Give your name and age and what you do for a living.
All right, my name is Malia, but my friends call me Samaj. I'm 28, and I work for a medical insurance company. I'm trying to get into the content creating. I'm starting a Christian podcast, and I sing.
Wearing a Christian podcast, wearing that?
What you looking for in a relationship or a man?
Someone that's
She looks
kind,
like she works out.
genuine, self-actualized, so very self-aware, know that they have the ability to make their life what they want it to be. Yeah, just
A
about
lot of
authentic.
leopard
That's like the
print
main
in
thing.
Indianapolis,
Sure,
which
sure.
I'm in
And
favor
what's
of.
some deal breakers?
I
Well,
like me.
here's the funny. Did you
Cigarette
catch the
smoking.
part of? Did you
I
catch
just,
the part about her wanting to do a Christian podcast?
oh boy. Well, yeah, that's Indianapolis for you. I
Well,
like I
well,
like
my comment was wearing that.
animal print quite a bit.
You
I'm
know
a
what?
big.
I cannot stand leopard print.
Oh, I talk all animal print, leopard print, tiger print, zebra, you name it. I like all that stuff. Little fishnet never hurt anybody either.
Fishnet, I might make an allowance for, but I for some reason leopard print specifically. And I've seen alligator print dresses too. I'm not
Yeah.
that fond of those.
Yeah, what's this song? I like my women just a tad on the trashy side. It's a Canadian cross Canadian ragweed song or something. Jerry Jeff Walker, I can't remember who.
Too many baby mamas.
Looks like she works out.
Yeah. What's the cap? What's the max limit on the baby mamas?
No more than
one. Damn. Okay.
How about
literally
none?
too many baby mamas? Okay. All right then, fellas, y'all heard it all, man. Go ahead and reveal yourselves. For sure. All right, so we just had one balloon pop still so far, so let's just go down here and see what's the reason he popped.
I have to say, somehow or another, she's wearing
your
that
name and
dress.
age, brother, and what's the reason you pop your balloon?
My name Mark. I'm 28. I got 3 baby mamas.
Damn. That's too many?
Heck yeah.
For sure. Is this somebody your type though, or somebody you're allowed to approach you?
You're fly as hell. But no.
Oh my Lord, is he?
Face tattoos.
It's like those baby mamas sponsored his hoodie.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
And what about you, bro? Is somebody your type? Somebody you'd approach?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
No doubt. Kept it P. Okay, then. Okay. All right, let's go back to the top up here then. Let's go back to the top. So for this first round, what we're going to do is we're going to allow you to ask each gentleman any question. You want to ask them all the same question? You want to ask them each individual different questions?
It's gonna be the same question.
What you got for them?
Okay, so what do you think is harder for you, trusting or forgiving?
Ooh, okay then. All right, let's come right here.
Good
Give you a name and
question.
age, and what's more difficult for you, trusting or forgiving?
My name is Rico. I'm 26, and the most difficult I'll probably be forgiveness. Because if you did something, I gotta forgive you. You feel me? Like if you did something bad to me, like you cheat on me, I gotta forgive that. That's gonna sink in my heart. So
Okay.
All right. And right here, same for you, bro. Give your name and age and answer the question.
My name is Kingsley. I'm 35 years old. I would say,
Oh wow.
hard for me because I don't. Let me see. If you cheat on me, I don't forgive. I just walk away.
Okay. All right then. All right. And same for you, brother. Give your name and age and go ahead and shoot.
My name Demar. Hold on. What was the question?
Your age.
Age.
Well, ask them the question again. They might need a refresher down here.
What is harder for you to do, trust or forgive?
I can. It'd be harder for me to trust because, like, I could forgive you. I just want to trust you again. You know.
Okay.
He's
all right.
retarded.
All right. Same for you, bro. Name and age and forgiveness or trust. Which one harder?
My name is Jason. I'm 28. I would say forgiving. Sometimes some people can do some stuff so bad it'd be like, dang, it's hard to forgive you for that. So that would be me.
No doubt. All right. And same for you, bro. Name and age and trust or forgiveness.
I'm Marquise. I'm 32, and I say trust because trust is earned, not given. You feel me? Yeah, I can forgive you, but that don't mean I gotta mess with you no more. I forgive you though.
No doubt. All right, then. Okay, so you got heard some Kool-Aid answers right there. What about you? Which one harder for you, trust or forgiveness?
I would definitely say trust. I feel like forgiveness is more so for me. It's not necessarily about what you did, but it's about how I process it and how I choose to move forward from it. And I have to forgive you in order to release you so that I can live my life and not be bitter.
Okay. All right.
Good
Okay.
answer.
All right.
I like
So
how they
just
got the
based off
mic
of
on the
those answers,
crowd in
then
this one.
I mean,
Yeah, I do
just
too.
pop one balloon then.
Well, I made the comment that this is quickly replacing Arlette is my favorite version of it. Did you miss the part? He started everybody out blindfolded.
I did not see that. I was taking care of some,
Right.
Food and beverage needs that I have at this hour of the morning.
Well, yeah, everybody started out blindfold. So I was talking about, I think it might have been him who started people out turned around. So, the blindfold is excellent. There was one guy who popped his balloon on that baby mama question, sight unseen. Oh, well,
Wow.
he was sight unseen, but, she asked that question. So that eliminated one right off the bat. He didn't know what she looked like, so he wasn't going to be inclined to lie.
I got to say, Naptown is stepping out in the pop the balloon world. You know why they call it Naptown?
No. Indianapolis?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they used to say,
is there like, is it sleepy?
well, that's what the joke used to be. I don't think it's quite as sleepy anymore. Also called the Circle City, just because it's got a circle downtown, And then the other thing is there used to be a big ad campaign that was, look out, New York, Apple is our middle name. Indianapolis.
I would think Circle City because of the 500.
Well,
Isn't
no. Well, that's maybe part of it, but the downtown, okay, Indianapolis is set up on a grid.
Mhm.
First of all, it's
okay.
the exact center of the state of Indiana, the dead center. And the center of Indianapolis is this grid that meets in an actual circle, like a roundabout. And in the middle of that circle is the symbol of Indianapolis, which is the Soldiers and Sailors Monument, which has been there forever. So there's a circle downtown. So if you go to downtown Indianapolis, when the city was smaller, you were definitely around that circle.
Well, it's kind of funny and slightly off the topic, but not that far. Being on this show, talking to people about their cities is actually kind of lighting a travel fire under me. There are a couple places I would just visit, like Indianapolis. Oddly enough, sounds interesting.
well, Indianapolis is the site of lots of conventions because it's so centrally located, and it's the city very aggressively pursues them as well. So eventually, a lot of people. I mean, the NRA just had theirs. Yeah, just had theirs recently. It was last year before, but a lot of very large conventions happen in Indianapolis. So people are always telling me, "Hey, I have to go to Indianapolis," but I don't know. You quickly run out of things. I wouldn't make it a long visit. They've got the museum for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is there. They've got one of the best children's museums in the country. There's there's things to do. If you go, though, you got to ask me what to do, where to eat and all that stuff, because I know that city like the back of my hand. Those are my stomping grounds for a long time. I would also say, if you like, and I'm not saying you do, because I have a suspicion that you don't, but not so much as it used to be, but even now, the state basketball championships are unreal.
High school?
High school, yes. It is the basketball capital of the universe.
Oh, no, I don't have any, I just don't really get into sports much, but no, I watch a basketball game.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff to do there. There's a big military base there too. Fort Benjamin Harrison was there. It used to be the accounting for I think at least the army, if not the entire military, used to be there.
Yeah, I think it's just the army.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. It's
well, under Trump, some of that might be consolidated. So never know.
It's a place, but the downtown is very nice now. It's the Simon family, who used to own all the malls in America, built a giant mall, the Circle Center Mall there, and there is a giant like circular ball, glass ball suspended over 4 blocks that meet downtown. And I don't think it's malls have pretty much gone the way of the dinosaur.
Right.
So it's probably not as amazing as it used to be. But there's a lot of history there, and like most cities. And this Soldiers and Sailors Monument is pretty cool, and there's a museum in the bottom of it as well.
Let's see here. What do you think of this woman? I mean,
I physically like her. She's very fit. She's not my first choice of body type, but she's attractive. And what I super like about her, she's very articulate. She's got a sense of humor. I loved it when she said, "Well, hell yeah." And her question, I thought, was very good.
Yeah, that outfit, maybe she's doing it to downplay her intelligence.
Got your toothpick? Yeah, she got it. Yeah, you got it. All right then.
I forgot who said he can't forgive me. Not too much. Not too much. These are good answers.
Okay, what's the reason you pop his balloon?
He looks weird.
I believe I think that was him when he said, it's hard to forgive. Like if you do something, I can't forgive you for that. So
for cheating, I think you said, right?
I mean, the truth is this: when you forgive people for cheating or something like that, they're still gonna do it again. A cheater is a cheater.
But that doesn't mean you have to be with them after you forgive them. You can forgive somebody and be like, I don't fuck with you.
Somebody, but I'm not gonna be with you again. Like we don't.
Okay.
Now that was almost a trick question.
What's the reason you left your balloon unpopped though, bro?
I don't like. I love to see before I pop my balloon. I don't just want to process just because of the voice that I heard.
Yeah.
People might be look different, and the voice might look different. So I just wanted to see with my eyes.
Want to hear out a little more.
Now I'm curious to know. Nobody's asked her how many baby daddies she has.
4 balloons remain, and I'm gonna have y'all these 3 in the middle.
I'm assuming none.
Yeah, no, you good. You stay right
there. But I bet she does.
So, we gonna go down the line and ask these gentlemen. They gonna ask you one question.
Okay.
All right. So you already said your name and age. Just go ahead and shoot. Ask her anything.
What's your favorite ideal of a first date?
Favorite idea of a first date. So I like being active. And I'm a child at heart, so I like arcade games. I like the escape game, where you got to figure out how to get out the room. I like to drink, so we can go to the bar or something.
Yeah. Mention that on your Christian podcast.
I like to eat. I like to eat, so dinner, something fun.
That's cool. That's something I like to do too. So
yeah.
Okay. All right then. All right, right here then. Shirley, you already get your name and age, so just go ahead and answer any question.
My name is Damar. I am 23, and the question I have is, do you smoke?
No.
That's it.
Okay.
Nothing.
That dude, he's awful. Didn't look at her.
Gotta be a stoner. You already gave your name and age. We're just go ahead and answer any question.
Let's just say you got you a man and he been holding you down the whole time. You don't really gotta do nothing, and he gotta go away for a minute. Let's just say prison. How would you handle that?
How long he been gone?
Let's just say 10 years.
10 years?
But he been holding you down 10 years. But he been holding you down 10 years.
He held you down 10 years. You ain't have to worry about no bills, no nothing. You just
I mean, in context, it sounds good, but evidently the way he's been holding me down hasn't been legal. And I have a child to think about, and so if you're going to the feds and they didn't bust in the house right at the crib, and I got my son there and all that, I can't do nothing like that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I feel it. You feel me? But you know what I'm saying.
Damn.
Now, those all the
She's supposed to
balloons.
hold it down.
I don't think so.
Holy
You know what I'm saying?
cow!
I
These
never said what
guys.
he went to the prison
A
for.
bunch
He
of
probably
thugs,
didn't
a
even
bunch of
go for
Indianapolis
drugs. He probably
thugs.
just went for protecting y'all.
You know, part of the punishment is being away from your family, I would imagine, and expecting a woman to, like, I don't know. You know, what does the song say? It might be too much to expect, but it's not too much to ask.
I guess. That's you know, it's only illegal if you don't get caught. But if you do get caught, don't do the crime if you can't do the time. And if you expect somebody to just wait and wait and wait and wait, I think it's a little unrealistic.
I mean, now maybe you could make the argument inside a marriage for better or for worse, but still, that would be an extraordinary woman.
Yeah, it would.
Oh, and had to kill somebody for coming in the house.
But that would be self-defense. I don't think you're gonna go to the
It's still,
feds for that.
sometimes you do. You know, I don't look at it like that sometimes.
It's a
Deacon
million reasons you go to the feds. Now you added stuff in. You ain't say you kill somebody because you ain't say all that.
It's a simple question. I said if you got 10 years.
You right. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, 10 years. Yeah, it don't matter what you went for. It's over. Yeah.
Is he facing 10 years, maybe?
Is this somebody know your type?
No.
Somebody you give a chance?
No.
Okay, all right. That's cool. All right. You pop your balloon as well. What's the reason you pop?
It's the bar thing. I don't mind the bar, but honestly, just looking at you, you like to drink a little bit. I'm not much of a drinker like
I
that.
just said I like to drink.
I don't know. Maybe it's the outfit or something. I don't know.
She said she likes to drink.
Which one? Which one?
The drink. Yeah. I'm not a big drinker. I drink.
He don't know. It's okay.
You just don't go to the bar like that. Okay, all right. So,
Oh.
but is this somebody your type or somebody you give a chance?
He all right, but no. No.
Okay, all right. That's cool. That's cool. And saying right here, what's the reason you pop your balloon?
Reason I pop my balloon because of the prison situation. You know, you gotta hold it down. You know.
Huh?
I said the reason why I pop my balloon is because of the prison situation. If your man get locked up, you gotta hold it down.
Oh, okay.
You gotta?
She don't feel that way.
I gotta live my life.
Nah, for
Shit.
sure. Is this somebody your type though? Somebody you give a chance?
I like the fit, but no, he young.
Okay. All right. And you popped as well. So what's the reason you popped your balloon?
She a beautiful queen, you feel me? Like I ain't want to pop it. It's just I smoke just to calm my nerves, and like if you don't like that, you ain't gonna like me.
I don't have a problem with my guys smoking. I just don't smoke.
All right, see, I would want to have fun. Like if we drink and smoke on a little day, you feel me? I wouldn't want you to just hit it like a 1-2 times because I feel like you have me too.
It's giving peer pressure. I don't have to smoke. I damn near get high off contact. Like I done been around. Okay, that's fine. I just don't smoke. I said I sing. I don't smoke.
That's fine.
Oh yeah. You know your singers got to take care. Record.
I still take care of myself, but you feel me? A blunt here and there ain't gonna help. Like do nothing. You feel me? For me.
Do you sing?
I don't sing.
You don't sing? Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Wow. All right. Let's come over here for dang, brother. Dang. All right. Then I guess unfortunately we wasn't able to find love for.
Now, I have some problems with her consistency. However, I don't see a guy up there who would be worth her time, to be honest. And Kelvin, you are eloquent as always. Stay home, harlot.
Well,
we can tell you come from the land of Shakespeare.
It's a strumpet. So the reason I don't think the majority of them should be with her is she has, even with her inconsistencies, a clearly defined sense of morality in terms of the law. You know, even when the one guy said, well, you know, sometimes somebody come up in your house, you got to, you know, and she's like, well, that's self-defense. You're not going to go to jail for that, you know. And so they were looking for a cop-out, you know, to be basically, hey, if I get sent away, you basically are, to a certain extent, imprisoned yourself in your life. And,
well, my thing is, why are you expecting to go to prison?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's
like you know, that's crazy.
Like it's a foregone conclusion that
Yeah,
they're all
like,
going to
hey,
go
if you're
to.
gonna be with me, expect some jail time.
Exactly.
Nobody has time for that. And then
No.
she said she has a son.
Yeah.
Why the hell would she put a black male, young black male, in? You know, the problem's enough. Why expose him to that?
Right.
Yeah, I'm kicking it too cold, but we do
If
wish you
you
the best
don't
on your
have to.
future endeavors.
Thank you, y'all. Just very nice.
For sure.
Y'all snap. Thank you.
No doubt. And we can holler at you at the end. You go ahead and make your way back to the back. Y'all make some noise for yourself, man. Oh, man.
I have to admit, I don't like the dress on her, but I would not say no.
Yo, out the gate, man. Look, if you trading and you not winning, you literally doing it wrong. MMD gives you real strategies and real wins. No fluff. Just MMD helps traders just like you. Think right here. I'm too cold. You try to smash that subscriber.
That's sponsors.
Man.
That's a good
We
thing.
on the road to 50
Oh, yeah.
wow subscribers, man. Smash that subscribe button, man. And the thumbs up button, man. Let YouTube know we is in the algorithm.
Oh,
We
speaking
is working
of that.
grinding, man. I ain't gonna waste your time, man.
Hey, folks, I noticed the likes are a little low. If everyone would take the time to go out, hit the like button on the channel. If you're new, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, and or, well, not and or, just and the, the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. So hit it, and if you're new, also recommend it to other folks. We appreciate things like that. And also, DiCapriono, if you're still out there, thank you so much for supporting the show. Folks, I do eventually buy equipment and newspaper subscriptions and stuff like that. So help me out. You know, I do try and at least attempt to plan out shows and be semi-professional and all that sort of stuff. So support the show, folks.
And let's bring out our second lady. Let's go.
I feel like NPR here.
For sure, Ski. Here you go. I just come up here for me.
Wow, she's filling
give
up
her
that
name and
skirt.
age and what you do for a living.
Front and back.
Nasia. I'm 25. I'm HHA.
HHA?
Yeah, I'm in medical school though.
Okay.
I finished in September.
Okay, then. All
Medical school.
Yeah.
What you looking for in a relationship or a man?
Okay.
He got to stand on business. He got to.
I just need to know about her bedside manner.
She's putting the fear of God into the heels on those boots.
Medical school. Wow.
She's getting her LPN degree or something, you know.
Well, yeah, you know, oddly enough, the medical school my wife went to a medical school, but not to be an MD.
Right. You can nurse practitioner, a lot of things nowadays. Physician's
Right.
assistant.
Well, she got a PhD in pharmacology.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah, she was no joke.
He gotta be stand on business. Like he gotta know what he want. He gotta be don't play no games. He gotta stand on his kids too if he got them. If he got kids, stand on.
Okay, all right then, all right. And what's some deal breakers for you?
Baby mama drama. But ain't got no money. I mean, I don't care about the money, but I don't like no broke nigga.
Hey, listen, hey.
And somebody a romantic, you know, sweet, loving, caring.
Okay, stand on business and be sweet. All right, then. All right. Well, fellas, y'all heard it. So, reveal yourselves.
I couldn't pick a better outfit.
Okay, all right. I know y'all reveal yourself. Y'all step back like, yeah. All right. I don't need y'all to stay in y'all position.
Oh boy.
Brother,
Oh boy.
What does that do to your ego?
y'all got the pa in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I need y'all step back. Y'all be stepping back when y'all. Yeah. There we go. So I guess they all popped their balloon. I don't know why, but we just gonna go down the line and
You don't
see
know
what's the
why?
reason. So we gonna start.
God,
right
this
here.
is
So
brutal.
for me. Just make sure you face the camera for me. Give your name and age and what's the reason you pop early.
My name Rico. My age 26. I just pop because it's just how she dressed. Like I like my woman dressing like that.
How she dressed? Like what you mean?
It's just like I like my woman in dresses, dressed nice. You feel me? It looked like she came over here for a family reunion or something.
Family reunion is crazy work.
Nah, it is.
I thought you was in a concert though or something.
Louisiana here.
Are you from Louisiana? Oh, we from that Guinness can. We from that Guinness can. That's what we do. That's what we wear. I'm already knowing.
Every time.
That dude's the last guy that needs to be criticizing what somebody else wore to their show.
Did somebody your type though, or somebody you give a chance?
Nah, I like my niggas chocolate.
See, I know somebody. Hey, look. Hey.
Oh my God.
All right, give your name and age and what's the reason you pop your balloon for me? Come right here. Just make sure you speak up for me too.
Oh, my name is King Slate. I'm 35 years old. The only reason why I pop my balloon is because I don't just feel connection. Like, yeah. Apart from that, she's a beautiful lady.
Okay.
Yeah, she
all
might
right. Just
beat your ass if you say
connection.
the wrong
Okay.
thing.
And this somebody your type or somebody you give a chance?
I ain't gonna say he ain't no bad looking dude, but nah, it's not my vision.
That's your vision.
Nah.
You don't see her in the vision.
All
right.
She's going
give
up
your
in
name
my
and age and what's the reason
estimation.
you pop your balloon, bro?
My name DeMar. I'm 23, and the reason why I pop my balloon is because you got neck tattoos. See, I ain't got no tattoos. Look.
Yeah.
Give aggressive women vibes. Like you be beating on your woman.
Hey, you already know. I ain't gonna cap. I am aggressive.
So I am aggressive.
I was raised around all brothers.
Out the gate.
House full of men. I'm standing on business.
Nah, for sure. This somebody your type though, or somebody?
Now I like my man like 6'2". He a little too small for me.
Okay.
Like to climb something.
Damn. All right. Give your name and age. What's the reason you pop your balloon, bro?
Wow.
Indianapolis.
Same thing. You look a little aggressive, like you like to fight. I just want somebody like a little softer. I mean, you're very beautiful, but you just, you at least somebody.
She's tougher than he
You
is.
beating people up? You be into violence or anything?
Nah, I just call them my heavy hitters. I don't do no fighting when you raised with a house full of men. Just call them up. They gonna slide.
Nah, for sure. This somebody your type?
Hey, Kimmy.
You give a chance?
Hey, he decent. I like the casual look. He bust down. I fuck with him.
Okay, then. Hey. For sure. Give your name and age and what's the reason you pop, bro?
I'm Marquise. I'm 32. I pop mine because, man, she gonna run my blood pressure up, man. she pretty though. You know what I'm saying? She
No
just
doubt.
had me up there. She had me going crazy.
Yeah, no doubt. This somebody your type though, or somebody you give a
Good
chance?
morning,
Yeah, he
Brooklyn.
decent. I give him a chance. Yeah, he decent. He all right.
Okay, then. All right.
I like his outfit. Them shoes cracking.
Okay, all right.
Them
And
shoes
same for you,
cracking.
bro. Name and age and
Like
what's
his
the reason you pop?
toes gonna be.
My name Mark. I'm 28. I ain't like her voice, and then she stuttered. Like when you asked her for her name and her age, she kind of hesitated, like she ain't even know for
Flaccid
real.
pass.
And then when I took the blindfolds off, I seen the boots. I hate them boots, man.
I ain't even gonna cap. I would have said the same shit with them Harry Potter glasses. I ain't gonna cap.
Oh boy.
I ain't gonna cap. I ain't gonna cap. So y'all do the same shit. I
Man,
can't
she
even
sliced
comment. I ain't
through
gonna
these
cap.
quote nails like
Big nigga.
Yeah.
hot knife through butter.
Yeah.
No doubt. Aside, you know. This somebody your type or somebody?
Nah, he one of the brothers. That's it. He be one of the guys. He couldn't be mine.
Ooh.
Okay, one of the guys. All right. Hey, listen, hey.
She got them legs
real
made out of
Nat
cookie
Tash going on
dough.
right
I
now.
don't like
For
that.
real.
He is.
For real. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find love here today on Kicking With Too Cold, but we do wish you the best in your future endeavors, and we gonna holler at you at the end.
Now I'm gonna make a
Y'all make
controversial
some noise for
hot
yourself.
take
Y'all make some.
here. I am actually surprised that she's into men. I've met lesbians, say in the military or former military. I used to know a retired master sergeant that was very disdainful of men. That this woman reminds me of. She was short and she had that same, like, ball to ball stance. Like she might just reach out and cold cock you if you say the wrong thing. So,
Indianapolis, man, there's a lot of women like that are just.
Is that right?
So, boy, yeah, man, they're full court press.
You know
They're
what?
in your face. I'm telling you,
I
they're.
bet if she could be at least decent if she took the time to do it. But anyway, it's none of my business. But
Yeah.
I love her sense of humor.
Yeah.
Those one-liners. I mean,
Oh yeah, I like to climb something.
Hey, look, man, one of the guys.
she's the hood
Cat, man.
chick's hood chick.
$25K, man. Take us out,
And
man.
she wanted that plate too.
Hey, look, man, y'all see what's going on, man. One-on-one experience, man. Only here in Indianapolis, Indiana, man. If y'all want to be part of the live audience or a part of the cast, man, text
Now, if you
the
go,
screen right
Stanley,
now.
if you go, you got to go to this
You're
now.
missing out if you ain't
I'll
came,
be in the
you feel me?
audience.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna waste y'all
And if
time,
they
man,
ask me
so
to come
let's
up,
bring
I
out
will not.
our third
That's
lady.
fine.
Let's go.
Oh wow!
yeah.
What is she, a wrestler?
It's Indianapolis, man. You'll see clothes you've never seen anywhere in Indianapolis.
Here you go.
Those are wrestling boots.
You're welcome. Come up here from me.
She's got the
Give me
whole
your name and age
unitard.
and what you do for a living.
Wow.
Damn, what?
Alrighty, damn. No, but my name is Arnell. I'm 28 years old. What I do for a living, I work in mental health. I work with kids at the hospital.
Hey,
and I just
wait,
kind
there
of
was an
help them
old
get over
woman
the
that
disorders or help them with
reminds
like
me of her
suicide, things
from
like
last
that.
night.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I do.
Okay, all right. And what you looking for in a man
She
or
was a
relationship?
psychiatric nurse or something.
I'm looking for somebody that's going to be a good communicator, a family man, somebody that handles anger well, somebody that's driven, ambition, and
Now, I'm gonna have to say, never judge a book by its cover. She does not sound like someone who would wear this outfit.
No. She got a real that outfit's like almost like a Soul Train. You know,
Really?
Like I'm trying to break a new fashion here. Oh, that giant fake corsage deal on the side. Come on, man. That's, you get those.
Yeah, well, sweetheart, save that for the Soul Train line.
Yeah.
somebody that's not going to give up easily.
Okay, all right. And some deal breakers.
Better not say
Yeah,
prison.
look at the tan line on her arms.
Somebody that doesn't have a good relationship with their mom.
A farmer tan.
Probably a woman beater.
No, that would be the flip
definitely.
side.
Definitely. Okay, all right then. All right, fellas. Y'all heard it all, man. Go ahead and reveal yourselves. Okay. All right. Still no pops. Did you pop your balloon on accident? Okay, we're gonna get you. We got you. Yeah, we got you. All right, so looks like nobody balloons were popped. So what
That
we're
is
gonna do is
amazing.
you got your toothpick?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and just pop one of these fellas balloons just based off of what you see. Yeah, what's the reason you pop his balloon?
He's dressed normally.
I would just say,
close to
we going
normal.
off of,
Yeah.
first appearances. I would say he's just someone that doesn't look like will be my type.
Okay, all right. And
I would think maybe the way he dressed, maybe.
Oh, you don't like the way he dressed?
No.
Okay, then. All right. And give your name and age, and what's the reason you left your balloon unpopped, bro?
My name is Kingsley. I'm 35 years old. The reason why I left my balloon pop is because everything she said is what I'm looking for. Like, she sounds like a decent lady, and
Oh, now I
me
feel
myself,
bad.
we have things in common because I work with kids too. I work with kids with trauma
I
and
wonder where his
mental
accent
health,
comes
so
from.
that's why I just.
It's a little bit sounds Jamaican, maybe. I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah,
then.
I'm
Maybe,
thinking
See?
somewhere in the Caribbean.
or Nigerian. I
Okay,
can't
then. All
tell.
right, so I'm gonna get it out the way then. Since it's being said, y'all, you want to redeem this balloon, or do you want to get your balloon back? Talk to me.
I
Talk to
like
me.
how he shot
I'll
his
redeem
cuffs.
it.
You want your balloon
Gotta
back?
gotta shoot your cuffs.
Hold on.
No.
Now
You
I
don't want
get
your balloon
it.
back?
You want somebody that wants you the first time, right? I get it. I get it. I get it.
Okay, gotta be two mutual yeses.
I get it.
He stood on business. All right, then that's cool. That's cool. That's
I
cool.
understand.
All right, so for this first round, what we're gonna do is we're gonna allow you to ask each gentleman one question. You want to ask them all the same, or you want to ask them each individual different questions?
It could be all the same.
All the same? Okay, which one to ask them?
Let's see. What are your hidden talents?
Oh, okay then. All right, hidden talents. Not like Okay, come on in for me. Make sure you face the camera. Give your name and age, and what are your hidden talents?
My name Rico. I'm 26. I wouldn't say I have no hidden talent. I'm just goofing. I can make you laugh here and there. You feel me? You always gonna have fun with me.
Okay, but nothing like.
Nah, nothing too crazy. You feel me? I just don't like being dull. I like to spice up the moment. If you feeling lonely, I might massage your feet, bring you some flowers. You feel me? Open the car doors for you. You feel me?
Okay, but nothing like you never show nobody. Like maybe you could sing, maybe you could dance, maybe you could
You
pop
don't
like
want
a
to see me
drop in
dance.
or
I
anything.
can't dance. I'm blazing. You feel me? The
Okay.
Asian
Did she say what her
I don't know
talent
what I be
was?
doing.
Okay.
No.
Was it
But you said you good
fashion?
at massaging feet though.
Oh yeah.
She looks like she's about to
Okay, she said
sing
with feet,
Pinball
though.
Wizard.
Not them feet though. You know what I'm saying? All right, come on, let's go down here.
Got Elton John's
give your name and
boots from
age and reveal
'74.
some of your hidden talents.
Deacon Dave says
My name
Cameroonian.
Damar, and I'm 23. And one of my hidden talents is I make music.
Okay, what kind of music you make?
It be like all genres.
All genres. Okay, so do you write songs or you just make beats?
I write songs.
You write songs. Okay.
He's lying.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
then. All right, there we go. And right here as well, name and age and reveal some of your hidden talents.
My name is Jason. I'm 28. One of my hidden talents is I roller skate. I've been skating for 15 years.
Okay, roller skate. So you
Travel
could-
all over the world skating. So
Okay, so you be like how them dudes be on, like they was on ATL.
I'm better than
Oh, you better. Okay. Well, I don't know how to skate no
You say he
more, so
better
you
than
gotta
that,
teach me because I don't know how to skate no more.
Get that balloon in a headlock.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then. All right, then. Right. And right here, give your name and age and reveal some of your hidden talents, bro.
Marquise, I'm 32. My hidden talent is I give massages.
Okay.
I'm a good massage therapist.
Oh, you a massage
I
therapist?
thought he was going to say making wine out of raisins in the slammer.
Sounds real good. Hey, listen, hey, real good.
Emphasis on the real good, huh?
Real good. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's come down here. Give your name and age and reveal your hidden talents, brother.
My name Mark. I'm 28. You know, man, I got this little thing I do. I got this little thing I do. I do a little dip thing.
Just a little thing.
It's a little dip thing.
I ain't you too close to my leg doing that dip shit.
I don't know.
Dipping off on my leg.
It's supposed to be PG-13.
Nah, for sure. But shit, you know what I'm saying?
Little dip thing, you know.
Okay, all right. Oh, okay.
All right.
You got the dip move.
All right. I ain't never seen no dip move.
Hey. Hidden talent.
All
Okay.
right.
So based off of that, though, I'm gonna have you pop just one balloon.
I'm trying to think about the answers.
That's cool.
2 hours later.
Damn, right there. Let it get. You know what I'm saying?
I know. Okay.
Damn, the dip man.
Dip
The dip
move
man.
didn't-
You don't want the dip. You say you never had the dip. What's the reason you popped though?
I guess because I wanted to see a little bit more about you instead of it being sexual. I just want to hear more about you, see what more it is to you besides that. Because to me, when you say that, that just tells me that you only interested in one thing. So I guess I just wanted to dig a little deeper about you. That's
Well,
it.
hey, he showed you where to dig.
She's scared of it.
You scared of the dip?
Scared of that dip.
Never scared.
What's the reason you left your balloon unpopped though?
I just like how she carried herself. Like, when I took the blindfolds off, you know what I'm saying? She carried herself right. She spoke right. That was cool.
No doubt, no doubt. Okay then, all right. So look like you got 4 balloons left. So what we want to do for this next round is we're gonna allow these gentlemen to ask you a question.
All right.
So let's start right here. You already gave your name and age, so just go ahead and ask her any question.
What's your biggest goal that you accomplished in life?
What's my biggest goal? That I have 3 masters.
Damn.
Dressed like
I like
that?
that.
Big flex. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's come right here. Give your name and age. Oh, you already gave your name and age. Just go ahead and ask her any question.
Let me see. What is your current occupation?
I did say it in the beginning, but so I'm a clinician. So I work with kids that deal with mental health disorders. I work in the hospital. So I just kind of help them overcome like suicide or help them manage their everyday like disorders they have, whether it's depression, anxiety, schizophrenic, things like that.
Okay. All right. All right. And right here, bro, you already gave your name and age as well. So just go ahead and ask her any question.
How many relationships you been in the past 5 years?
1.
Okay. All right. Good answer. Good answer. All right. You already gave your name and age too. So just go ahead and ask her any question.
How would you feel about like your man being in the streets just a little bit?
Define being in the streets.
Like I'm saying like as in like he do like street things a little bit. You feel me?
Like what? Like name one street thing. Like.
I'm gonna switch my question now.
Yeah.
Like a stabbed a convenience store owner.
I'm gonna say, what's your favorite dish to make?
My favorite dish to make. I would have to say catfish with red beans and rice, and then smothered greens.
I don't like fish.
Okay. Shit. Goddamn. Right.
Thank you.
Okay. So, is this somebody your type or somebody you give a chance?
Probably. Maybe not, because he gonna eat my catfish. No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean based off appearance, I would say yes. He would probably seem like somebody I would talk to, but you don't eat the catfish, then you're missing out.
Catfish is good.
Thank you.
All right, then respect. So we got 3 balloons left.
Oh, look at that.
So
Yeah,
it's gonna get hard right here.
Lupin knows.
It's gonna get hard.
What conch is?
One balloon.
Yeah.
Lupin knows everything.
Yeah. Lou Rawls, one of his songs, he was heavily conked to the bone. World of Trouble. Great Lou Rawls song, The World of Trouble, live.
What's the reason why this balloon?
The sleeper. I don't know if it's a
See,
sleeper or IMAX.
Lupin is maybe a year younger than you. So you guys are my big brothers here.
Okay. I don't even know that I'm 2 years older than you, though. You're about to turn 60?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I turn 60 next week.
And so then I'm not quite 2 years older.
Oh, okay. Well, Lupin's your age then.
Okay.
So he is a, I won't say wizened, but a wise old man.
Yeah. Now I'm going to have to listen to that Lou Rawls I got over here today. Lou Rawls got great introductions to his songs.
Oh yeah, I
when
remember.
Oh boy, are they good.
It's been a while since I've listened, like decades since I've listened to. I don't even hear him like on, incidentally on TV shows or videos or anything.
First of all, That's they.
He was
Yeah.
actually one of my mother's favorites.
He's one of my parents' favorites because see, he's super Chicago,
Mhm.
and when you live in Indianapolis, you get a lot of the drippings from Chicago.
Wow. The pan drippings.
Yes, exactly.
Blindfolds.
Oh, it's the
Yeah, that's they blindfold. Yeah. Hey, man, come on. Yeah, that's their blindfold.
Oh, well.
They all got it on.
Oh.
He just got his like right there.
Oh, well, that shows how much I pay attention. But well,
They said make sure you. Oh shit.
I know it's okay. It's okay. It shows
I
how to
was
pay
thinking
attention.
the
It shows
guy
how
in
to pay
the
attention.
sweatshirt, the
Okay,
tan
so-
sweatshirt, would be
Yeah.
her.
All right, then. What's so you popped because of that?
Yeah, that was the
that
reason
was
why.
it?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the reason you left your balloon pop?
I just was trying to, get to, know her a little better,
Ah.
see where her head was, That's it.
Okay. All right. And you just popped yours too?
It's because I ain't pay attention, huh? I know. Don't roast me. Don't roast me.
That a little bit. And you're very beautiful, but you're not my specific type.
It's
That's
okay.
all. Very beautiful. though.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay. All right. And is this somebody your type or somebody you give a chance?
Seem like somebody I would talk to. Yes.
Okay. All right. And we had he popped this balloon as well. What's the reason you popped, bro?
She was just taking too long now, so I'm impatient. I like to hear things.
Impatient.
Go ahead
Patience
and
is
answer.
key.
Oh my lord! You can tell
I'm
he's never
impatient,
had a
so
long-term
it's all right.
relationship with
You're
a
still
woman.
gorgeous, though.
He's a zero. Did he get in the
Okay.
dryer to
Somebody
get
your
those
type or
pants
somebody
to
you
be
could
skin
approach?
tight on them
Give a
bird
chance.
legs
Yeah,
of
I'm gonna
his?
talk to him.
Okay. All right. Then I don't know. I feel a couple. Anybody want to get their balloon back before I go ahead and any last chance? All right. Unfortunately, we wasn't able to find no love for that. Keep it too cold, but we do wish you
In
the
a
best in
way,
your
I'm
future
kind
endeavors.
of
Okay, we
sad
gonna holler
for
at you at
her.
the end.
That guy who said, you're beautiful, but you're not my type of beautiful, or something like that.
Yeah.
I like the way she expresses herself is just really, I like it. It's just, she there's some things she could do to improve. I'll leave it at that. I made the joke to um Deacon Dave. He's talking about the master's degree. You could tell from her arms that she has 3 master's degree. And I just went, well, yeah, that's the freshman 15 times 3.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
ate a lot of junk food
I liked
studying
her.
the book.
She had a great personality,
Yeah, I loved it.
but she, like I said, I don't date anybody that can post up on me. It's a whole
Mabe
lot of
says
women.
he's impatient, so he just wears the same clothes since childhood. Apparently,
How
that's
can
actually funny.
that is very funny. How can Kelvin say we're simping? I think
I don't know.
every one of those dudes is a zero.
Well,
I mean,
not only that, but I've made the comment that the senior pop the balloons, people are able to criticize without being rancorous.
Yeah.
So it's not simping as much as, simply stated, you don't have to be offensive to get your point across. Being a Donald Trump level asshole is work.
Yeah.
It's a conscious choice. It's not reflex. Well, it may be reflex by his age, but
you got the dude that wore his T-shirt and I don't even want to go down the line. There's not a winner in the group there amongst the guys, and then you got
the tan sweatshirt might be. He impressed me when he's like, "Hey, I'm not doing the bars."
He seems okay. The dude next to him is just like he's running the straight Satans out of 38th and Ruckle, man. He's every one of his questions is like, if you found like a friend of yours was staying at the house with a knife in the middle of a chest, would you call the police or just help me clean it up? You know what I mean?
And look, as soon as you give David a compliment, he comes back with this Donald Trump like, demeanor. Dude, we tell you make a good and clever joke, and then you come back and say we identify with the girls.
I'm just
Oh,
waiting
David.
for next leap year.
David. David, you are actually like a peevish, you're like, I was gonna say Dennis the Menace, but you're like that little brother who's just pesky.
I'm just waiting for leap year for his next clever remark.
Oh, and then he says he's made a million great jokes. Yeah, okay. Maybe you do it on Be Brave show.
You ought to use one in the
Y'all make some
chat.
noise for yourself.
Yeah. Why don't you let us know when you make a good joke and put it in the chat?
His mom and dad made a real
man.
good joke.
3 legs down, man. How many think I got left? Man, I ain't gonna
They
tell
were
y'all
a
just
comedy
yet.
team.
25K,
A
take
huge
a shot.
joke.
They were basically
Stiller and Mira.
Yeah, I was
Look,
about
man,
to
if I made
say
it this far, man, to the
a
halfway
real
mark, I need y'all to
Gracie
smash
and
that subscribe
George
button,
and
man.
Gracie.
We on the road to
Yep.
50,000 subscribers, man. So smash that subscribe button and that thumbs up button. Let YouTube know we really in the algorithm with this shit, man. Fellas, let's bring out our next lady. Y'all make some noise.
Come on. Let's go, Indianapolis. Now you look at that. Okay, well.
Oh my God.
Is there like a
That's gotta hurt.
space convention going on or something?
Here you go.
Do you think that hurt?
Come up here for me. Make sure you face the
man.
camera. Give your name and age and what you do for a living.
My name's Tashina. I'm 37. I do home health care. I'm a dispatch at a trucking company. I'm just a bona fide hustler.
Okay.
Bona fide hustler.
Smokes.
What you looking for in a man or a relationship?
Smokes 3 packs a day.
I'm looking for a realistic, manly man.
Ooh.
Someone that knows how to be a man.
A realistic, manly man.
An unnecessary. I'm not. So I don't tell that part yet. What I'm not looking for.
I mean, you done with what you looking for?
I'm done with what I'm looking for.
Okay, what you not? What's some deal breakers then? She said she ready for the deal breakers.
An unnecessary liar.
An unnecessary liar.
Somebody who don't have time.
That's an interesting term.
Somebody who got too much time.
Good balance. Good balance.
If you know, you know. I think that's all I can think of for right now.
Okay, all right then, fellas. Y'all heard it all, so go ahead and reveal yourselves. Okay, all right. So it did look like we had a few pop balloons. So we're just gonna go down the line and see what's the reason they pop their balloons. So let's come over here. Give your name and age, bro. What's the reason you pop your balloon?
My name is Kingsley. I'm 35
It's a
years
pouch.
old.
He's a kangaroo.
The reason why I put my balloon is because she's not just my type.
She not your type? Okay, all right then. This somebody your type or somebody you give a chance?
No.
All right, that's right here. Let's move forward then. Give your name and age and what's the reason you pop your balloon, bro?
My name Damar. I'm 23, and the reason why I pop my balloon because I know I'm too young for you. You know, you can't handle.
Can't handle it's crazy.
That's real crazy. But you are too young. If you think you're too young, you're too young.
For sure.
All right, start with it's a mindset thing. Whether it's a mindset thing. Besides the age, though, there's somebody your type or somebody you give a chance?
Probably not.
Okay, all right. And saying right here, give your name and age and what's the reason you pop your balloon?
My name is Jason. I'm 28.
Why
Very
on
beautiful.
earth is she wearing that?
It's fine.
I love y'all.
Thank you.
You know
Okay,
what that
all right.
profile
And
reminds
this
me of?
somebody your type or somebody?
What was the? You remember when what's his name? Alfred Hitchcock used to go.
Yeah. The start of the show was the little caricature, and then it would show him. Yeah. It was the line drawing of just his profile.
Right.
Yeah.
She's got an Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah.
and no one in the chat will even know what I'm talking about. That's why I like having you up here and
Yes.
looping in the chat.
Oh,
Yes.
Y'all will get the reference.
Good evening. Tonight's program will involve a
Just make sure you
woman
hold your
from
mic up for me, too.
Indianapolis.
Right here too, bro. Give me your name and age and what's the reason you popped up.
Inflatable
My
sumo
name Mark.
suit.
I'm 28. I was initial appearance. That's it. It's appearance. Nothing more than that.
Okay, initial. But eventually, I said this last time. Eventually, you might could be. Okay, all right. Is somebody your type or is somebody you give a chance?
No.
I had one of him before.
Oh,
one of you? One of him? What's one of
He's
him?
not my type.
What that mean though?
And I just bought my son
I
that hat.
had one of him before.
Oh man, she just said she bought her kid that hat.
But what that mean? One of me? I want to know that.
Oh, I like her now.
What? That
One
I've
of
had
me.
one of you?
Yeah, what that mean?
Just, I went for that type before.
Okay.
Appearance-wise.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So it look like we got 2 balloons left. So we ain't gonna do no
there's
popping.
some
What we gonna
wit
do is
in
we gonna
that
do a little
pouch.
question showdown. You know what I'm saying?
And some
I'm gonna have
pudding
you come in
cups.
for me. So what we gonna do is we gonna allow you guys and ladies to ask each other any question, like going back and forth, pinging back and forth for questions. So we're gonna start with you. You wanna
That's
ask
just a
anything?
pouch full of one-liners.
Are you looking for choices? Are you looking for one woman? Like, can we be outside together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
What's the youngest you would talk to? Like, in general? The youngest.
29 going on 30.
Damn. It's the age.
So, yeah, I'm 26, so that's why I had to ask.
Yeah, that's a little bit too
Yeah,
young.
that's what I'm saying.
That's fine.
You
But
gorgeous,
you look nice.
26 and
yourself.
29?
Yeah.
What's the oldest?
She's
you would date?
37.
Based on her age?
Yeah, if they was up to it, you feel me? Because they got enough knowledge, they can teach me something. I love learning.
Okay. That was a good answer.
Wait a minute. Okay, then. All right. The size is age, though. Just somebody your type, or somebody you give a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
Okay, all right. All right. You never know with the age. You never know. It might be, might be a youngin' you might be into. You feel me? But let's go ahead. Question showdown. Who want to go first?
Ladies first.
Okay. What would a typical day be like as your lady?
No comment.
No comment.
No
like
comment? What the heck?
no good morning text. No.
Oh yes. Like
I would like to see you. Like, can you go weeks without
Dodging
seeing your
bullets,
lady?
no doubt.
That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I just caught the question wrong. Yeah, good morning text it every day. You feel me? Like, make sure I let you know you're beautiful every day. Come and see you every day. Check on you every other hour, couple hours.
Every other hour.
Yeah, I ain't. Go ahead.
That's going to take a lot of
What's the reason
commentary.
you want to pop though?
One of my deal breakers is just not having something to do. I don't want somebody to call me every hour because I get frustrated. I'm not doing too much from that hour before.
I'm saying like I won't go my whole day without calling and informing you like what I'm doing or what you're doing.
Yeah, you don't got to do that. Yeah, you don't got to do that.
You still pretty though.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Damn.
This somebody your type or somebody you give a chance? You hold your mic up for me? Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
You don't know it?
I mean, I could probably have a conversation with him. I don't know if we would be more than that though. Like if he's my type.
Okay, what's the reason you left your balloon unpopped up, bro?
I like the way she carry herself, real woman. You feel me? And I see she said something. She buy her kids, so she take care of her kids. So you know what I'm saying, it was a plus. And then I like her feet, and she pretty.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, listen, hey, all right, so this is what I'm gonna do now. Come on to the top for me. I peeped a couple fellas interested in you know what I'm saying? So
But let me before he goes on, let me address Kimmy. These women are so silly. They will always be single. Well, as long as there are men in the lineup like these men, they deserve to be single. There is not one guy on here that any woman need consider. As a matter of fact, it's kudos for them. It's kudos for them, you know, popping a bunch of balloons up here. So that's just my opinion.
I agree. And that
The
one
women,
dude's
the women in this case, silly as they may be, they got good instincts.
and the one dude is like, yeah, I'd call you on my burner phone.
From my cell.
Yeah.
She's gonna have to you got to get me contraband phones in jail.
I mean, his next question is
any
going to
fella
be, could you keep the lights out all night if the police were looking for me inside the house?
Do you have a trap door?
Yeah, exactly.
specifically that you would consider redeeming a golden balloon, one Willy Wonka ticket, any fella?
I mean, dude, cool, and he had a good little answer.
You talking about the guy in the Letterman jacket right here?
Yeah.
Okay, you can stay right here. I'm gonna go down here and holler at bro real quick, bro.
He's going to have to diss her again.
Damn, you gotta be mutual.
Because like she said, she don't want me to call her or text her all day. Like who don't text a woman all day? You feel me? Or a couple hours out the day to let them know,
Don't you go to work and stuff? Like
yeah, I'm saying
exactly.
See if you're having a good day at work. You feel me? Just checking in with you.
Okay.
Why do you have time at work to do that?
You know, men can be clingy too. You know, like a little.
Let me tell you
man.
something, and I'm sure I've said this before. My wife and several of my girlfriends, especially when I was in the Navy, don't call me unless it's an emergency, because I'm knee deep in, problem solving or whatever it may be that my job requires. I don't need, I don't need to be called away and asked what you're doing. So, I like her point. You should be too busy working to be checking in every hour.
Well, here's one of my biggest pet peeves is how was your day? I'm like, okay, you know that thing that they have to pay me to go do, otherwise I wouldn't do it. Yeah,
my day was work.
I'm not being paid to talk about that or even think about that right now. And if there was something worth telling, I would tell you. You wouldn't have to ask me. So don't do the how was your day. If you want me to do the how was your day, I'll do it for you. I got no problem with that. But don't ask me. It was just like the day before. Same thing. Different.
Well,
different
let me put it to you this way. The one time, and I'm sure my wife called, and I'm sure, over the 10 years, I called her, but it was usually to check on something, or do you need me to bring something home? Or she might need something. I don't have hey, on your way home.
Right.
The one time my wife did call me, like 5 minutes, she'd call like at the end, hey, can you bring?
Yeah.
The one time she did call me, it was actually an emergency, and I was in the middle of doing something for a client, a server, what we called server cutovers. And I fucking had to stop it, and it genuinely was an emergency. When I fucking heard, I'm not going to even go into it, but when I heard what had possibly happened, my blood ran cold, and I'm like, I got to go.
Yeah.
I didn't even bother telling the boss.
Right.
I'm like, fucking out of here.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying?
there you go. That's it. That's the thing.
But unfortunately, we wasn't able to find, love for today on Kicking It Too Cold, but we do wish you the best in your future endeavors. I appreciate you sliding.
Thank you.
You make your way to the back. Y'all make some noise for yourself. Yes, sir, Skid.
Yeah, you know what? Roller skater, sure. On your lunch break or something, absolutely do that.
Yeah, and I'm big on just thinking about you.
Yeah.
And occasionally
you do all that.
Might get some flowers or something for no reason out of nowhere. That's fine.
But I'm like, especially when I was dating my wife, yeah, I'd call her on my lunch break. Because I wish I was doing something other than working. I was also going to say that we had like one of those rare East Coast earthquakes in the DC area. And my wife didn't even call me for the earthquake. It was like, I got home and she was like, "Did you feel that?"
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, look, man, we down to our last three
Yeah,
ladies,
she
man.
is
Can we
kind of
find
cute.
love or no? 25K, what we on?
Somebody got to win so they can show that plate.
Testing, so I need y'all to smash that subscribe button, man. Only one-on-one experience here, man. Indianapolis, Indiana, man. I gotta keep letting y'all know that it's one of a kind, man. So make sure y'all come to the show or come be a part of the cast and text this number right here if you want to be involved. Let's get to it, fellas. Next lady, let's go.
Now we're talking. Now we are talking.
This is interesting.
Yes, sir.
Now the irony is gonna be if she leaves with one of these guys.
Yeah.
That would hurt my feelings.
Well, sometimes you want to
There you
win
go.
just as you can get that plate.
All right, come up
That's
to the
funny.
top for me right here. Give me your name and age and what you do for a living.
Look at those shoes.
Queen, 34, entrepreneur.
Okay, all right. Any you want to dive into the entrepreneur, like anything specific you do, like?
Many trades. I cook meals, sell
Okay, there we go.
meals.
Yeah, give us anything. You know what I'm saying? Okay, all right.
Mobile bartend.
Okay, yeah.
Amongst others.
Pop it, yeah.
All right.
Pop it. All right, and what you looking for in a relationship or a man?
I am looking for, first off, I gotta trust you because I ain't got time for that. And honesty, you gotta be honest because if I catch some shit, anything can happen. But yeah, just honesty, I gotta trust you.
That's an Indianapolis girl.
All right. And what's
And look
the
who
deal
popped
breakers
his
for you?
balloon.
What's my deal breaker? Oh, I thought you was asking for popping.
No, you. What's your deal
My
breaker?
deal breaker, don't get caught in no lie.
Don't get caught. No, you can lie, but just don't get caught in that.
Because people grown, they gonna do what they do. I prefer you not to lie, but don't get caught.
Okay, that's fair.
And look, I ain't taking care of nobody. That's what people take care of kids for. So come with your own, and we can build from there. But don't think nothing different. But okay.
All right, then that's a bet.
I don't know. She
All
might
right,
be a
so,
little bit too much the other way.
You already said okay. All right, then so y'all heard it all, fellas. Go ahead and reveal yourself then.
Oh wow.
Good Christ.
Slow motion.
Fine by me.
Well, I can
Straight up.
tell you why.
Okay, all right.
She doesn't look like the other girls.
Well,
though
that's
I
what
do-
that's what I like about her.
Yeah, I did too. She looks square, basically, at least relatively square. Now I have a problem with that midriff showing. It's not toned, so why show it? However, otherwise, yeah, she's not the prettiest, but she's sure dateable.
Man, compared to those other girls, that midriff looks like she's been doing sit-ups every,
Oh no! If I had to choose, and maybe if I didn't have to choose, no, she's acceptable. There is nothing that's undateable about her, even that unattractive.
Yeah, she's by far the most attractive of them. And also, even with the midriff, which I don't mind personally, but she had some sense to her dress. She didn't look like a space librarian. All the rest of them had those boot to pant to one form-fitting unitard. Are you a pro wrestler or are you one of the Lost in Space cast members? I don't know, but yeah, and she said fine by me, and I believed her.
Oh no, yeah, that was a good one. The only thing I have to say though, she's a little too terse. You could soften it up a little bit. You can get your point across without the anything might happen.
Well, that, and she did a lot of Mama's Boys, which I know we've got at least two there. The first guy and the other, the 23-year-old.
Yeah, bring your own.
They want to be taken care of.
Right.
And she made it real clear. Because, see, I don't need that either. That's appealing to me when they're like, look, do your thing. Don't expect me to do it for you. I
Right.
like that personally.
I do too. I mean, why date someone who's not bringing anything to the table?
Yeah.
All right, so let's come in and see what's the reason they popped their balloon. Make sure you face the camera, hold your mic up, give me your name and age and what's the reason you pop, bro.
My name Rico. I'm 26. She just too old for me, but she gorgeous though.
Thank you, Rico.
Okay, there's somebody your type or somebody you give a chance?
If he was a little bit older, yeah.
Okay, all right. What's the youngest you would date?
30.
Okay, all right, that's cool. Come in for me.
Oh, how
Give me
old
your
is
name and
she? I
age
didn't catch
and
that.
what's the
I
reason you pop
didn't
your
either.
balloon. Make sure you face the camera.
Oh, okay, my bad.
My name is Kingsley. I'm 35 years old. The reason why I popped is because I feel like she's gonna have trust issue. She's gonna be the kind of lady who wanna like check your phone and do all that. Wanna know wherever
You know
you
what?
are every single minute.
I actually got the opposite.
I've been
Yeah.
there, so I don't wanna do it again.
Is that how you are? You be wanting to check the location and stuff and be.
I don't know how to do all that shit. I don't care about all that. But you weren't my type. Anyway.
She's not gonna even waste time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So all right. And right here, name and age and what's the reason you pop, bro?
My name Demar, and I'm 23. The reason why I popped is because you too old for me, so that's it.
Okay. All right. And besides the age, though, there's some.
It's just that, age.
Okay.
I can't.
All right. Now, who made these songs up that said age ain't nothing but a number? Because this is more than that. It's more than that. You know what I'm saying? It's more than that. Give me your name and age and what's the reason you pop?
I'm Jason. I'm 28. Listening to your introduction, right? You were just kind of going on about trust and stuff like that, and I feel like later on, I don't know what the situation might be. You might break some windows, pop up. I don't know. It's
Yeah. So what?
Right.
It's a fear of mine. I don't know.
Okay. This somebody. This somebody your type or somebody you?
No, because he popped his balloon too quick. Like it don't take all that for no grown man to be trusted. Do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's cool. Next.
All right.
Let's go.
All right.
Bye,
All
Felicia.
Right, name and age, bro, and what's the reason you pop your balloon?
My name Marquise. I'm 32, and you're just not my type, but you're pretty though.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. And this somebody your type or somebody you give a chance?
No. But it ain't nothing wrong with you. I just,
You're still pretty though.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
For sure.
Oh,
And,
hell no.
Right
Just
here,
say it.
Give me your name and age and what's the reason you pop your balloon, bro?
Mark, 28. I just wasn't feeling what I was seeing.
Okay. You say you weren't feeling what you were seeing?
Nah.
Like what specifically? Like the her or period? Like
nothing.
Okay. All right.
No, he wouldn't be my type because he's too short. Simple.
Okay, I didn't have to ask then. That's cool. Okay, all right. That's
There
cool.
you go.
That's amazing. All right, let's make our way back up to the top.
That
man.
one
Make our
dude
way
is
back
like,
up to
no,
the
you're not my
topper.
type. You stole a stereo out of my car last week.
Unfortunately, we wasn't able to find love here today on Kicking With Too Cold, but we do wish you the best on your future endeavors, and we're gonna holler at you at the end though.
That's cool. I was shitty. I didn't get to pop no balloons myself.
It's all good. It's all good. We gonna let me get that mic, man. Y'all make some noise for yourself. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? 2 ladies left, man. Will we find love or will we not, man? Find out here next time on Kicking It With Too Cold. Hey, DJ 25K, take this out, man.
I want to make.
You already know how I do it, man.
Before we get to the actual fun stuff, Kelvin, I have a comment on this. I don't think any of those women were particularly aggressive. I think that last one was blunt. I wouldn't call them aggressive. The one thing that I've noticed among the younger folk in this community is they apparently expect this submissive bullshit that everybody wants to talk about. It sounds like some of you guys don't want your woman to even look you in the eye, and when you're promenading down the street, you want them a step or two behind you at all times. Okay, any woman worth her salt in the 21st century, very few of them are gonna be like submissive to that point. Um, you'll learn is about the only thing I can say. But none of these women were particularly aggressive. And a lot of times when you see older women that are kind of like stern to that degree, they've had some experiences under their belt that make them be a little bit wary. You know, what is it? A hit dog don't something or another.
I'm sorry, you got quiet for a second. What were you saying?
No, I was saying that these guys and this women are aggressive and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
I heard all that, but then you said, "What's the
oh
saying?"
no, I'm saying something like a hit dog don't something or another.
Oh,
Hit dog
okay.
don't bark or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
All I'm saying is that generally, when you see a woman who is like, approaching 30 or 30 and above with this sort of wary attitude when it comes to men, it's because she's been burnt a time or two.
Yeah.
So, all I'm saying is the older you get, the more you're going to run into women like this. And don't be that man. You might have to earn her trust instead of her just being automatically submissive upon your meeting.
Yeah.
That's some bullshit, and it's not real life.
No.
Look at Stank D. Repeal the 19th. What? So they can't vote you out? Apparently, you've been voted off the island a few times there, Stank D.
Now, see, this host should have shown off that plate, so maybe a few of those guys would have thought, "Well, I'm not crazy about this girl, but what, they got those marinated pork chops again?"
Yeah, I'll pretend to be a real man just so I
Yeah.
can get a pork chop.
Yeah.
Every episode, man, we wouldn't be nothing without the audience or the fans supporting Kicking with Two Codes. So one last time, make some noise for y'all.
And by the way, Kelvin, this is the part that kind of makes it at least as good as Arlette's, if not just outright better, the audience participation.
Self for showing up to episode 33, man.
And that audience is
Come on,
growing.
man. Another sold out crowd, man. You know how we do it, man. I'm just gonna play hot
You're gonna have
potato
to
with
get
the
a
mic
bigger
and just,
venue.
go from there. I ain't gonna have no.
You
I
better,
ain't gonna have no
hey,
clearance
you
issues
better
over
be
there.
better be scouting out a new place for them,
No,
Tom.
they don't need a new place. Do you see how much acreage is between that crowd
Yeah,
and
right.
they can move it up quite a bit.
Right.
Cool. All right. Oh, look, she got her hand out right here already. Talk to me.
Oh,
How
look
you
at that
feeling?
hair.
What's going on with the
Wow.
show?
Well, I love your show. I watch
No
it
doubt.
all the time.
No doubt.
All the time.
For sure.
But we came to represent you tonight.
Okay.
Me and my press and the family, the sisterhood.
In the family,
And we
y'all
are the
got
Giddy
on
Girls.
vests. What,
We are the Giddy Girls.
Giddy Girls.
The Get It Girls?
I like the girl sitting next to her.
Yeah, I do
Is
too.
that a car club? Or?
Damn.
Bike club.
Bike club. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Social.
Bike social club. Okay. Biker.
Yes.
Biker.
Put some respect on our name.
Biker. All right. Yeah.
Or else.
So y'all want to holler something like that? Okay. Yeah.
Damn, they're all sipping on something.
Yeah, I've been here. This is like my third time.
Third time. Okay. Make some noise for the third time. Yeah.
Look at those boots.
Not too much. And every time I come here, it's always a vibe in the audience. Y'all liquor is always good. And I'm here with my Get It Girls. And I want to say hey to y'all. Happy birthday to my vice president and my best friend, Francis.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Brown Sugar and Kendra.
Hey, who texted me and said y'all coming 13D? Okay, then yeah, shout out. Who did? Okay, yeah. I think I just know I got a text that's like, we coming 13 deep in this motherfucker. All right, then, come on, pull up then, pull up. No doubt,
Let me take the mic.
I got you. But she ready. Out the gate.
What it do? It's your girl, G.I. Jane. Hey, I just want to say I like the show, you know what I mean? And I'm glad we finally got a chance to come out here and see it live, because we always watch it on live. But yeah, Get It Girl, stand up.
That's a girl.
hey, shout out to Getting Your Aliens from a turn. Stop playing.
I just want to say that you keep doing what you're doing. Like you are.
They got a whole little spiel in this.
Right. Keep doing what you're doing. You know, for you to be a young guy, you are really doing. You know, you could be doing other things. You
No
know,
doubt.
so and you helping people find love, and
For sure.
love always win.
They do,
And
don't they?
hands down, Indy is the best pop the balloon show.
Yes.
Damn straight. 317 representing.
Real. Hands
Very
down.
funny,
Come
Stank
on, man.
D.
All right, all right, look, hey, they ready. Hey, we got volunteers today. Come on now.
You feel me? I'm
Talk to
Erica.
me. Talk to
This
me.
is my first time here on Pop the Bubble.
First timer, make some noise for the first timer.
Pop the bubble.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe, y'all. It's a vibe.
No
I
doubt.
feel that.
No doubt. We're doing what was going on. Y'all ain't saying nothing about the show though. What y'all think was going on?
My
What y'all doing
homegirl
right
was
now?
up there, you know, little homie trying to play, but it's cool because we like them young, baby. We can show you something. Well, she, we can show them some things. You hear me? 'Cause I like them young,
Don't show me that thing,
Okay,
though.
hey, look, hey.
No.
Young, baby. Here, hey, listen, hey.
Keep that thing in
All
its
right,
seat.
Go ahead, talk to me. What you think about what's going on right now with the show and everything?
What's up, CJ?
What's the word?
We used to work together in the nursing home, but we'll talk about that later.
Hey, listen, hey. all my nursing home buddies coming back. Okay, then, yeah.
But this is my first time at the show. I didn't watch all the episodes. You got your girl Brown Sugar in the building with G.I.G. Let's go. But I'm here on the 33rd episode, and I'm turning 33 on the 10th. So
Let's celebrate that.
I love the show.
No doubt.
Keep doing what you're doing, baby.
Celebrate the coincidence.
Hot potato.
Yeah, we kicking it with Too Cold.
Too Cold.
Slushy's on point. 25K on point.
Yeah.
Everything is on point.
Yeah,
baby.
come on, man.
For real.
For real. Come on now. They said they scared now. Look, hold on. Let me get. Wait, I got you. I'm gonna come over here in the top row over here too. What? Talk to him. What you think about what's going on right now?
I love what's going on. Like, you put a battery in my back because I'm an entrepreneur, but looking at you just motivate me. And I'm so proud of you. Keep going, for real. Indianapolis.
For sure.
Yeah.
That time, what's happening? What's the word? Come on, talk to me.
Hey, I came from Chicago. And
Chicago in the building.
I-65.
Okay, big Chi-Town 79th.
For
But
sure.
Southside. Yeah, but I love what you're doing. I love to see young black men and women doing a big one. I am a supporter. I said I got to show you some support. So
No doubt.
I'm here and I'm doing it. Follow me, Sandy's on the run, baby. I do meal preps. Yeah, I get you.
They
Get you right.
they love like, try to ski there. Nah, come on. Yeah. Okay, they said nah. Hell no. They said, come on back there. I got y'all. I mean, hit this second row. Anybody else in this row right here? Like, I gotta holler at her one more time. Y'all seen her on the last episode for the fourth. This is her 5th time being here. Listen up, 5 times, man. I don't think I ever noticed nobody be here 5 times. So, thank you so much, love. Thank you for supporting the channel.
Yep.
Continue to support. I feel it.
You know
no
that
one
we love
noticed.
the show. We love you. I brought my little sister with me.
What's happening, little
Other
sis?
sister. We got our sisters in Chicago watching.
For sure.
I mean, for real, we just really love what you're doing. Keep going.
No, thank you for real. Thank you for the support.
Okay. Kelvin, I understand that you think this is pointless, but it actually does serve a purpose. It's called crowd work. He's working the crowd. These people will come here again and again and again for the social aspects of it. The man is a consummate showman, apparently.
And
So
I like
they charge for these shows, and he's basically working the crowd. He's building up a reputation. They are going to tell other people that, oh, hey, I had so much fun, etc. So there is a point.
They're clearly got to work at a bar there too. I would be surprised if they don't have food at some point. That guy that's catering isn't bringing just enough food for the contestants. They're
right.
You're going to be able to have something to eat. I like the performative aspect of it in terms of the crowd reaction, and the people on the game are performing just a little bit more because there's a crowd there. And I think it's awesome. I think it's
You know
stroke of
what?
genius.
You've got like 2 or 3 businesses working here.
Yeah.
And you know what? If you can have fun while you work, why not? Yeah, exactly, roller skater. It's like an event. Why do these young people not understand this?
Well, you know.
It's like, okay, I get it. This isn't a video game.
Exactly.
It's real life. Kelvin, this is called real life.
It's not a VR game.
I'm sorry, you can't control these people with your joystick, and they're not NPCs like Flavor Mav.
Yes.
Damn. You know what? I'm starting to feel like Solid Snake. I'm getting tired of my people.
Yeah. I got you. I got you. Okay. Talk to me. They ready this episode. Come on.
I just want to say this is my first time here. And
First timer, make some noise for the first timer.
And I'm doing it because my cousin Natalie loves it to death.
Shout out.
She's there because of cousin Natalie.
And she is a huge fan. So we all came out to support. I love it. I'll be
Happy
watching.
birthday, Natalie.
Funny.
Natalie.
That's funny, Flavor Mav.
We will be back.
Okay.
We will be back.
Come on, they said
See,
right here.
Kelvin?
Come on, talk to me.
Repeat
Okay, y'all.
customer.
One time for Tuco.
Oh, there's even a white girl
Crazy.
there.
I ain't gonna lie.
Hey,
Hell
I ain't gonna
yeah.
lie. I love
A
this
white
summer
presenting.
competition.
Yeah, we coming back. We
Because
coming
you
back.
know, the aunties is in the house today. Aunties, come on, y'all.
Gotta love the auntie. TT.
Yes, we the
I love you,
aunties.
TT.
Yes. We all been friends for over 35 years, and
Oh, wow.
Natalie wanted to come for her
Okay,
birthday,
then.
so that's
Okay,
why
yeah.
we're here. We in this.
Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's some people down there that want the mic. Some people down there that... Go ahead and pass it. Yeah, talk to me. What's happening?
Yo, it's Queen Juice, man. Shout out
Queen
to
Juice.
CJ, man. Hey, he doing his thing. I fuck with the show. You know, I've been watching it ever since you started, bro. You know, you doing your thing, so
Hell
keep
yeah.
going, man.
All right, what y'all, hey, what y'all think about how the fellas
That's
going on right now?
Mrs.
Hey,
That's
hold
Mrs.
on. Let
Mav.
me
I
say,
love y'all too. I love y'all.
let me
you know?
say, the fellas, y'all need to step it up a little bit. Some of y'all.
That's right, Maven.
Hey, some
Step
of
it
y'all
up.
like, y'all got y'all head down. Y'all acting a little slow, a little bit.
Damn.
Step it up,
Yeah,
Flavor.
keep y'all heads up and yeah, stand strong, man. Y'all trying to get a lady, y'all gotta come harder, man.
Stand on it. For sure. Damn.
Hey,
She turned.
I love everything. This is my first time coming in here. I love
First timer, make some noise for the first timer.
I gotta give it up to the GIG girls. It's a social club. If y'all want to join the women, they're a social club. They don't discriminate anything. That's what y'all want to do. That's what if y'all feel like y'all see that. But we all on 3 wheels. So look out for everybody when we are riding.
Oh, wow.
You want outside looking for us. I want to say one thing though.
Look at the Karens in the back row.
That lady that had on the Peter Mars boots, she got her thing going on. Y'all tripping. She got everything together. And y'all turned her down. Y'all didn't find love with her. I'm not gonna say nothing to you. What's your name, CJ?
You don't know my name, nigga. What the hell?
CJ Tuco. Hey,
Who invited him?
Look, because everybody giving you a shout out, but they not giving out to the women.
Yeah, no.
To the women.
I don't ask
women
that.
out there, they missing out on them. But my young dude, you 23 years old, bro. You 23 years old. You can't have that many standards, bro. You 23 years old. Come on,
Oh
man.
wow,
You
he's
gotta
talking
do
to
your
the
thing.
the lineup.
Yep.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. That's the kind of that's the kind of feedback I'm looking for. I want to hear shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the love for sure, though. For sure.
Kelvin.
Over here, somebody over here. Oh. You want to say something? Yeah.
Hey, Kelvin, you are a different type of ninja. You're a young ninja.
From the UK.
Solid Snake is an old man. So, you might get away with stuff that Solid Snake won't.
No, over here. All right, hold on. Let me go back here real quick.
Kelvin, think of this as tea time.
You got some favorite? Talk to me, bro. How you feeling, bro?
I feel
It
like
might be about
I
it's not
apologize. I've been
poetry
loud
time
over
there
here,
yet.
quiet, man.
No.
I apologize. But look, I got shit going on. We gonna
Come on
get
now,
you
let's talk to
something.
me.
All right. For the women that came out already, wonderful. Y'all did a good job. Head on y'all shoulders. For the men, I don't know, man. Y'all tripping. If that was me,
See, Tom, you're just
Is that
confirming
we trying to
our
get extra
opinion.
people in here?
Yeah.
you know I want the power. I want you.
I don't know. I don't know nothing. Now I know shit. You know. Okay, you got a
Only
lady?
the blind can't see.
Okay, all right.
Stanley.
Let's go. All right.
But I'm saying though, like, I feel like they should like really sit down and look at the bigger picture. They just looking at the parents and all that, or I'm 46, man. Fuck all that. Look at their parents, like.
Kelvin
See what's
says
going
tea
on.
is actually
There's
dinner
a
time.
doctor up there, dispatcher, therapist.
They're stuck in the 90s.
No, I just said think of this crowd work as tea time.
Look at their careers.
No, he's saying tea is dinner. So I guess that means something.
They're all
All
gonna
I
have.
think
Even some
is
young
they're
fellas
stuck
up
in the
there,
90s.
dude with the suit.
They're stuck in the 90s, except this is not the 90s. They are probably a bit older of a crowd, so they actually know how to socialize with each other, something that many younger folks seem to be in art that many younger folks seem not to be introduced to. So think of this as a training video.
Think of this as what people did before chat rooms.
Exactly. And, the other thing, I hate to do this, but Alexander Pope, Essay on Criticism, be not the first by whom the new are tried,
Yes.
nor yet the last to lay the old aside. Essay on Criticism. I've known that quote since 10th grade.
That's Stanley's nice way of saying we were through with it before you knew what to do with it.
Exactly.
With the suit, yeah. They don't
Look at him.
But one thing though,
I have low
for the
standards.
people over here, like it's kind of hard to see. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Cause we looking
Man,
at the
these
back,
guys
we
are
wanna
just
look at-
You want to look at
trying to get under
different,
my
I'm used
skin.
to
on this side.
Stop quoting,
First time we're
stop
talking.
quoting smart white people.
Come on, we got a GoPro too. We put right here with the screen.
Look at all the girls in the contest back at the bar in the back bar area, drowning their sorrows.
Flavor, if you knew half of what you think you know, you would know Alexander Pope lived like possibly a few years before white became a thing. So he would not have thought of himself as white. He would have thought of himself as English. If you know something, you wouldn't be making dumb ass statements like that.
He's big bag.
Dude brings race into a lot of things where it doesn't belong, confirming my already, I won't say it's a low opinion, but it's an opinion. I'll put it that way.
When I was doing sports radio, we referred to people like Mavid as having a big bag of nothing.
He was still white, Stanley, before white. God damn. You know what? You were just the inspiration. When you see the video I'm going to do today, if you see the video I'm going to do today, know, Mavid, that you are the inspiration for it. Its own stupidity, lack of judgment, etc. All right. Well, anyway.
If you can, for the people that got to be over here, you can fix it. I don't know how you're going to do it, but if you could, if you can't, I will. I'm going to pop up. And then another thing is, this is the last
You got one more. Hey, listen. Yeah, this is your last one. Come on, man. Come on.
It's too close. It's too close.
Okay. All right.
I'm just giving you feedback.
Okay.
It's just too close. Do your thing, though.
Hold on. What you got to say, bro?
We set up like that for a reason because y'all know how to be quiet. So I can have y'all my audio. It's too close. If you
My bad, quiet man.
Yeah, for sure. Come on, my boy Yamin. Come on, talk to me, bro.
This is my first time.
No, it ain't. No, get the fuck out of here, nigga.
Nah, man.
I couldn't come on here because I done maxed out, but it's some fine ladies my age and
Maxed out.
on they shit. And
He's got too many women.
Oh, okay. Is that what he means?
Yep.
But,
Looking at him, I never would have thought.
What's up, Peaches?
Well,
Let's do
you
our
never know.
follow-up, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, what the heck? Oh my God. She ain't got you blocked no more? Shit.
Maybe you need
I
married?
see all pink, but I got
Maybe.
You want to say nothing? You want to holler at me? That's crazy.
Man, they are
Y'all
strangely
fly right
dressed.
now, man. You got all pink
Not
on
in
right now.
Indianapolis.
I like the pink. What you just tell me what you think about the show right now. What you think about what's going on?
I sit at home and watch it every day, bro. I make her watch it. I'm about to make her watch it. She watch it on her own.
So you put them on?
You put them on.
You say you make her watch it?
You put them on. I just put it in their face.
Okay, all right. That's all right. That's all right. Limited words from the pink. All right. Anybody back? What do you want? Look, come on, talk to me, bro. You from out of town? You drunk?
Oh yeah, the one in the beret did say she likes to drink.
All right, well, hey, Detroit, yeah. Detroit in the building, man. What you think about what's going on right now, bro?
And she was first on the show.
Since first episode. So.
Hey, you know the one right next to her when she was in the line? I think didn't she have her hair up? Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe.
With her hair down, she looks a lot more feminine. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
First episode. What's your favorite episode? Talk to me.
Maybe it's a different. Maybe it's a different one.
Okay, the last. Okay, the Skaters edition. Okay, then.
But you know, you change it up every time.
Very rich.
And I gotta say, you on Arlette head. So
you what?
You on Arlette head.
Oh shit! Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Arlette. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Arlette. You know what I'm saying? No doubt.
Okay, man. Pissing Arlette off.
I love it. It's different from watching it at home.
It definitely is. That's why I say if you want to be a part of a live audience.
And I be down here all the time.
Okay, so what that mean? What that mean? You gonna be in the show?
No, I'm gonna wait till you come to my town.
Oh, we in your town. Like I just dropped the video. Yeah, we in there like the April 13th or something like that. Yeah, check the last 2 videos. Y'all see the date. We gonna be in Detroit like in April. So yeah, we holla at you, bro. Anybody else over here though? We over here. For sure. She said, let's talk about you said I got you on camera. You said, all right. Anybody back here want to say anything? Want to holler? You know? Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, you did say you holler at me, bro. Talk to me.
No, man, you doing your thing, man. Stay going up. It's our first time.
Make some noise for the first timers. Gotta make the first timers feel welcomed.
Now, I do have to say, you should spend.
Okay,
you probably need to be wrapping this up.
Yeah, he does. These people weren't as good as the average crowd.
Come on, talk to me.
There are a lot more of them, that's for sure.
So everybody, y'all here finding love, right? So you gotta. I'm with somebody over 13 years and in love with them.
It was a blink of an eye, man.
Y'all gotta relax. Quit being so motherfucking picky. You gotta step outside of your boundaries sometime. You know what I'm saying? And feel that person. You know what I'm saying? Be they. If y'all can't be friends, you can't be nothing. First of all, we gotta be friends. We gotta
good-looking older white lady in the back.
I'm telling you.
With the blonde hair?
No, next to her, in the gray.
You feel me? And stay together. Facts. I'm telling you right now. I ain't gonna do my rap right now. But at the end of the day, if you wanna find love, be they y'all. If you can't be friends, you can't be nothing.
She looks mixed.
That's first and foremost. If you
She might
can't
be.
be friends, ain't gonna be nothing else. Ain't gonna be nothing else.
Definitely gotta be
GIG, baby, Gary, Indiana. That's where I'm from.
Oh man, she's from Gary. She's just glad she hadn't got shot.
She hasn't been shot in 13 years.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Never seen before. You know what I'm saying? Listen, turn. You hear me? Turn. All right, look. This is my last call. You double me down. Come on now.
Okay.
Talk to me.
First of all, it's my first time. Congratulations, you out here doing your shit. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
But we really need to talk to them young men over there because it's
How many is she
something not
on?
connecting. I don't even want to take it too serious, but the little one that like to play in the street, Come on, young man. Like, I want y'all to start valuing yourselves enough to be like, I'm the
Ooh.
nigga for her. And it don't seem like that energy is coming across right here with those gentlemen.
Up
Y'all
to your
missed it
point.
on that first one. That first one,
They
she
they
cold,
want to be taken care of.
cold.
So they fumbled.
And they fumbled.
They fumbled
Continuously. Please pick
over
it
and
back
over.
up. Like, y'all gotta figure that out.
I tried to give them their
Put it
balloon
together.
back.
Who wanna go balloon? Let me do it again.
Already did. Hey, look though. One last time though, definitely make some noise for yourself, man. Make some noise for yourself. Episode 33, man. Only here, man. And look, man. You know we got the VIP too, man. If y'all click on the Eventbrite link, you get
Larry Bird's number,
one-on-one
man.
experience right
Oh,
here, up close
wow.
and personal, right by the stage. VIP,
33.
man. How y'all feeling? What y'all think about what's going on?
It's the chef's
Talk to me.
table.
Talk to
How
me.
everybody doing? We from St. Paul, Minnesota. We
Okay,
drove
Minnesota
9
in the
hours
building.
to
Make
get
some
here.
noise for Minnesota.
Too cold. Yep, we came
For
here.
real.
Watching on YouTube, you're doing a good job, brother. It's always good to see
No
our
doubt.
people
Nah, for
doing
real.
what we need to do, in a positive way. Love is love. And
No doubt.
Thank you,
What
brother.
you think about what's going on with the show right now? Like being up this close and
I
personal,
love
like
it.
seeing.
You feel like you're in it.
Right, yeah. You might get a balloon. Hey, y'all balloon real good, you know what I'm saying? All right, you got something you want to say to him?
No, we had a good trip. Everything has been good. We love it. We wish more of this happened all over. You know what I mean? This is a good thing.
Y'all fly down here, y'all drove.
Nah, we drove. We ain't get on
Okay,
no plane
then.
right
Well,
now.
how long was the drive?
About 9 hours.
Damn, nine
Oh, my
hour
Lord.
drive to the nut, man. Come on, man. Y'all not doing this, man. Come on, man. For real.
Quick little weekend trip.
Nah, that's what's up. What time? Y'all got down here today or Friday?
We got down Saturday.
Saturday. Okay. All right. What y'all been doing since y'all got down here?
The malls, nice, eating. Y'all got good food down here.
Yeah, no doubt. Where y'all eat at?
What was that? The
His soul food.
His Place Eatery?
Yep.
They went to His Place. Shout out His Place Eatery, man, for sure. That's a good spot. That's a good spot, yeah.
No doubt.
Okay. All right, y'all want to say anything? Y'all want to talk to him? I like that sweater, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Yeah, I like it. I like your sweater too. That's
For sure.
Yeah, it's a good little experience though. My first time seeing this was on YouTube. I seen it like the little skater video.
The skater one?
I think that was the last one. It was cool. Being up close is a cool experience. To the contestants, I could see y'all. But the first one, y'all was tripping, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like, first one.
They keep saying y'all fumbled that first girl,
one,
man.
I ain't gonna lie. That one, y'all was tripping. The rest, like, y'all got your own preference. 23 years old. You was 23 years old before you had your own preference too. So I mean, I don't feel like that make a difference. But the first one, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all missed y'all opportunity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you ain't. Sound like he want the first one in this one. Hey, you hear me?
If I was up there, I'll make a different choice. But that's just me though. But
okay,
it's a good experience. Though.
Appreciate that, bro. You wanna holler? You wanna say something? Talk to me.
Yeah, I like it. It's really nice. I like seeing everyone's perspective on things and stuff. Yeah, it's cool.
Okay, all right then. All right. Hey, look, man. Like I said, man, you want to be a part of the live
God, you
audience,
guys are
or you
just
want to be a part of the cast, man.
limited.
Text the number on the screen, man. 101 live experience. We got 2 ladies left.
317.
25K. Give me something real quick, man. We get
Remix. All this stuff going on, and they want to concentrate on the stools.
Look, part of the charm of the show is it's Indianapolis. There's wires running around everywhere. There's people hanging around in the side rooms. Nothing's that organized. They got 72 side sponsors that are donating cups and swizzle sticks, and that's Indianapolis, man.
Yeah, I think what we're having problems is that they're not used to getting out and being amongst the folks.
No.
Now I don't do it, these days, but no, man, when I was a kid, we used to go outside and play with our friends.
Yeah.
So you had to kind of learn how to get along with people, and these youths today.
Yeah. Sometimes you go to a party, you go to a bar, and it's just not super rocking, and you got a choice.
Yeah, exactly.
You bitch about it or make it rock. I think we know which category Mavid's in.
Yeah, well, he was probably always last picked on the when they were picking teams, he was usually the last. And then
Okay.
they'd shake their head and go, "Oh, come on over, Mavid."
Yeah, and he'd hit himself in the face with the dodgeball and just eliminate himself.
I'm out.
And he can't listen. I didn't say it made it cool. I said it's part of the charm of it. It's it's part of the deal. But of course, Maeve, everything he does is the most ultimate.
Kelvin says he's used to a higher level of charm.
Perhaps it is.
That's just the British in you there.
It is an acquired taste. But
I bet you eat your barbecue ribs with a knife and fork.
By the same token, everything Mavid does, I'm sure, is the ultimate in entertainment, and everybody thinks it's the coolest thing in the world. Yet he's here right now doing this. So if you had something better to do, you'd be doing it, wouldn't you?
And by the way, folks, make sure y'all hit the like button as you come in. Let's see here.
Pissed off. I'm not going to see the plate.
Because what?
I want to see that plate. Damn it! Somebody
I was
up.
hoping to see it too. Maybe towards the end, because somebody. Well, I guess they got to have a match though, right?
Yeah.
I asked two ladies, so let's bring out our next lady. Let's do it.
Oh my Lord! What is this?
Okay.
Here's the class that Maven needs.
Here you go. Here
Yeah,
you go.
and watch this
Come
chick
up here,
match.
right
Watch
here,
her match with somebody.
Give your name and age and what you
Just
do for a
got
living.
done bowling apparently.
Hi. That's what you may ask. My name is Robin. I'm 31.
Oh, are you?
I'm from Illinois, Joliet. And
Now that's
Hi.
your type, Maeve.
I'm a steakhouse waitress.
A steakhouse waitress.
Yes.
Okay. All right then. All right. And what you looking for in a man or relationship?
I'm looking for someone to vibe with, have fun with, share the same morals that I share, and
What morals
just
would
live
those be?
life.
For sure.
You feel me?
No doubt.
I'm pretty sure she's gonna get all the balloons popped when they take her mask off.
Narcissist and liar. For sure.
Complete. Okay. For sure.
For sure.
For sure. Ski. Hey, listen.
Oh, you the narcissist over there.
Damn. All right, y'all heard it all, man. Fellas, go ahead and reveal yourself.
Holy shit! If only she wasn't showing her midriff.
Yeah. Bad choice.
Okay, man. All right.
Oh my God!
So it looked like majority of y'all balloons was popped. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna see what's the reason they popped their balloons. So I might come over here.
Not quite exactly, Kelvin, but we weren't talking about the women.
No, they can't listen.
Can't these people speak English
Yeah.
or understand English?
Okay, this somebody your type or somebody you give a chance?
Honestly, no. Just based on appearance, I haven't heard anything you had to say, but no.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Respectfully.
Wow.
Yeah, respectfully. And right here as well, getting your name and age and what's the reason you pop your balloon?
My name is Kingsley. I'm 35 years old. The reason why I popped is because she only talked about the phone. She didn't say something reasonable. She only talked about she looking for a man to have fun with. I'm not looking.
That was sarcasm flavor, Maeve.
Okay. You want something
Oh,
serious?
these kids.
Okay, and you're too serious for me.
Oh wow.
So this ain't nobody else?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. And right here, I'm
You
gonna
think
come
this
in
is like a joke guest?
Give your name
Or
and age.
joke?
What's the reason you pop, bro?
My name is Demar, and I'm 23. And the reason why I popped is, I agree with what bro said. I like black women.
Of course, none take.
But
I do too.
You are beautiful.
I do too.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Just so y'all know.
Just so they know. Hey, put it out there. Real quick. All right. This somebody your type. Somebody you give a chance.
I'm not gonna lie. I might give you a second look, but not knowing enough about you, no.
Okay. You get a second look though. All right. Then. All right.
You're the narcissist.
Damn.
You're the one that smiled and laughed when I said something about narcissism.
Damn, that's what you said. You're all right. Give your name and age. What's the reason you pop your balloon, bro? Damn.
I'm Jason. I'm 28. I pop up a little. You just not my type. That's all. I am not a narcissist.
You is though.
You is though.
Narcissists tell everybody they not a narcissist.
That's true, but not me. I ain't a
You
narcissist.
think she took her pills this morning?
I don't know. That dude looks like his truck's warming up
Give your
outside.
name and age, and what's the reason you probably belong, bro?
Mark, 28. It's too much. I don't know what the fuck.
Maybe it's not enough.
It's over the top.
Oh God, that laugh.
Too much going on.
Too much going on.
It's too much. What you got going on here?
Oh my God, she's saying too much. Oh wow.
Nah, okay, all right.
Did she say she's from
So
Texas?
this ain't nobody.
No, she's from Joliet, Illinois.
Oh, that's right, Joliet.
I don't know what the hell going on. Hey, listen, hey. Okay, bro, you still got your balloon though. So what we're gonna do is we just gonna do like a little question showdown. So you want to ask any questions?
Okay. What is the biggest way to lose your trust?
Make sure you get your name and age as well. So
Tell the police where I'm at.
32. Being a liar.
Period. Same.
Biggest way.
Same.
I got a question. How far you ever traveled?
I've been to a lot of states. I haven't been out of the country though.
Haven't been on the country?
Mm-hmm.
okay, that's it. That's the only question you want to ask. No more. You got any more questions for him?
No.
Okay, this is good. I mean, how you come to the top, bro? I'm gonna have you come to the top as well. Come right here, you know what I'm saying? Okay. So before we get to like a yes or a no, I just gotta ask, like, is there any last buzzer beaters you want to get out the way? Like any last buzzer beaters?
What is your sign?
Cancer.
I love cancers.
Oh my God, this is a match.
Okay then, all right. Any last
Holy
buzzer beaters?
shit.
Okay then, is it a yes for you?
Jesus Christ.
But you love cancers.
I do. I love cancers. I do. They're my favorite people.
But what's the reason you popped this balloon?
I don't know. It's appearance, physical wise, just not my type.
Oh my God.
Damn. Okay. All right. Okay. Then what's the reason
hell
you
you
left your
looking
balloon
for?
unpopped, Brody?
Well, I think she's looking just as humiliated.
No doubt. All right. Well, I'm gonna have you go back over there for me, Brody.
He looks like he's about to cry.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find you no love here down King Too Cold, but we do wish you the best on your future endeavors, and we're gonna holler at you at the end.
Period.
Let me get that mic from you. All right, y'all make some noise for yourself, man.
Wow.
We got one lady left, man.
Indianapolis.
Will we love this episode or no?
Oh,
Man, 25K,
Juliet.
what we on?
Why did you leave Indianapolis, Tom? Well, let me send you a link.
All right, look, man, I made it all the way down to the end, man. I need y'all to smash that subscribe button and turn on notifications on, man. You
My
never know
parents
when
are
I might
constantly, when you
shock y'all
coming
with a
back,
video, man. You never know, man.
man?
Without further ado, let's bring out our last lady. Let's go.
Come on now. Well, okay.
All right.
Almost.
Yeah.
Here you go. All right, come up here for me.
Good
Get your
gravy.
name and age and what you do for a living.
Oh wow.
My name is Jessica, and I am the general manager here at the airport for Indianapolis.
Okay, then. Oh, snap.
Really?
Plug on the
Yeah,
flights
we
real
would
quick.
call
What
that
time?
Indianapolis
Yeah,
Metropolitan.
well, hey. I got
The
her live
general
right now.
manager.
What's
Yep.
your age, though?
I'm 25.
Wow.
Okay. All right, then. All right.
Is
And,
it a small
What
airport?
you looking for in a man or relationship?
I'm just looking for somebody who's supportive. I'm very career driven. I will be done.
There's a
my
couple
bachelor's,
small airports
by the end of
around
this year
Indy.
in
She's
psychology,
probably one of
Oh,
those.
snap.
just hoping for somebody who's not, too,
No doubt. No doubt.
let me be feminine. Let me be the woman. I would love to be the man.
Yeah,
No
she
doubt. All right,
that she
then,
is.
And
That
what's some
she
deal
is,
breakers for
maybe.
you?
Deal breakers for me is if you have like over 3 children with 3 different baby mamas. Like
Oh my God, that's the deal breaker.
Okay, all right.
That's the only deal breaker.
That's the max.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 is the max.
3 is the max. 3 baby mamas is the max.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
That's
sure.
a lot of women. That
It
means
is.
you don't take your time. You just kind of sticking your dangling wherever it
Damn.
goes.
You dangle.
Yeah.
All right, then. All right, fellas. Y'all heard it all. So just go ahead and reveal yourselves.
She's 25. These young dudes, you know.
Okay, then. Okay. All right. So, just based off of what you see, I'm going to also have you pop one additional balloon as well.
So one additional?
One
So
balloon.
he's trying to hurry
one
this
additional.
shit along.
Okay. My grandma told me to look at shoes, so that's what we finna do. Let me see.
That's
all that shit clean though.
They are clean.
very. That is very Indianapolis.
They clean
fresh out the box.
They clean though.
All right. What's the reason you don't work with the Asics?
Nah, I don't. But nothing against you. Just you just look young. Like I kind of like a little maturity. No shade though.
Okay, and give your name and age, and what's the reason you left your balloon
And the
unpopped?
guy on the end?
My name DeMar, and I'm 23. And the reason why I left my balloon unpopped is I was just trying to see where your head was at, get to know you.
Okay.
Okay, then. All right. And let's go down here because he popped this balloon as well. So
My bad. It was the baby mamas.
name and age, and what's the reason you popped, bro?
Mark, 28. Baby mamas, I got kids, baby mamas, but they all taken care of though. So
That's
they ain't
good. That's
my baby
good.
mamas ain't never had to stress about nothing.
That's what's up.
No doubt. And this somebody your type though, or somebody give us besides the baby mamas?
Besides the baby mamas, yeah. I don't care. I'm not super picky. If if I'm taller, it's cool.
What I want to ask a question though, like what is it about the baby mamas that like females?
Oh
fear?
my God, what is it about the baby
There's a lot of
mamas?
children, and each of us
That's
have
why
our
he got so many baby mamas.
I don't support like not being stable. That means you had some things going on because you just was with who you was with.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, that's cool.
What's your take on that?
She's got a
I
pretty
respect,
face.
like her opinion or whatever.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Everybody's situation is different. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people,
not
look at
that
baby
different.
daddies with, like, look at men with multiple, kids or multiple baby mamas. They look at them like,
So he's the baby daddy
fucked up
apologist?
situation, where they not seeing the kids drama and all
Nah,
that. But
not
yeah,
that.
not everybody got drama going on.
Nah, not that.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah.
They're cooked.
Okay,
There's a higher, there's a
So,
higher risk
we got
of
4 balloons
drama.
left. So for this first round, what we're gonna
Yeah.
do is we're gonna allow you to ask these gentlemen
He's
one
like
question. Ask them all the same. We're
I
gonna
just
ask
walked
them-
down the street and these baby mamas fell out of the sky onto my lap, but I couldn't help it.
Well, actually, it was raining babies.
Yeah.
All I have to say, and I've said this a few times before, if there is an adult with a child who does not live in your house, be you the woman or the man or, multiple husbands, multiple baby daddies, multiples of anything, I'm a big hey, I need to be in control of what's going on in my 4 walls. And I get mighty jealous if people are controlling from outside what's going on inside these 4 walls.
Yep.
I mean, more than, there are going to be times when, you need the plumber, so they're going to control when your water heater gets fixed. But outside of that, the kids are due here and due there, and no. The minute somebody goes, hey, can you take my son? I'm busy. Can you take my son over to his baby daddy? I'm out.
Or we gotta wait. We can't leave yet. He just called, said he's going to be here in about an hour to drop off. Oh,
Yeah, and I was going to do something. No. I would rather be alone.
I just asked them all the same question.
What you want to ask them? Go ahead. shoot.
What do you do for a living?
Okay, all right. Let's come right here.
Don't say
Make sure you face
act,
the
Miss
camera.
Sanders.
Name and age and what you do for a living.
My name is Rico. I'm 26. I'm a full-time streamer, and I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay. What we streaming
Full-time
Fortnite?
streamer.
TikTok. I talk to people. I don't do all that. I just communicate, meet new people, just keep the conversation going. That's it.
Damn. Is there money in
All
that?
right. And same for you, bro.
Certainly not
Name and
what I
age and what
do.
you do for a living.
My name is Kingsley. I'm 35 years old. I work in behavioral health. I work with children from 12 to 17 years old with trauma and mental health. and I'm also in. I'm going to school to become a nurse.
Okay then. All right. Okay then. All right. And same right here. Name and age and what you do for a living.
I'm Jason. I'm 28. I'm a former nurse. I am now going to school for psychiatry, just like you. I'm also a skating instructor.
Psychiatry.
So
She said
on my
psychology.
free time, I teach people how to skate, kids, adults.
I like that. My skate's in the car right now. I like that.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay then. All right. Hey, what the hell? Hotel. What the hell?
You know, I would think that would be the thing they teach you day one in Psych 101.
Is the
You are
difference
not
between
training. You are not training to be a psychiatrist.
no, that's medical. That's who gives out the pills after the psychologist sees them.
Well, that's
Yeah.
that's the one. If they decide they don't want to deal with crazy people anymore, they
Yeah.
can do something else.
Yeah.
You know, they can become a general practitioner or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Give your name and age and what you do for a living.
My name Marquise. I'm 32. Right now, I'm kind of no comment on what I do, but only reason I don't have a job right now, I had a job, but the reason I don't have a job right now, I just had brain surgery. You feel me?
I see you.
So I just had
I
brain
see.
surgery, so I had to quit my job. You feel me? To really, you know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all good.
All right.
I'm an entrepreneur, though. I'm a businessman. I do business
what you're
things. You feel me? So, yeah.
Okay. All right then. So based off of those answers, I'm gonna have you pop
And if you need a
just
dime
one balloon.
bag after the show,
One balloon.
Oh no. One balloon based off of my question.
Just one.
Sorry.
What's the reason you pop this balloon?
I popped your balloon because I popped your balloon because like I'm not gonna lie, they be talking about the internet and stuff going down, and I want you to have a backup plan. You just streaming. That's not gonna. It ain't gonna always do it. You know. What if they cut YouTube like they did TikTok at one time? What we gonna do?
But the internet is powerful. If they would have shut down, internet, they would have been gone for 100 years. The internet always gonna be there. That's how we use our resources.
That's true.
Yes,
check out
always, every
Kimmy's
day.
last comment.
You check your phone every day. That's
Okay.
Brain surgery, no job, looking for love.
And what's the reason you left your balloon on pop, bro?
Nah, she a vibe. I mess with everything she says. She well put together. I like the way she dressed. Her nails done. I love when females carry their nails.
Thank you. These toes done too. Just
Yeah, I
got on
like
shoes.
Okay,
It's cold
toes done.
outside.
Hey, look at
It's cold
Yeah, I'm
outside.
waiting for him to say
He's
those
in
jeans
Indiana.
are
Come on
popping.
now. And
Soon.
you
He still got it.
yeah, all right,
Okay.
then. All
So
right,
it's three.
all right, so for the remaining fellas, what we're gonna do is we're gonna allow them to ask you a question. So you already said your name and age, so just go ahead and ask her any question.
I just want to ask you a simple question. You got kids?
No, I have no children.
Oh, that's a shame.
Okay, all right, then, all right. Let's go right
There's
here.
no excuse.
Same for you, bro. You already get your name and age. Just ask her any question.
What's your longest relationship?
My longest relationship was 5 years. We were engaged too, and it ended because they cheated. So that's what
They cheated. He
Okay,
cheated.
man. All right, okay. And same right here, bro. You already get your name and age, so just go ahead and ask her any question.
If you had any place you'd rather travel to, what would it be?
Honestly, right now I am looking to go to Ghana, Africa. That's where like my people at. You know.
Shout out Ghana. You
That's
don't
where
know a
it's
lot about
at.
Ghana is really where it's at for real.
So
I respect the answer.
Okay, all right. So it's gonna get tough. I ain't
She's
gonna lie.
gotta
I
pop
do some
his
crazy
one.
shit right now.
okay.
I need you to pop two of them.
No.
Oh, yes, yes. Don't pretend like it's hard.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, go ahead and pop 3. Save me some time.
Damn. Okay, let's come right here. What's the reason
Yeah, I
why
can
this
see
one?
that.
I only popped your balloon because I couldn't really hear you when you said what you did. Not that it's a flaw, but when you talk, I want you to stand like, oh, that's what I do, and then less. Because when somebody approach me while we out and they like, what this man doing?
My.
I need
I
to be
guess
like,
he's
yeah,
gonna
that's
be
mine right
called
there. I'm gonna
aggressive.
back up.
317.
What's your thoughts on that right there?
Just like she said, she didn't hear me when I was talking. I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna repeat myself again. I said I work in
No
behavioral
need.
health.
Okay.
I work with kids from 12 to 17, kids child trafficked, trauma, mental health, and I'm also a student of Ivy Tech. I'm doing nursing as a
Ivy
major.
Tech is
And I
the
also
community
have side hustle, like
college
I
in the
sell
Indianapolis
cars.
area.
I said I'm an
Really?
African. I sell
Yeah.
cars.
It's
Yes.
not a
back home,
technical school?
and I
No.
sell it.
That's a hustle too, right there. I ain't
That's
gonna
a
lie. I done
hustle,
sold my
yeah.
car to an
It
African.
started out.
You done flipped that
Is it
motherfucker
for
four
profit?
times when I sold it to him.
No, it started out as a technical school, but they branched out like
What's the reason you left
crazy.
your balloon unpopped, buddy?
Interesting.
I feel like she just kind of woman I want. She don't got no kids. I don't got no kids too. And just like I said, I want something serious, and I'm very family oriented kind of person. And the age
Good for
worked for
him.
me. You understand me? I came here to find somebody to, to have something serious with, like possibly.
You came here for love.
I came here for love. I
Yeah.
came here for
You
my
came here
future
for-
wife.
Yeah, future wife.
Here for love.
Come on now. Come on.
Love, damn it.
Don't say they playing around because they not playing around here. You know what I'm saying? They come to find love. They wifey. Yeah, come on, man. Heartbeats for that, man. And what's the reason you pop his balloon?
So I only popped his balloon. It has nothing to do with you not having a job because it happens. I popped your balloons because I want you to take care of yourself before you be trying to find somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Heal yourself because a lot of these females out here not gonna care about that. So
I feel you. You pretty though.
thank you. You handsome. I
comment.
see
Pretty.
the J's. You look nice. I just want you to take care of you.
What's the reason you left your balloon unpopped though?
She thing. You know what I'm saying? She look like she got her head on her shoulder. I respect it. You feel me?
I feel you.
Plus you pretty though.
On me. All right, then. So, Jason, I hate to come to the top, and I hate to come over here from you too as well. Okay then. Any last questions y'all want to ask each other? Any last buzzer beater questions y'all want to get off your chest?
There's gonna be some dinner for you, babe.
I'm a Leo.
Hey, Lord,
What
shit,
the
damn,
fuck?
hey. Whoa.
Wait. August or July? August or July?
August 1st.
July 26th.
Oh, you're a Leo too? Okay, then. Hey.
Is that allowed?
Couple
Okay,
of
then.
lions.
What? Hey, you said what?
Like I found my match.
Okay, then. So, you ain't got
I
no last
thought you
question?
couldn't be the same sign and have a relationship.
No,
How
you
you feel
can't.
about marriage?
I am 100% on marriage. I believe in the biblical term. He who finds a wife finds a good thing. It just so happened I ain't pop your balloon.
Okay, then we ain't gonna waste no more time. Then, so is it a yes for you?
It says.
Is it a yes for you, bro? Come on, man!
Finally.
Yeah!
The last
Y'all
of the
thought it wasn't
best.
gonna happen? Come on, man. Let me get that. Y'all go
I
ahead
have
and,
to
you know,
say
go
though,
that way.
there's a final balloon that needs to be popped. It's gonna take some work to do it.
Hey, hold on. I ain't gonna lie, my heart was beating fast. I ain't know he gonna find love or not. God damn, you know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, man. I appreciate y'all for sticking out all the way to the end. Like I said, make sure y'all
no
smash
dinner?
that subscribe button.
No plate.
Smash that thumbs up button.
Oh,
and
that
25K,
sucks.
man. Take us home.
How much time's left? No, they got extra time at the end. Maybe they'll do the plate.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah, they're gonna show. They got to do it for. It's probably a trade out, so they got to do their little commercial for it.
Yeah, well, maybe you know how after the credits, the part after the credits. Oh well, let me just silence it. Oops. Yeah.
Man, that's a lineup.
Are these cutscenes, maybe?
Yeah.
Or B-roll, whatever.
Yeah, they got him out of there for some reason.
Is he in cuffs?
No, he's not in cuffs, but.
Oh wow, he didn't make it to the showdown, did he?
No, I guess not. It's escorted out of the building.
Damn.
Look at those guys.
You know, one thing that I like that they do Libations, libations, libations.
Yeah. They don't spare the horses on the booze.
Hey, that's all right. Probably watering it down though. But I was gonna say it's an kind of an out of the way comment, but you see how the guys are leaning on the wall?
Yeah.
I appreciate there's that other Bahamas show where all the girls are leaning against the wall.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't like
glad that they make them step away from that wall.
Yeah.
So
Those guys all up against the wall. I just get a real okay. Which one of them
It's
took
like a
your
lineup.
Which one of them took your purse, ma'am?
Exactly.
Do you see the one that took your purse?
Exactly. All right, so we'll take a quick scan of the news before I duck out of here. Though I'm only at 5 hours, I'm getting tired. Trump signals full speed ahead on decisive policies. As
Divisive.
I would, divisive. Oh, what did I say? Decisive.
Yeah.
All I have to say is that I would expect no less. What else can he do at this point? Says consumers are already tired of inflation. NIH reels with fear, uncertainty about scientific research, future of scientific research. Trump administration lists hundreds. I actually saw this story and forgot to bring it up. I think this is a good thing. If there are a bunch of buildings that are unoccupied, that's exactly what they should be doing, selling them off,
Yeah.
and then doubling up. You know, if there's room in a building and you can double up, do it.
Yeah, and I would say, the proclamation that everybody goes back into the office for the federal government, if there are buildings that the U.S. government owns that are vacant, say in D.C., I think it makes a lot of sense to have those spaces filled up. If not, work from home has been proven to be beneficial in a zillion ways. There's no overhead. There's no, for leasing space and builds and all that. People like it better. There's no commute. But if there are buildings that the federal government owns that can be made use of, we ought to be making use of them. And if not, sell them.
And the other thing that it does actually make some sense bringing people back. And you know what? If he just said, hey, I need everybody back at work so we can figure out which buildings we need to get rid of, I would have no problem with that. That makes perfect sense to me. But I think I have to wonder whether that's why he wanted everybody else back. I'm guessing it was just a punishment. He thinks people are sloughing off at home, and to a certain extent, he's going to be right.
Well,
But,
there's a lot of data that says people are more productive when they're at home.
oh, I had a boss once because I believe this or not, I had a blood clot, and I'd fallen and developed into a blood clot, so I had to work from home. And I actually had a boss go, well, you do realize you're working a lot more from home than we're kind of expecting you to.
Well,
After all, you are convalescing. So, yeah, I couldn't get around, and I had a laptop, and my son was at school during the day. My wife was there, but doing whatever she did during the day, and I had nothing better to do, so I worked. So anyway,
well, you don't have office chit chat. You don't have
Exactly.
gossip. You don't have.
you don't have to go to lunch. Why take a lunch break? I'm home.
No commute. Your bathroom is right there. You don't have that walking down or the last place because I work from home. But at the last place, I had to get on an elevator.
Oh,
and go
really?
down to a bathroom. Well, I didn't have to, but the bathroom on the floor where I was super tiny and all that stuff. But
Right.
yeah, there's a myriad of advantages. Plus the fact when you do have a meeting online, people are wanting to get that thing over with. There's no, hey, did you got your hair cut? Nice dress, blah, blah, blah. No, it's just bam, 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 bam. See you later.
So I'll read this story. I didn't hear about this. Democratic mayors to appear before Congress in Sanctuary City showdown. I want to find out where that's going to be because I want to watch that.
New York, Denver, Boston, and Chicago, it says. Are the four cities.
You know that Adams is going to get, he's gonna get a pass. I'm hoping. I'll see can I find that on C-SPAN. That's going to be a must see. Mike Johnson, where is he? What is he mayor of? Oh, he's Denver. He's got that
Jerry
Conan O'Brien hairstyle
and the Jerry Spence jacket.
So let's see. So that'll be something I will see if I can't find and watch on C-SPAN for highlights. And then the other story that caught my attention is, what do you think of this? With love, Meghan is out. Here's what we thought. I'm not going to bother to care what they thought. Who cares how the Duchess of Sussex or whatever she is? Yeah, Duchess of Sussex lives. Do you think you're like experienced in this sort of thing? It's going to be on Netflix for starters. I don't see how this survives.
There'll be a lot of people that are really into it. And because, number one, the royals, for whatever reason, both in England and here, are very, very, very of interest to people. She's got a unique story.
Royal, though?
Oh, yes. She's the Duchess of Sussex. I mean, she's married to a prince. She's, of course, the only Duchess you can see that was on basic cable. But she was on that show, White Collar or whatever. But a show like this, I mean, the royal family has always had certain things, members of the royal family. It's almost like they're first ladies. They pick their interest, And
wait, hold it. What do you mean you talked to Thomas Markle? It's Meghan Markle, right?
That's Meghan Markle.
Oh, I'm sorry, Meghan Markle. She says she talked to. You mean Thomas Markle? Where did you talk to Thomas Markle? Skater, does he live in Texas? Yeah, I know about their hatred for her, but you said I talked to Thomas Markle this morning. So, do you have a radio show or something? I gotta know.
Well, she's a little bit divisive, but I think
that Meghan Markle.
People will want to look in on this show. They will want to see, what's going on.
It says her brother was online in the wee hours. Okay, I had no idea they had a show. No idea why. He's her father, right? Why on earth would he hate his daughter that much? Oh, he's starting a channel.
I think, yeah, whatever.
Oh, that's interesting. I will make sure not to watch it. I'm not going to even watch his daughter's show, but because I don't care to know what a movie star and a prince live like.
People that are into shows like this,
he's lost weight.
People that are into shows like this will definitely watch it. That Martha Stewart.
Martha Stewart types?
Yes, they'll definitely watch it.
Oh, wow. Poor Poor, poor people. Interesting. I mean, if I could afford, that kitchen, I would have watched. Let's see, what's this? Playing soccer and navigating the war in Gaza on a team of Arabs and Jews. Interested in this story?
No, if I have to see another soccer story and or movie about some jacked up soccer teams, there's a homeless soccer players World Cup, and it's just that they think of anything they can. I mean, there's soccer they play with elephants, for Christ's sakes. I'll just stick to the competitive soccer. Thank you very much. Now, there is a really good story of the former U.S. national team coach who coached Egypt when they were having all their strife in Egypt. And that was kind of a cool documentary because they were up against some real stuff. But they do all these contrived soccer shows all the time. Let's get some guys from Ireland and England. Let's get some people from, Russia and the Ukraine to play and whatever. I'm tired of it.
Donkey basketball? No, I don't remember that.
You don't?
No.
Oh my God! When I first
They
started
played
out,
basketball riding donkeys.
yeah. When I first started in radio, that would be like a fundraiser the radio station would do against the local firefighters or something of that.
So you've got like what, 5-10 donkeys out there?
I think it was 3-on-3, but I can't remember. It sucked. Now, we also would play, we had a barnstorming softball team that we were actually pretty good for the radio station, and people would come in from all over for that. You go to little town, and the whole town would be there. It was very popular. We also would play against a lot of NFL teams in the off season. Would do these fundraisers in basketball. So we played against the Cleveland Browns one year. They put a little basketball team together and we played against them. Yeah, there's all sorts of that crap. But the donkey basketball is just, trust me, it's hilarious for 5 minutes and then it's super boring for the next hour.
How do the donkeys like it?
I never asked them. We didn't have the same locker room.
Flavor Maeve. And by the way, this would work a lot better without the OR. Let's see if you can get creative and come up with an ending that might make that sound cool. However, you guys hate her because she's black. I assume you mean Meghan Markle. No, but I tell you, I don't know. I tend to have to know you to hate you. And to be honest, I can't think of anyone that I know that I hate. Because if I'm gonna hate you, I don't need to be around you. So so it doesn't get to that hate line.
I don't hate her at all.
No, I don't.
She's living her life. What's the big deal?
Now, I have from my black man perspective, though, I do actually have a gripe. I don't know what the fuck she was thinking, marrying into a family that's relatively inbred and literally have a lineage that invented racism. Did you honestly think you were going to fit in with that family? So my thinking is that, you know what? Let's go back to Kant right quick. She did not. I'm not impressed with her ability to have good judgment.
Who just joined the chat?
CKJ3. What's up,
cool.
CK? But let me finish this rant right quick.
Okay.
The poor girl. And, she might have had a sheltered upbringing and she's biracial, but just having a sense of American history. And who knows? It could be that she just, hey, I'm going to take this risk because I love Harry so much. However, I don't know that it could have been me, or it couldn't have been my daughter. I would have vehemently gone against that. So anyway, So I don't hate her. I just question her judgment. And it looks like it's going to turn out well. So, it's just my opinion. So you got stories for us there, CK?
Stanley and Tom, how y'all doing this morning?
Pretty
Good.
good.
How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. Getting back into the working.
When did you actually, is this your first day back?
No, yesterday was. Yesterday.
Okay. So you say you got stories from down south.
Oh yeah, so I, I was talking to my uncle.
Where does he live in Georgia?
He lives in Jacksonville.
Oh,
But
okay.
when he was 16, he moved to Alabama with my grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he was acting up here in Ohio, I guess. So he was just telling me like the culture shock from being in the city and then moving to like a small town.
Oh,
I think
yeah, I can imagine.
Livingston, Alabama. He said it was a real small town, like real small. So
Aniston?
Livingston, Alabama.
Okay, no, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, he said
But they got a ton of small towns.
yeah, he said it was a real small town. He said it was they only had like I guess like one grocery store, like a gas station. But he was telling me that I guess like our family or whatever, he was like at night, like they didn't like come out at night. So it was different from him being in
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said they didn't he said they didn't even go to the grocery store. Cause he said majority was like coming from like sharecropping. So I guess they grew everything. And he said they used to hunt like raccoons and a whole bunch of like other stuff. So he was just telling me stuff.
What decade was this?
So it had to be like 70, late 70s when he moved down there.
Oh, okay. Well, he must be about my age.
Yeah, he's 62.
Okay, yeah.
Because he's actually him and my mother, they twins.
Right.
That's her twin brother. So yeah, 62. But he was saying how he wasn't used to that upfront, like people being like racist to him. So he was like real like rebellious. He was like he was like, man, I wasn't used to that. Because he was like his cousin had, I forgot what type of car he had, but he ended up like fixing the car because he's real good with his hands. So he said he fixed the car, was driving around town. So he said I think he said he went to the gas station to a store, and he said that the guy called him the N word, like N word, you better get up out of here. And he said he was like, man, listen here, I'm gonna go in the store, I'm gonna get what I'm gonna get, and if you touch my car, I'm gonna F you up. And he said the guy just looked at him like stunned, like what? He said he went in the store, bought his stuff, hopped back in his vehicle, and drove off. But he was like he wasn't used to that, coming from the city.
Right. Yep. Well, no, what he wasn't used to is people who aren't from around these parts.
Yeah.
People get, you read novels about this where, the new person in town, comes in kind of like what was it? Footloose?
Yeah, Kevin Bacon. Yeah.
He was the black version of Footloose.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. My sister and I used to go down to visit my grandparents. We stayed for like a couple weeks. They would give my parents, some alone time. So this was Adel, Georgia. It's in Cook County, right next to Valdosta.
Mm-hmm.
And as a matter of fact, you would have passed that exit going up to Jekyll Island, I think, or maybe I can't remember now. Might have been, but they might actually be north of Jekyll Island. I'd have to look at a map now. But anyway, my sister and I, it was a small city, Savannah was, but yeah, we were totally different. For starters, we didn't run around barefoot all summer. We always had money for candy. But yeah, but it wasn't quite that that much of a culture shock because we've been going down there since we were kids, and we were
Yeah.
nowhere near teenagers. So
Stanley, when I got to Wayne County, Utah, 2,500 square miles, 2,400 people, I was there about a month, and there's only one grocery store in the whole county. People would come up to me in the parking lot and ask me who I was and what I was doing there, and it shocked the living hell out of me. I was like, what? And I told him who I was, and of course my brother, sheriff, and oh yeah, I've known him for a long time, and I'm like, yeah, me too, his whole life. And then they'd start walking away after I told them, and I'd go, whoa, 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 whoa. I know you've lived here your whole life, so you think the whole world knows who you are. But typically, where I'm from, a little place I like to call civilization, if you walk up and boldface ask somebody on the street who they are and what they're doing here, you kind of have to tell me who you are. But it was a culture shock.
now I don't know because I lived in a place kind of like the town your father lived in, except I was I'm sorry, your uncle lived in, except I was an adult. I lived in a place that literally, when I moved there, had one stoplight, and it had two, convenience store / gas stations. Didn't even have a town hall, and we had little bit of a strip mall there. But it wasn't. It was like that strip mall had to have been built back in the 1940s because it only had two businesses, and then one of them was a flooring business, and the other was a massage studio, and then we had the beer store, which was at the foot of the mountain that I lived on, and then we had the post office building. And when I first moved up there, if you had an Amazon package, you had to go down to the mail to the to the post office.
Yeah,
to
well,
get it.
there's no mail. There's no mail delivery in Wayne County. You have to go to the post office to get your mail.
Oh,
but,
really? Well,
yeah,
that's even smaller than me then.
Well, and there's one stoplight in the county in those 2,500
wow.
square miles,
Oh,
and
okay.
it's not a tree. It's a flashing red. And yeah, it's small.
In the whole county?
In the whole county. There's like 3 or 4 four-way stop signs. But there's only one light, and that's it.
I remember coming home one day, and I can't remember why, whether it wasn't snow, but at the time I was getting off at like 3 in the morning and stuff like that. So I come home, and I get to my one stoplight, and it's out. And like the whole damn city was out. So I get up to the mountain, and the mountain was out. It was like, oh my God. That's the strangest power out. It was. And see, the thing was, when I first moved up there, like there were no street lights. It was a gravel road that I lived on. This one was 2-lane. The next time I moved up to the mountain, it was a 1-lane gravel road. So I get up there, and I had delayed headlights, delayed turn off on the headlights.
Yeah.
So I go right up to the porch and then get out of the car and go because it was so dark. I had to get used to that kind of dark. It would get so dark up there. And I had a canopy, trees. So it would get dark. You couldn't even see your hand in front of it. But, and if I had groceries, I was shit out of luck. Getting the groceries out, I'd have to race the light to see the steps to get up the porch. But, yeah, and it was, I moved up there on a whim, roller skater. And it was like, it was like the mountain adopted me. To this day, I had to move, because of arthritis. I just couldn't take the cold anymore. But no, I Virginia. But I always said Georgia was my mother and Virginia was my wife because I found a whole life up in them thar hills, and it was great. Had I not met my wife, I was on my way to becoming a mountain bum. So, my wife saved me from, living up in some shack somewhere drinking whiskey all day.
Being to be brave, right?
Oh no, I was cooler than Be Brave because, all the rednecks I knew had read at least Civil War history. so, so we had something to talk about. Yeah, I mentioned Be Brave earlier, and you know what? Whatever. So how did your uncle get out of the town? Did he live
Um,
there? Did he wind
yeah.
up? You
So
said
he
he
lived
moved
there.
back.
I think like early 20s. Then he ended up um, moving to. I think he got a job in Jacksonville, and that's where he ended up staying.
So he basically went to high school there and everything.
Yeah, I guess like towards the end. Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, did he grow to like it?
Yeah, I mean, he said he learned a lot. He learned how to hunt and fish and how to survive because they was like self sufficient down there. So, like I said,
Right.
he said they didn't go to the he's coming from the city, Cleveland. So,
Oh, okay. Oh well, God, that's like he
yeah,
must have felt almost like Emmett Till. It's like it's like it's like Emmett Till, except I'll kick your ass.
yeah. Because he was like, when the guy said it to him, he was like, man, he said he never heard nobody never said that to him.
Right.
So, like, what? Like, man, get out of here. I'm gonna go get what I need to get, and I'm gonna get in my car and I'm gonna drive off. And if you touch my car, me and you gonna have a problem. So he's coming from that,
Right. Exactly.
because he's not used to somebody walking up to him.
Well, I think two people had conversations at the dinner table that night. And both began with, "Huh? Guess what?"
It's never happened to me before.
Yeah, he was saying that Stanley. He said one time he was in town driving, and I forgot what type of car. It was a fast car, so he was, they didn't want him in town. So he was like the one sheriff or police was chasing him. So he was like his car was so fast he was just sped up.
It was like a Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, so he was like the next day they see him. They was like, "Yeah, you ran from me." He was like, "I didn't run from you." He was like, "Yes, you did. You run from me." He was like, "Oh no, I didn't. It wasn't me or whatever." But he was that type of like kid or whatever, coming from the city and being
Oh
down there.
wow!
But yeah, it was funny though. He was just telling me.
I want to talk about this story right quick. I was gonna like read it or have it read or something, but apparently, because I watched part of this particular town hall. This was in Roswell, Georgia, which is on the other side of Atlanta for me.
Yep.
It's fairly affluent, but this guy basically his audience, his constituents were just they were not happy, and they're all Republicans. He's a Republican, so and this happened several different places. So what they're thinking about doing now is teletown halls, which is some bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so fucking cowardly. they're gonna do Zoom town halls because they couldn't face the heat that their own voters. These are voters, constituents at least, who were putting some, putting some their thumbs in the screws, and now they're gonna do teletown halls. So where's that be a man ethic that MAGA's supposed to have? that. Oh, this is just making me laugh. They need to be a man like Donald Trump. And then before I go, I gotta I gotta look at this. Apparently, that The angle I was looking at the speech was from the whitehouse.gov feed. So, Trump is pretty much the center of attention. And you see goofy grin Vance and I'm in heaven Speaker Johnson. That's pretty much all I saw. And then a little bit down in front, you can see some of the activities that are going on. But this one thing that I didn't see are the Democrats. So, all of them had like signs and shit. I was like, wow, no wonder Speaker Johnson was a tad upset. Let me see these signs right here. It says on the back of it, it says Musk steals.
Save Medicaid.
Oh yeah, Musk steals.
Off to the right,
maybe what I'll do.
Save Medicaid. Let's see. Protect.
I didn't see. Yeah, so I'll play a little bit. So Musk steals, but Democrats were defiant throughout the speech. And
this gentleman from the chamber.
Once again, I look at the
Now, I do have to give Trump credit. He was able to get through it, and you pointed this out, Tom. He was able to get through it and didn't skip a beat. So, once again, the Democrats are trying to, just kind of be disruptive, and Trump just flicked them off his shoulder like they were so much lint, or in his case, probably dandruff.
Didn't even make a speed bump, and
yeah,
I've got a problem. I mean, no disrespect to Representative Green, but brother, you got to change your name.
Al Green.
There's only one Al Green, dude.
Maybe he was named after Al Green.
Maybe Albert Green. Be Alvin, even if you want to. But I expect him to sing LOVE on the way out or something.
But the thing about this that really caught my attention, and it's not that he's standing up or being disrespectful or anything like that.
The cane?
The cane. People have been beat to death with canes, or almost to death.
Damn near. And actually, the biggest cane beating, and it happened right there.
Oh,
on the floor of Congress.
Yes.
Was actually instrumental in a huge shift in mentality regarding slavery, because the person that was doing with the beating with the cane,
Sumner, it was Sumner, and I forget who the
Sumner and the guy from Massachusetts. I forget who it was.
Sumner was the guy from Massachusetts, and the guy who beat him was from Georgia, actually.
Yes, and Charles Sumner, Preston Brooks.
Yeah,
and he was a Democrat from South Carolina, and Sumner was he was from, like we said, he was from Massachusetts, and he was anti-slavery,
right?
And was giving a speech, and Sumner just couldn't handle it and started beating with a cane, and tons of people in the North. Not that they didn't possess that attitude to begin with, but they went, no, we're not standing for that. I mean, it was a big national discussion and galvanized a lot of people in the approach to the Civil War.
Well, the thing that struck me is this guy was like out. He was so injured that I think he might have been even reelected, but he was out of commission for like 2 years. Some long amount of time.
Yeah, he was beaten so severely that he didn't come back, and I can't remember whether they left his seat empty or what exactly happened, but it polarized a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people, and people started humiliating Brooks. People started challenging him to duels. They really came down on him. I mean, they really came down on him. Right. It was a bad move. But I can't remember. There's something about the fact that, I mean, because Brooks was arrested for this and convicted of assault.
Right.
Didn't get any prison time or anything like that. But I can't remember whether the seat was left empty or what the deal was. But there was something about the fact that he was out of commission for so long that it was an issue regarding, who was going to take that chair or not.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm sure you know that Andrew Jackson, somebody tried to assassinate Andrew Jackson on the steps of the Capitol. And he had a flintlock pistol. Both of his flintlock pistols misfired.
Right.
And he was going to shoot Andrew Jackson in the back. This is when Jackson was the president. And that act startled Jackson. He turned around, saw what was happening, and he beat that guy severely with a cane. Just beat him in front of a ton of people. Including Tennessee Representative Davy Crockett. When Davy Crockett steps back and goes, "Whoa, hey, look out!" that's a beating with a cane. Now,
I'd rather wrestle with a bar.
Yeah, man, he beat him very badly. Very
I
badly.
noticed that B Brave started up a show early. Apparently, he wants to be my competition.
Well, I'm sure he has a lot to say about the speech last night. So
I doubt he has much to say. The title of the show is Blue-Haired Rainbow Freaks Opposing Corporate Might. I have no idea what it's about. But anyway, Al Green did his thing. I'll be honest with you. I think the lady who did the response to this joint House address was probably came off the more sensible of any of them. Either I wouldn't have gone, and all the histrionics in the face of this is just basically a boulder rolling downhill.
Yeah.
And I think the best the Democrats should do or can do right now is just don't get in the way of it. It's either going to succeed or fail. And Trump has a mandate to a point that he controls all three branches of government. And the thing is I have doubts that they're going to be able to govern. And you don't have excuses when you have three branches of government and you cannot govern. So,
well, when you have a speech like that, and like we talked about earlier, I think the speech was very, very good. Mm-hmm. I think he did a great job presenting it. It got all of his talking points out there. It delivered on a lot of his campaign issues, and it was very, 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 very well done. But when you do a speech like that, you establish a record. When you say we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and we're going to do the other thing, great. But at some point, you're going to be expected to have done those things. And there's a record of it because you gave a big speech. By the way, that caning took place in May of 1856. Mm-hmm. Sumner did not return to the Senate until December of 1859.
Oh, it was that long.
And the Massachusetts legislature refused to replace him, leaving his desk empty in the Senate as a public reminder of the attack.
Okay, I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah,
Shit, I knew it was a couple years.
Messed him up. Hey, don't underestimate the power of a caning.
And then I was also thinking, they didn't have anywhere near the medical capabilities. So that he survived it all, I guess, is a testament.
Yep.
I can only imagine the type of traumatic brain injury, he had to endure and probably never recovered. If I recall, he died fairly early.
Yeah.
So take one last scan through here.
I wish I'd have been a fly on the wall when CK, the guy that CK, the dude that called him the
Well,
N-word, I wish I'd have been a fly on the wall of that house that night.
Yeah.
Honey, you're not going to believe what happened to me today. I mean, that was probably the shock of his life.
It probably just stunned him. He was used to, more submissive sort of behavior from the locals, and
It was a very, they call
he
me
obviously didn't have any friends.
Very much a they call me Mr. Tibbs moment.
Oh yeah, that moment when he slaps the big man in the town.
Yeah, in the hothouse, in the flower house there. Yeah.
And what would we say? I'd have had you killed if this had been another time. I would have had you killed or whipped or something like that.
Well, the first thing he said, "Did you see that?" He says to Rod Steiger, "Did you see it?" He goes, "Yeah, I saw it." Nobody knew what to do. I'd have had you killed.
Yeah, well, all I have to say is times had changed. Time has changed, but obviously not quite as much as what did David Brooks, your buddy, say? We we don't have a bunch of humanity, but we have enough of it.
Yeah, he's just.
I thought that was a good line.
Empty shit.
And it was James Baldwin who said it. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, he was quoting James Baldwin. Yeah.
5 takeaways from With Love, Megan.
Actually, quite a number of Democrats walked out of the speech, not just Al Green. Al Green's the one that was.
Well, I knew Jasmine Crockett did.
Yeah, she did.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, walking out, just getting up and walking out would have been probably the best thing to do. I don't know do you know if the Republicans have done anything like that?
Well, no, the Republicans just heckle and scream "you lie" and do stuff like that. They don't leave.
Yeah,
but I'm sure over the long history, probably there's been, they turn their.
Well, I was wondering if they ever did it to Biden.
Well, the Biden was the one. Remember, Green and the chick from Colorado, Lauren Boebert, were just heckling him throughout the whole darn speech.
Well, actually, he handled it well.
He did. In fact, one of his responses even got other Republicans clapping and laughing. But I can't find a complete list of who walked out here. I'm looking for one, but I can't. I'm sure over the long history of Congress and presidential addresses, there have been a variety of protests, and sometimes they probably just didn't show up, or who knows what they did. I don't know how I feel about these placards that they were holding up, these little fans almost or whatever. On the one hand, I think it's kind of a genius way to communicate. On the other hand, what are you really doing? I mean, the whole thing's political theater anyway.
Well, if they could have all been on the same page, maybe Al, maybe they were supposed to be silent and hold up the placards, and then Al just couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
So kudos to Al. But I think that the frustration is your loss to this man. That should actually be that should actually tell you, how poorly you did, and that energy needs to be put forth to not lose to a Trump again.
Let's see. Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts, Stansberry, Maxwell Frost of Florida, Jasmine Crockett of Texas, Latifah Simon of California. They all walked out.
That was all?
That's the only ones I see listed here.
Well,
I'm
that's.
looking for a better list, but
I wonder if they were probably the Progressive Caucus.
oh yeah, let's see. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, well, that's not even the whole Progressive Caucus.
One dude, 7 women. Maxwell
Well,
Alejandro Frost out of Florida.
Well, all I have to say is that that's just indicative of it's a good thing and a bad thing. That Democrats are thinking small groups are for themselves, but they could do with some more being on the same page ism.
Well, and I can remember when the addresses weren't these stand on your feet. It wasn't the Rolling Stones. It was they were sitting and clapping.
Right.
It wasn't quite the. But that's political theater for you. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just you kind of have to recognize it for what it is. And that was a red meat speech last night, and it was a very good one. It was.
You know what?
Good.
I listened to it. It didn't even upset me that much. I could feel the tension in the room. But I mean, the thing is it's a red meat speech, but Trump is nothing if not predictable, at least in large part. Now, he will do unpredictable things like that performance with Zelensky. But the thing is you don't expect Donald Trump to follow norms, democratic norms or constitutional norms. Just he doesn't do norms, and that speech was no surprise. You could almost say it was canned speech because a lot of these points about the mandate and all that stuff, a lot of it was in his inaugural address.
Sure.
So
no, there was absolutely nothing wrong with that speech. It's a president who's not just in office but returning to office,
right?
Outlining, hey, I'm back. This is what we're working on. This is what we're dealing with. Like I said, I thought the references to the gallery were all extremely appropriate and extremely well done. That is often a very awkward or difficult sort of the crowd's wondering what's going on. Who are these people? It was very, very, very well done.
Right. Yeah, I cannot find fault. It's not the delivery or any of that stuff. The mechanics of it are great. It was the contents. The vessel was okay. Nothing unexpected, but very well done. It was the contents that were the problem. And Brian Nichols, I'm glad you enjoyed the speech last night. So it was definitely, if you're of that MAGA persuasion, it was definitely the red meat for the secondhand lions that MAGA tends to be. Okay, well, CKJ, you got anything? Any last words?
No, I'm just relaxing before I go in. Just listening to you guys.
Yeah, apparently we're too tame for these folks. They need the red meat that others will throw, or the hot takes or anything like that. And I'm good for them every now and again, but not today. I thought John was supposed to start a show. I was kind of waiting around for him or HB, but apparently
maybe John's on Be Brave this morning. Who knows?
It could very well be, which would not surprise me. They're birds of a feather.
Let's see here. What's scheduled this morning?
They're a mutual admiration society.
Actually, nothing is scheduled, really. Upcoming. Okay, 7 a.m. No, it says blacks are Democrat first. Trump State of the Union. I don't think it was a State of the Union, but
I was actually hoping to hear the blacks are Democrats first up, though, to be honest.
And it does say 7 a.m. March the 5th. I've noticed that occasionally some of these shows don't start when it says on
well, you know,
YouTube.
he is an urban landlord. You know, there are toilets that clog.
Well, yeah, it's not like it's network. It's not like it's the network news or anything. I'm just saying.
Right, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, but
I was looking for that Democrat take because you know, one of the things that struck me is that about that sort of logic, which is not original thinking, by the way. You know, it did strike me that blacks are the most conservative voting bloc in the Democratic Party. At least some think so. And the other thing is that I actually think that Republicans would get probably split down the middle at a minimum of the black vote if they could just do something about their embrace of racists. And you know what people don't seem to understand is you don't have to say the N-word to be a racist. So you know.
Oh no, the real racism is quiet.
Exactly. So, and to be honest, you know, the Democrats get accused of that. I mean, that, you know, the couple comments Biden has said, like that Jim Eagle, that Jim Eagle comment. You know, it's not Jim Crow. You know, that's Jim Eagle. I'm like, that was ill advised.
It really was. Yeah.
And the "you ain't black," ill advised.
Yeah. He was trying to Bill Clinton his way into a title, and the thing about Clinton was other people gave Bill Clinton that title. Bill Clinton didn't give himself that title. Other people gave it to him.
Yeah, that Jim Eagle comment is burned indelibly into my brain.
Yeah, that's some poor form.
Well, it just wasn't funny.
It wasn't anything good at all. There was absolutely nothing good about it.
You know, I guess he meant that you know what?
Maybe that was the beginning
like
of
mightier
his
bird, you know, like eagles are mightier than crows. You know, the scale. It was such a big deal that a crow is too small a bird, so let's use an eagle.
Well, maybe it also was the first signs of whatever he's got, you know, in terms of his aptitude, aphasia, or whatever he's dealing with.
Aphasia. That's probably what it is.
That's the first. He's searching through all of the winged creatures.
Yeah,
and that's what
he was like, what springs to mind?
Yeah.
He's like me trying to remember names all of a sudden.
And he was probably looking at some sort of flag or seal that had an actual eagle on it, and he just went eagle. Holding the arrows in its talons or whatever.
What did she say? My crows stopped migrating since they moved to my house. They're really crows that hang out. Crows are smart, and I'd imagine they're smart enough to know a good thing when they see it.
Well, and it's getting warm enough here now.
Are you feeding them? They're a roller skater? Hey, you know, crows are smart. They know a good thing.
Crows, blackbirds, grackles.
Yep, grackles are a type of crow. Is that right?
I think, or it's just an old school name for them. I don't know.
And the orioles are a type. I think they might be a type of crow too. I'd never seen an oriole. One day I was at a soccer field of all places in I I think it was Loudoun County, Virginia. And one just kind of sat on a fence, and they've got these weird iridescent feathers. One angle they look black, and then
Yeah.
they move a little bit, and it's multicolored. It was a kind of a beautiful bird, actually.
Is
He
it a
brings
murder?
seven family members. What are you feeding them, roller skater?
Is it a murder of crows? Is that the? Isn't that the thing? It's
a murder of crows.
Yeah.
Well, wait, hold it. Are you their family member now? Could be. He now comes immediately to my whistle. Oh, wow. You are feeding him. My sister has the same thing with hummingbirds. She names them.
I mean, other than the random dog, all animals run from me. They don't want nothing to do with me.
That get the hell out of here,
It's kind of mutual.
Get off my lawn.
It's kind of mutual. It's like, hey, go do your animal thing. I don't need to be part of that. I've seen nature documentaries. I'm good. But I love dogs. Dogs are great. But
speaking of animals, Stanley, we visit Mayport Base. My old LPO, he a lieutenant.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. Man, them alligators down there, man. I could imagine doing PT in that. Them alligators just roaming that base down there like that. I'm like, man, I can't do this. I can be at that.
I've never been to Mayport. It's funny. After my first ship got decommed, I wanted to get stationed to Charleston, and Mayport was my second choice. Just wanting to be closer, closer to my parents. And I got stationed they needed a quick replacement for somebody in Norfolk, so I wound up there. But it's my one regret. I had a cousin who was stationed there, but never got down to Mayport.
Yeah, it's a real small base compared to NOB. Because I was at NOB base.
What's all cruisers and destroyers, right?
Yeah.
Are there any subs there?
I don't think I seen. I think they said.
I think they're all at St. Mary's.
I think has the subs, right?
Yeah, St. Mary's in that area. That's the sub base. So,
okay.
Yeah, I get. No. They're carriers in Mayport.
No. There's no carriers in Mayport. None. Not in Mayport. No. It may be at Jackson, because he said Jackson is. I didn't get to go to Jackson, but he said Jackson is bigger than Mayport.
Okay, because I know my cousin was stationed in Jacksonville. He was a carrier. Oh, he was an NFO.
Okay, yeah, it may be Jacksonville, because he said Jacksonville is way bigger than Mayport.
Okay, all right. Well, that's where I wanted to go, but the fates did not send me there.
It was a smooth drive up there to Jekyll Island. Jekyll Island is very nice, Stanley. Very, very nice. It's beautiful up there.
I haven't been there in maybe 30 years, but maybe even 40 years. I don't think I've been there since high school. But oh yeah, that's St. Simon's Island, Jekyll Island. Yeah. That's some rich folks.
Go to Owls, they call it.
Go to where?
I think I seen the sign said the Golden Owls.
Oh yeah, Golden Owls. Yep.
Yeah, I used to do.
Brunswick is somewhere near there.
Yeah,
I can't remember how close it is.
I used to do a bunch of work down in that area for some people. I did the Brunswick Fair. I did all sorts of stuff down in there. Yeah, and they are rich, and they are a bunch of assholes. They still owe me money.
Hey, all I can say is you were in Ahmaud Arbery territory, son.
They still owe me money, those people. They're a bunch of losers.
You ever gonna collect?
Well, I frequently, At the time, I collected in reputation. I tracked them down on social media, and every time they were at one of their gala events and posted the pictures, I had 200-300 people post my invoice and call them deadbeats.
Well, were you like they held up placards?
Kinda. And I got part of it, but I never got all of it. And I finally just said, you know what, this is more effort than it's worth. I'm not going to get blood from a turnip here.
Yeah, CK had to go into work. I was gonna say that I haven't been down to Brunswick in quite some time. Don't know if I'll get down that way anytime soon though. But I like it down there.
I did some incredible work for them too, for that fair.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just some really good creative work, and I did Southwest Georgia Southwest Georgia Health System and all the bunch of stuff down there for that little group of people.
So you were one end of the state to the other.
Yeah. Southeast Georgia.
Oh, we got to watch this. Oh, it's not on yet. At some point, the mayors are going to be testifying. I don't know that I want to stay on for all that.
Let's see
but I definitely know where to watch it now. I'm going to drop this link into the chat for anyone who might want to watch. It's Fox News is the first that came up for me.
What time is
mayors? We'll call it mayors before Congress. Sanctuary city mayors. Sanctuary city.
This is just bad reporting on AP's part. They don't give the time.
Right.
I guess you could go to. Well, I guess I could. Let's see here. I'm assuming that would be on C-SPAN.
Well, Fox is going to have it. I see that. I every now and again. That's the first one that came up for me. What is it? Fox Now or Live Now? Fox Now.
That's how awesome our government is you got to,
Well, I should actually utilize C-SPAN a lot more, but the only thing I ever watch on C-SPAN is Book TV. And I don't actually watch it on TV. I usually catch it after.
Okay, so that'll be at. Well, it says 10 a.m. Eastern, so it's in like a half an hour for you, I guess. It says mayors testify at hearing on sanctuary cities, and I got that from the C-SPAN Congress schedule. I don't know if it does say hearings covered by C-SPAN if you don't want to give Fox News the rating points.
Yeah, I'll watch it on C-SPAN because there'll be no commentary.
Boy, C-SPAN. Now there's some riveting.
Let me tell you something. I didn't realize that Brian Lamb was married to Susan. I can't remember. I think she goes by her own last name or maiden name. Back in the day, she was the redhead on C-SPAN. She used to do the morning notes or whatever they used to call it.
Yeah.
I thought she was hot as all get out.
You know what the biggest disappointment about that speech last night to me was when President Trump mentioned Pam Bondi and they didn't cut to give me a picture of her, a shot of her for some reason.
Now that was
heartbreaking.
Sacrilege.
But I wish I knew what kind of and how much of the overdose of drugs they give for the announcer on C-SPAN. Next up on C-SPAN, mayors from 4 different sanctuary cities will testify before Congress.
I used to love their morning show where they had the
call-ins,
the Democrats, the Republicans, and the independent lines.
Yeah,
and they would have the guests, and you would have Democrat line, they separate numbers for the 3.
Yeah,
and I always enjoyed that. I thought the format was really good.
There are huge gag reels of prank calls into C-SPAN on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Oh my
I
God, you
can
could watch
imagine
them all
so.
day and all night, and some of them are really good.
Well, sometimes the host would actually laugh, though, right?
Oh yes,
They get
yes, yep, yep, yeah. And sometimes they would say, "Well, they got us," because somebody would say, "No, I live near where the train derailed, and I'm looking at it right now. You know what it looks like? No, your ass." Or whatever, and then they'd hang up or whatever. Yeah.
Well, the next time I got beer, I might have to look at some of those gag reels.
Yeah, there's all sorts of public access gag reels. You could watch them, prank call reels. You could watch them all day. You could watch them all day. Some of them are very good. At a radio station, you've got a producer usually when there's call-ins, and those people are supposed to screen the calls, and some are better than others. But when you're putting your screening duties in the hands of a freshly out of college graduate, sometimes they're not that good at it. But Roller Skater Texas Girl says, "Remember Tradio TV and the Stern Show pranks?" Yes, I do remember. My first job, well, not my first job, there was a job I had out of Anderson, Indiana, person-to-person radio, WHBU, and I hosted like talk shows from 8 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. And the first one was called Teleconference, and it was just current events and the news of the day. The second one, though, was Tradio. I would do Tradio every day, 5 days a week. Hello, Tom. I got an old refrigerator here. Door's broke, but if somebody wants it, they're welcome to it.
Oh, wow.
And then I'd have to, well, thank you. Item lot number 1 today on Tradio is a used refrigerator. The door is broken. You can, find out where it's at by calling 333-2665 or whatever the number was. And you do that all for an hour. A solid hour. It'd be like, I got a 1956 Ford radiator out here for a truck. Am I asking $5 for it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was a brilliant show.
I had no idea. Have never heard of it. Does it still exist?
Tradio?
This is like local stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. Little local radio stations definitely are doing Tradio still. Definitely. People love Tradio. Now, I'm certain it's probably not as popular as it used to be since Facebook Marketplace and, Craigslist and everything. But there's still a number of people that are at work or they're, elderly or whatever. And I remember one time looking across at the news director and going, can you believe the mountain of worthless shit that we have on this every single day? And I said, it's just staggering, the stuff that these people. And then the very next call, Tom, I just wanted to tell you I've furnished my entire home with items from Tradio. And he's looking at me through the glass, and I had to put the cough switch on because we were laughing so hard we were crying.
Oh, wow.
Just because I had just said, this worthless, misbegotten, who would want this crap? And the very next call was, but those little radio stations, let me tell you something. I was the new guy at the station. And when you're the new guy, you've got to work all the hours nobody wants to work, particularly on the holidays.
Right.
So if I was working Christmas morning or New Year's Eve, I'd get a call when I was playing the golden age of radio theater or some pre-prepared programming. I'd get a call, at WHBU. Tom, can you come down to the main floor? I made you some Thanksgiving dinner. I brought you some Thanksgiving.
That that costume she's wearing weighs.
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to ask her to take it off and weigh it.
Oh, she was beautiful.
Yeah.
Brazilian women,
But these
are just like stunners.
These little towns, these people would bring you food on New Year's Eve. I remember one time a lady brought me on cutlery a steak and a baked potato and some sauteed
really?
mushroom. Yeah, because they knew
You were single too. Well, of course you were single. I was
Yeah,
about
I
to
was-
say, man, did they know you were single?
I don't know if they did, but they knew I was a young kid.
Yeah.
That was working all the graveyard shifts and that there was no restaurants open, in that part of downtown Anderson. And even so, they were just really sweet people. They were just really wonderful people. And that local radio thing, now at a station like that, we had live local programming from 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening, and then we did basketball and football games. And now, please.
Good morning, guys.
All I have to say, what's up, Latino? People just don't know. And I think that's part of why I've just kind of gotten, hooked on small towns. I almost feel sorry for people, or most people anyway.
Well,
who
now
live in big towns.
Now on those stations, you might have an hour or two in the morning, and then it's all syndicated programming the rest of the day.
Right.
The same crap as everywhere else. But
oh my goodness.
Look at that.
That's the girl that I was saying was so beautiful.
Yeah,
that
she is.
woman is ridiculous.
Yeah, she's glowing.
And I know she's made up, but I think she'd be okay without the makeup.
And look at him. No wonder so many women leave their loser husbands and take their kid and move to South America.
I knew you was gonna say.
I guess these are real.
Yo, you were on fire yesterday, dude.
What was I doing? I don't even remember.
Yo, dude, you said some comment there yesterday on the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You said, well, was it? It's more like, yo, I gotta go back.
Oh, Brokeback Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was priceless. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I don't know, Stanley. Maybe. I really think at some point the Urban Landlord Channel needs to have, Galtathon or something, and you guys need to have an event somewhere. All the other online channels, well, not all of them, but a lot of them do it, where once a year, they'll contact a hotel, get a rate on rooms, and they'll say,
I think they we've talked about it on occasion.
We should do that.
I think the perfect thing would be is for John to rent out his room. John rents out some of his rooms in DC.
That would be funny.
Yeah, that would be funny. That way you can get the experience of the John Galt.
Galt house.
Yeah, I can just hear him. Road scare text girl, you mind living on the east side now? It's not as nice as out there on the west side.
And he's going to rate us at the end of who was the best tenant.
That would be funny, actually.
Take pictures of all the trash and all that stuff. Yeah, John be taking pictures of the trash. You want to see what Tom Gully left in the trash can?
Oh shit, he popped up.
Hey, what I'm expecting Tom Gully to leave are braids in the tub.
Nah,
Stanley, I sent you the video in the back. I'm
trying to get it sized up.
Yeah, you guys could make some money on that, by the way. You charge for that. Because what you do is you get a place where you can actually stream the shows too. Because all the people that can't be there then pay $20 or however much it is to get access to that live streaming content. You charge people to go to the thing. You have a dinner. You have some sort of social thing that everybody does.
Charge somebody like $110 or some shit.
Oh, yeah, man.
Look like Tom will be in attendance.
I would show up, John.
Well, I would have to charge an appearance fee for that, but we could work something out, though. Get
a Tom Gully discount.
Line me up with the right lady. I won't charge you a penny. Be a special episode of Pop the Balloon.
We'll get you a sister. Tom.
So This video shows Mexico shutting down the border because of
Yeah, that
tariffs
happened today, man. And I wanted
this
to get your
morning.
opinion. Yeah, this happened today.
Are they building a wall there?
Or they're closing down the border.
I'm kidding.
I can translate what they're yelling in the back if you guys would like to know.
What are they yelling?
He's saying it's over, it's over. Now they have nothing else to complain about. They want to complain, now it's shut.
Oh, that's actually funny.
I thought they were
all I
saying.
have to say is, bad decisions and opinions on tariffs and all that stuff. I don't care. Why the fuck would I care if they close the border?
I thought
No, I was just asking.
It's gonna hurt them more than it hurts me.
Dude, yeah, guacamole's going to be expensive now.
I thought they were saying the gringos are still going to beat us in the CONCACAF Nations League.
No, the thing is that the fruits and vegetables are going to be an issue. But the thing is I live in a small town. It's almost farmers market season. About the only thing I won't be able to get that I would normally get from Mexico would be
like the masa,
avocados.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh,
Avocado,
I've got a bag of masa, and these days I don't make a lot of corn tortillas, but the only time I use my bag of masa, which is in the refrigerator, by the way, to help it keep.
Does it keep it fresh if you do that?
As far as I can tell, yeah.
Damn, I'm about to start doing that.
I usually keep like my bread flour and all that stuff in the freezer.
Wow, I'm about to start doing that.
Yeah, I've never had a problem, and I use the masa for chili. You put a couple tablespoons in the big pot of chili; it'll thicken it up.
To thicken it up. Yep.
As a matter of fact, it's good thickener. It's like cornstarch.
Yeah,
good. It's better than flour, in my opinion.
It's like a combination of kind of cornmeal.
And I have arepa flour too. That's in the freezer. So there's nothing from Mexico I need in the next 6 months. So I'll put it to you that way. And I'll live without the guacamole.
Same. I just wanted your opinion because of all the tariffs.
I think they look foolish.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I'm wondering now, they may be trapping some people, some Americans who may be south of the border for one reason or another. It's going to be inconvenient. But, there's a way you can just walk across that bridge. Maybe they're shutting that down too. But I tell you what, let an American citizen complain that they can't get
to Mexico.
Oh,
hilarious!
You know what? Me and Trump will be on that stage talking.
The irony.
Well, that's a tourism issue for Mexico,
right?
And for us to a certain degree. But Cozumel, Ixtapa, I mean, those places.
Yeah, they're cutting off flights too.
Yeah, how much money they make off tourism too? You gotta
Cabo.
Yeah.
I bet they're not shutting down the airport.
Acapulco.
So my opinion is, who cares? I bet it'll be open. I bet it'll be open by closing time.
Now, and I don't, you know how I feel. I think they're all criminals, both sides of the aisle, but I don't understand Canada. I don't understand Canada. It's like, what have they ever done to us? What are they doing that's bad to us?
I think they just don't like the Liberal Party, or whatever they call them. Trudeau is a little bit too liberal for them. Now, I will say this: the terrorism threat is a thing. I have a friend of mine I have a friend of mine who knows a lot of Indians in Canada, in that their Khalistani movement up there is a problem. And the other thing is Somalis, but not anywhere near. I have a friend who's a female Somali. She's a professor or something up there. but that's more like a local thing. Khalistanis and Khalistani terrorism, yeah, that Canada has some real issues with that, like actual terrorism, where they're blowing up mosques and shit.
That's
Um,
crazy, dude.
yeah, they that is a problem, and you do not want that leaking across the border.
Not at all, dude.
Diversity.
So for the
Diversity.
terrorism aspect, because they had some Indians, I don't know whether they were Sikh or not, Khalistanis or not, but in Khalistan is the Sikh separatist movement that's not, oddly enough, a big deal.
You saying Khalistan or Pakistan?
Khalistan,
Oh,
Khali, Kali Stan. Like I don't know if it's like the god Kali. I don't know if it's Khalistan. It's a Khalistani movement. It's the region that Sikhs want to break off as a homeland within India as they're separatists.
yeah.
And for some reason, they don't fuck with India. Like in India, they don't do half the shit they do in Canada. So yeah, and there's every possibility that that shit could leak south into the states.
Yeah, I hope not, dude. My wife
Diversity.
takes the train every day to downtown, dude. And I talked to her about this. I'm like, dude, if you see something weird, just say something, get off, do something, but not to do anything. Like, I'm not going to accept that.
Well, I don't know what about capitalism you expect to be fair, American millennial. Capitalism is not famous for fairness.
It's not supposed to be fair.
Well, if you can get a win-win,
Yeah,
it
I
works
didn't
out better.
realize. I didn't
But there
realize they.
are it is
the
capitalism is
competition.
pretty much a zero-sum game.
I didn't realize they were doing that on a widespread basis.
I wouldn't say it's widespread, but people die. I'll put it to you that way.
No, I mean the import-export thing that American millennials talking about.
Well, the thing is that so what if they are? I don't think tariffing them where we haven't been before, I'm assuming, without explaining why, I don't think that's helping matters.
I mean, from what I'm hearing, we really don't spend much. Like, they
Okay,
make
I don't
more
know who's
money.
programmed American millennial into thinking this is like America is responding to some unfairness.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
point.
because that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
Like, what
they
the
make
fuck
more money.
what is this?
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
why is MAGA into this victim mentality?
Like, gee, man, I don't know. So,
What happened to that MAGA manliness? So I'm poking the bear a little bit, but seriously, folks.
yeah, I kind of agree with you with that whole fairness bullshit. Kind of,
A hood conservative yesterday,
kind of
he had
ridiculous.
Matt Walsh up there talking about basically how victimized white males are. He did not come off as manly. I'll put it that way. He started talking about black girl magic and making comparisons like maybe there should be a white male magic or something like that. And I'm like, dude, you're coming off. You are not coming off the way you think you're coming off. Even in that man shirt
What's
you're
black
wearing.
girl magic? Can he elaborate?
Well, he went into it. It was a whole spiel, and you can watch Hood Conservative. Why? Even in the Hood Conservative space, they were kind of dragging Matt Walsh, which kind of surprised me. I expected a different attitude from him.
I mean, Matt Walsh.
American millennial. Tariffs are not in and of themselves bad. America has generally used tariffs as a punishment when countries don't do what we want them to do. That America is slapping tariffs just across the board comes off as a punishment. Just yesterday, I was looking in the Washington Post or somewhere, and they're going, countries are asking, why are you tariffing us? What did we do? What do you want us to do? Basically, what's explained is Trump is doing this as retribution or retaliation or whatever. He wants this to be a profit thing. Basically, he's even floated the idea of replacing the income tax with tariffs, which is not going to happen, by the way. That's taken us back to 1890 something. But what I'm saying is that the perception is that they're unfair because no one knows exact. Like Mexico has pretty much gotten their flow of immigrants across the border way under control, as was bragged last night in Trump's speech. It's the lowest in, if not ever, in decades. So Mexico complied. Why are we still tariffing them? And the fentanyl, as a matter of fact, if fentanyl's the issue, why is Mexico getting tariffed more than China?
Facts. I think
it's uneven. Trump has bad judgment, and who knows why the tariffs are good or bad? I suggest you ask Trump.
I think that he's doing it because he's probably trying to get rid of the globalist agenda in the world. That's just my opinion.
Well, I don't see how starting a trade war is going to do that.
It's like a leverage thing.
They can tariff us just as much as, it's a two-way street. It's not like he slaps a tariff and they can't respond, especially China. And the other thing that's interesting, I made this point, China owns Smithfield, the Smithfield company.
Yes, they do. They own our pork and bacon.
You know what? You tariff the stuff coming out, they're just going to tariff it coming in. China owns shit. So, there's certain things, you're gonna tariff Smithfield ham. Well, China owns Smithfield ham.
That's crazy.
What if they just decide to jack up the price
on bacon? And you want to know how it's crazy that I know that because when I used to work for Boris Head, we used to get our so when they made the hams,
American Millennial, sorry to cut you off. If anyone's going to take a historical picture, it's going to be me. I tend to think about politics through a historical lens. So I'll let you yap away in the chat. What you're doing is making no sense mostly.
Well, it says here that last year we imported $412 billion from Canada and exported $349 billion to Canada. They're our largest trading partner. And I'm not saying the tariffs are a good thing, bad thing, because tariffs are relatively, they don't have a morality to them. But I've not heard anyone explain how we have been significantly harmed by tariffs that Canada places on our products going into Canada.
Well, it could be that he wants to solve the trade imbalance, but I would imagine there's always going to be an imbalance.
Yeah, there always is. There always is.
This is why we're number one. I mean, this is why you would have to pay more stuff when you go to the hospital based off IV or whatever they use when you go into the emergency compared to a third world country. It just is what it is. You could get a colonoscopy in Mexico for $200. Over here is probably $1,200 or maybe more.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason for that.
Well, I don't think. I mean, it's a trade imbalance. It's, in my opinion, kind of a hefty trade imbalance. But how is slapping tariffs? I don't see how slapping tariffs on imports. I don't get it. I don't see how tariffs solve trade imbalances, and Ryan would probably be able to explain it. I mean, you make more money, but why not just export more or create markets? There's got to be a better way than just slapping tariffs on. And if that is the problem, say, hey, we want to do something about our trade imbalance. But the thing is people are buying the shit. You know, whatever Canada's shipping, Americans are buying it.
Well,
And
bell peppers, a lot of bell peppers come from Canada too.
Well, the items that we main products they export here are crude petroleum, cars, and petroleum gas. The main product that we send them is delivery trucks, cars, and motor vehicles. So, you know, obviously the import, you don't export something that you need and then ask somebody to import it. So
and lately we've been exporting Americans to them.
They're going to play hockey. And then if you tariff us and we tariff you, that is not going to solve the trade imbalance.
Nah.
Well, Millennial actually does say something, thinking behind the tariffs is to bring them to the table and negotiate a better trade deal.
Yeah.
Well, how about just like president go to prime minister and say, hey, we want to negotiate better trade deals. And then if that doesn't work, then slap the tariffs.
I think he tried in Mar-a-Lago, if I'm correct.
Okay, well, wait, hold it. When
before he was sworn in, he had a meeting with Trudeau.
Okay, well, maybe doing it before he was sworn in was a little bit presumptuous. Now he has the force to do it. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of shit that's not being explained.
Yeah.
And MAGA is being spoon-fed no rhetoric, but enjoying it. MAGA is basically, that speech last night, as great as it was delivered and all that, was empty calories. There was no
Well, it's about a 60
salad with no dressing.
It was sugar. It was sugar. It was sugar smacks for the MAGA children.
I get why we would tariff China for a variety of reasons.
That I understand.
But a $62 billion trade, imbalance with Canada, in terms of our, GDP and all of that stuff, is not, it wouldn't impact us nearly as much as sort of currency manipulation and things that China are doing. And so it's like, it seems to me like a trade deal to cover $60 billion is something that could be worked out in some way. It's like, we're going to give you a break on this, therefore you're going to buy more of it or whatever. But it just seems a little extreme to do that to our largest trading partner and a long time, very staunch ally that helped us many, many times internationally. The Iran hostage thing, on 9/11, do you know how many of our planes that were in the air landed in Gander up in Canada, and that little town took in Americans into people's homes and all sorts of stuff? And I believe it's in Newfoundland. And I mean, they're a good partner. Anyway. I don't know enough about it to say this is right, this is wrong. I've not heard a good explanation. Is all I'm saying.
With Japan, right? So he also tried to tariff Japan, and that's the main reason why they brought Honda over here. So now I don't think he's going to tariff Japan.
Well, Honda,
it's like a move.
Honda's been over here for a while, or is it Toyota?
No, it's
yeah, they've been here. They were here way
here,
before
but not
Trump ever got here.
Like a manufacturer. That's supposed to be like, they saying like it's going to be like the second biggest headquarter or some shit of Honda.
Right, but here is the deal. Japanese cars have been made here since they did movies about it. Japanese and German, BMW and Mercedes were over here as well.
And Audi too.
They're already here, is my point. And they were here before Trump ever thought about running for president.
I mean, Toyota is the #1 selling car now for like a while.
Right, but Toyota, I'd have to go back and actually do what Tom does correctly, and I'm always too lazy to do. But I do know that Toyota, I'm not so sure about Honda, but Toyota's had a presence here for quite some time.
Japanese cars have been manufactured here since 1982 when the first Honda Accord was produced in Marysville, Ohio.
So I
was about to say Ohio because wasn't the whole issue with the Haitian migrants and the Honda factory? I don't know if you guys recall.
Exactly. But I mean, all I'm saying is that Japanese cars have been here since I was in high school, and that's 40 some years ago.
Yeah, and they've been assembling them here for.
Trump is telling you that, hey, I forced Honda over here. He's misinformed on the history.
I can see that.
So,
I think your mayors might be speaking now. Although,
who's mayor? Oh, the mayors. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sometimes those don't start on time.
Let's see.
Who's the mayor?
Mayors,
four big cities,
sanctuary cities. Ryan says 1974 Toyota got here. That might have been an assembly plant. I mean, it's semantics, I guess. But there used to be plants where they would assemble the cars here and make certain parts, and then there's full on manufacturing plants. But that they've been. The point is they've been here for a long time. 50 years or getting close to it. Yeah. Oh, look, it's not starting right on time. You're all fired.
Well, it's only 10:04.
But
my mayor. Well, not my mayor because I don't live in that town anymore. But Wu is going to be there.
It's
Boston.
Denver, Boston, New York, and was it
Maine? I believe.
Denver, Boston, New York.
Boston's mayor is actually, isn't she pretty cute?
She's an Asian lady.
I think I've seen her before. She's it'll be a pleasure.
I think the lady that was
to hear her testimony.
I think she's an Asian lady. I'm not.
The lady that was yelling at the house.
Wait, you're in Boston or close to it?
Yeah, the lady that was yelling at the house that got arrested. I with the big boobies. I find her more attractive than Wu.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. The crazy black lady. You know what I'm talking about? The one that was yelling.
Oh yeah, she.
I find her way more attractive. Dude.
I don't really. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll see. I think I've seen a picture of her. Maybe.
But
maybe it was a different Asian lady. Maybe
I can tell you something about Michelle Wu though. Like this lady. And I know this is not even like I shouldn't even be mentioning this. Because it shouldn't even matter.
That you had an affair with her?
No. That she usually has these little outbreaks sometimes at night with anxiety attacks, and sometimes they have to get on the ambulance and go to the hospital and shit. Like,
oh, really?
Are you with me, Dr.
And she's done it like 3 times already, dude.
Just a shadow of the man that I once knew.
Says,
anyway,
Ryan says, in Maryland, we are done. Thousands are losing jobs, but housing will come down. So I'm poised to deal make.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, because they're going to have to sell their houses.
Now here's the hearing starting up.
And rent is still high, too.
Jim the Slim Comer.
Illegal alien who was recently arrested for killing a 63-year-old man had previously been arrested.
Do you have the C-SPAN link?
Let me see if I can get it real quick.
But Chicago authorities released him back on the
schedule.
Because I don't think Fox will care, but
and now an innocent man is dead.
Nah, this Fox doesn't care because it's like an online type of Fox.
These reckless sanctuary policies also force federal immigration officers to go into local communities to apprehend
Jim Bob
criminal
Comer.
illegal aliens. If sanctuary cities were to simply communicate and work with federal immigration authorities, then federal agents could arrest
Is the
criminal
governor
illegal
of
aliens
Maine
in a
there? I
secure
believe, right?
environment, like a
No,
safe
it's just
or
mayors, I
local
believe.
jail. Instead, they have to risk their own safety.
Yeah, they had a meeting board on Monday, man. Shit was wild. I was watching it.
Just to make arrests. Sanctuary cities make us all less safe and are a public safety nightmare.
Less safe.
That's why I launched an investigation into sanctuary cities and why these mayors are here today.
Boston, Chicago, Denver, and New York.
Oh, I want to see how they treat Mayor Adams.
Let me put this in the back chat for you.
Thank you.
They'll probably pre-roll an ad, but
They have ads now? Interesting.
who doesn't?
Seriously.
The Tom Gully Show has pre-roll ads, for crying out loud.
I mean, you got to get paid somehow.
Oh, they didn't do an ad, so
Federal funding to go to cities and states that prioritize criminal aliens, immigration enforcement officers. Today, Mayors Wu, Johnson, Johnston, and Adams will be publicly accountable for their failure to follow the law and protect the American people. President Trump and his administration are taking action against sanctuary cities. And Congress must follow, not by allowing a single penny of federal funding to go to cities and states that prioritize criminal aliens over the American people. I now yield to Ranking Member Conley for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every member here today, Democrats and Republicans alike, agrees that violent criminals don't belong in our communities. We all want our cities to be safe and have zero tolerance for violent crime, irrespective of the status of the perpetrator. Where we disagree is that my Republican colleagues prefer a selective application of the law to shield the President of the United States from accountability and this administration from the rule of law itself.
well, that's
In
a
America,
swerve
we
away from the
uphold the
topic.
rule of law, independent from partisan politics, without fear or favor. Betraying those convictions, President Trump's Department of Justice has tried to force the conditional dismissal of very serious charges against one of our
So,
witnesses here today, in exchange for that witness's total and complete submission to the radical immigration agenda being propounded by the administration. And the DOJ has done so over the objections of a Republican acting U.S. attorney who President Trump appointed. Rather than a flagrant corrupt and quid pro quo, 7 federal prosecutors, 7, including Republicans, resigned. One of them, a former clerk to Chief Justice John Roberts of the Supreme Court, said that anyone in his position, quote, would know that our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials, in this way. History is calling on us now to stand up for those laws and traditions. Doing so also demands an affirmation of state and local sovereignty
I'll be right back.
in determining the most effective ways to keep residents safe in compliance with federal law. To deny this sovereignty is an assault on the independence of every American city across the country. Today, Republicans have hauled before us the mayors of 4 major American cities to frame them as lawless because those cities have some limits.
Is
on
this
how
Ash Wednesday?
swiftly and aggressively
I think it is.
conduct
Yeah,
federal
I think it
immigration
is.
operations and responsibilities. Let's be clear. The state and local laws that Republicans have issue with today are in full compliance with federal
Lapsed
law.
Catholic, sorry.
They do not obstruct ICE from carrying out its duties, and they are backed by evidence demonstrating that they keep people safe and safer in counties with laws that do not honor extrajudicial civil detainers and had significantly lower levels of violent crime than counties that have them. Mayors, police chiefs, sheriffs, and local leaders have made clear that the way to combat violent crime is allowing local police to do their local job of ensuring public safety in their own communities as they account for it, commandeering them to spend limited time and resources as federal agents is a non-starter and can contribute to crime and non-cooperation in immigrant communities throughout the country. At this year's Conservative Political Action Conference, border czar Tom Homan said he is, quote, bringing hell to the city of Boston until it complies with his demands. I don't know what that means. Boston is my hometown, and I'm glad to welcome our mayor, Mayor Wu, and her 1-month-old baby here today. But I don't know that Boston welcomes Mr. Homan or anyone else bringing hell to the city. The Republican crusade against local independence doesn't just undermine public safety in our communities. It is blatantly cruel, and I say inhumane and un-American.
Come on. Let them live in your
Julia
house, dude.
Colindres, her husband Wilson Rogelio Velasquez Cruz, and their 3 children came to the United States in 2022 seeking asylum, a legal category of immigration, after escaping violence in Honduras. Wilson was granted a 5-year work permit, allowing him to work at a tire shop and to provide for his family here in the United States. Kenya said that her husband had never been in trouble and was, quote, a man of God. On January 26, the family of 5 was in church when Wilson was lured out by an ICE agent waiting to arrest him. Despite having valid work permits, the Trump administration refused to hear his appeal and is actively deporting him. Wilson was the sole breadwinner for his family. Now Kenya has to worry about how she's going to pay the bills and take care of her 3 children, on top of the fears that she and her children might be next. Last week in El Monte, California, Sidley, a woman who is battling bone cancer, tearfully watched as her mother, Yolanda, cried inconsolably as she was detained by ICE agents who refused to even present the detention order. Yolanda was Sidley's sole caretaker in her struggle against cancer and has no criminal record. And now Sidley is on her own. ICE is also conducting massive raids in cities and towns that have led to the wrongful detention of U.S. citizens, including Native Americans and military veterans. One school district sent a letter to parents warning that ICE may board school buses and demand documents from children. Children are going to be afraid to go to school. One reportedly wrote a goodbye note to friends saying, quote, if ICE takes me, don't forget about me. If ICE takes me, don't forget about me. From a child. Is that the country we want? America needs immigration policies that keep everyone safe and make the country stronger and allow us to grow and fill in the skill sets we don't have. If President Trump was serious about delivering those solutions, he would not be attacking the Constitution's guarantee of citizenship to children born in the United States. To see our country through this period of darkness, we need leaders who will stand up for the rule of law and will champion public safety at the local level. And American families, whether they're immigrant families or native-born families, deserve due process, deserve respect, and deserve that Statue of Liberty that welcomes all comers. I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. I request unanimous consent that Representatives LaHood of Illinois, LaLota of New York, Crank of Colorado, Malatakis of New York, Hurd of Colorado, Evans of Colorado, Van Dyne of Texas, Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Gillen of New York, and Davis of Illinois be waived onto today's hearing for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. And now, before we introduce the witnesses, I recognize Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the ranking member as well. Just to briefly, respectfully recognize the presence of the family of Wesley Haynes, a constituent. I'll speak to his case in my time, Mr. Chairman, but his parents, Patrick and Kathy, his wife, Olivia, his little brother, Brady, are present today, and they have a hard exit soon. Their 4-month-old daughter, Anne Marie, is waiting at home for Olivia to care for. And I just respectfully acknowledge their presence, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member. We will discuss the details of their case. They tragically lost Wesley Haynes last year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to recognize this beautiful American family.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins. I'm very pleased today to welcome our outstanding witness panel, the mayors of 4 major American cities. First, we have Mayor Eric Adams, who's an outstanding mayor of New York City. He was sworn into office on January 1st, 2022. We have Mayor Mike Johnson, who's the mayor of the city and county of Denver. He was sworn into office on July 17th, 2023.
Surfer dude.
I now recognize Representative Krista Morte from Illinois for 1 minute to introduce our next witness.
That's Brandon
Mr. Chair,
Johnson.
I'm pleased to introduce Brandon Johnson, mayor of the greatest city in the world, namely Chicago, a city that was built by generations of immigrants, people like my parents and myself. Mayor Johnson
I can't believe they're
was raised in
advocating
Illinois,
for this
which
nonsense.
I'm proud to represent in Congress.
Crazy.
The mayor was one of 10 children born to Andrew and Wilma Jean Johnson.
Okay, let me
teacher
stop this right quick, because you apparently are learning your manners from Solid Snake.
Yes, me and Solid.
You can't believe that other people don't agree or hold your position is laughable.
I'm just after 4 years of wild immigration, they're defending this still.
Solid Snake, the white Solid Snake. Okay, all I'm saying is that not everybody agrees with Ryan, so believe it.
Well, I'm
Come on,
shocked.
Stanley, let him speak, Stanley.
Stanley, where's my boy? Where is Snake? I want to see him. Bring him up. He said that he would agree fully.
It's
Come
Ash
on,
Wednesday.
Stanley.
Bring him up.
You
It's
know
Ash
good and damn well.
Yeah, well, guys, maybe.
Stanley, the Democrats. Look. Let's just be honest, okay? None of these people are letting any immigrants live near them.
Let's hear them out.
Let's be quick.
Yeah. They ain't letting none of these immigrants are allowed to live near any of these politicians. I guarantee it.
Can we
guarantee it?
Can we hear the Congress?
All
Go ahead.
I'm saying is that people sometimes disagree with Ryan.
I mean, I don't know on what grounds.
So believe it.
I just have to be critical.
Thank you all again for joining us, and I look forward to our discussion this afternoon. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand.
Oh, jeez.
You didn't get to hear him talk about the hot chick.
The
Thanks.
testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you
I
God.
don't think she's ugly.
Let the record show that the witnesses
older.
answered in the affirmative.
And
Thank you all.
she's a
Take a
Catholic.
seat.
Catholic,
Again,
yeah.
appreciate you being
Good
here today and
Catholic
look
girl.
forward to your testimony. Now, let me remind the
You can see
witnesses
the
that we
ashes
have
in her
read your
hair?
written statement,
Yep.
and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes, and we're going to limit our questions to 5 minutes, and that's going to be enforced today, and that's for both sides. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Mayor Adams for his opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Connolly, and members of the committee. As mayor of New York City and a former police officer for 22 years, keeping New Yorkers safe is my top priority, and it has been our administration's North Star. When I entered this role, my job was to help our city recover from the negative effects of COVID. Most importantly, to bring down crime. As a result, overall crime was down across New York City last year, and we have now had 3 straight months of double-digit declines in major crimes. I'm here today to testify on how New York City can continue to reduce crime, even as a sanctuary city. To be clear, a sanctuary city classification does not mean our city will ever be a safe haven for violent criminals. It also does not give New York City the authority to violate federal immigration laws. To the contrary, New York City will always comply with city, state, and federal laws as it does now. Law-abiding immigrants in New York have an important role. Immigrant New Yorkers, including those who are undocumented, pay billions of dollars in taxes and contribute billions more in spending power to our economy. Immigrants also play a vital role in the functioning of the city. This was on full display during the COVID-19 pandemic. The various immigrant residents of our city worked to keep the city moving, while many other New Yorkers were able to shelter in place and work remotely. Hospitals, the food industry, and many other businesses were able to function because of the commitment of our immigrant population. As mayor, I do not control who enters or remains in our country, but I do have to manage the population that is within our city. In order to carry out this function without having long-term negative ramification, I must create an atmosphere that allows every law-abiding resident, documented or not, to access vital services without fear of being turned over to federal authorities. I cannot have a city where parents are afraid to send their children to school or where children are sleeping on the streets, creating the potential for child exploitation and sex trafficking. If an undocumented person refuses to seek medical care until they have a medical emergency, our city's healthcare system will be strained. And if an undocumented individual witnesses a crime but is afraid to call 911 for fear of being turned over to federal authorities, criminals will roam free. And it reminds me of my early days as a police officer. I have seen firsthand the damage that can be done when someone is too afraid to seek out the police. Early in my career, I responded to a man who was calling out for help. We caught the suspect, but when it came to filling out the police report, the individual, an undocumented man from China, said he did not want to file a report and put a target on his back with federal immigration authorities. Approximately 4 decades later, our country still is in desperate need of comprehensive immigration reform. And as a result, New York City was hit with the largest humanitarian crisis in our city's history over the last 3 years. Federal law did not allow me to stop buses from entering New York City. State law required me to provide all in our city with housing and meals and to educate children. City law makes it unlawful to collaborate with ICE for civil enforcement. We complied with all of these legal requirements and still managed the humanitarian crisis with the care and compassion, while at the same time bringing down crime, recovering our economy, and preventing any child from being forced to sleep on the streets. Comprehensive immigration reform is long overdue. While the solution is not within my control as a mayor, I am committed to working with federal officials to go after violent gangs and those who harm residents of our city. This is why we have over 330 NYPD officers assigned to different federal joint task forces, over 70 of which are assigned to task forces with Homeland Security investigation, the criminal investigation arm of ICE. Those task forces focus on many different important priorities, including going after violent gangs and child exploitation. I look forward to sharing New York City collaborations that we do daily with our city, state, and federal partners to keep New York City to continue to be the safest big city in America. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Denver Mayor Johnson for his opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for inviting me to testify today. This committee convened this hearing on the critical topic of immigration. I want to tell you Denver's story. When I became mayor 20 months ago, Denver was already receiving buses of immigrants with little to no notice or coordination. At one point, we were receiving 10 to 11 buses a day, dropping off as many as 300 people, mostly women and children, in 10-degree weather with only sandals and a t-shirt, leaving them in danger of freezing to death on our streets. All told, 42,000 people arrived in Denver over 18 months, the largest per capita influx of any city in America. We are each entitled to our own opinion about what should happen at the border, but that was not the question facing Denver. The question Denver faced was, what will you do with a mom and 2 kids dropped on the streets of our city with no warm clothes, no food, and no place to stay? As mayor, I have to protect the health and safety of everyone in our city. As a man of faith, I have a moral obligation to care for those in need. As scripture says, for I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty. You gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. So that's what we did. In Denver, we believe our problems are solvable, and we are the ones to solve them. So we went to work. When we started, we had the largest encampment in Denver history, with more than 200 migrant families living in freezing temperatures. So we opened 8 different city shelters housing 5,000 people. City employees volunteered to take extra shifts, and Denver residents stepped up, making meals, donating clothes, furniture, school supplies. Some even welcomed families into their own homes. We helped 8,700 eligible individuals apply for work authorization so they could put food on their own table, pay their own rent, and reduce the strain on public resources. As a result, a year later, there is not a single migrant encampment left in the city. We have closed all of our shelters. We have connected people to jobs and housing, and the city's immigrant support budget has dropped by nearly 90%. And in the midst of this, migrants did not bring a wave of crime to Denver. In fact, crime went down. Homicides dropped 17%, shooting victims dropped 24%, auto theft down 29%. America is not just a place, it's a belief. Some people are born into it, some fight their whole life to get to it. It's a belief that all are created equal. It's a belief that it doesn't matter where you came from if you're willing to fight hard enough. Julian Becerra's parents believed that. So they brought him to this country from Mexico when he was 10. They taught him respect, and they taught him to love and serve his community. As an adult, he decided the most honorable way to serve his community was in uniform. So he enlisted in the Air Force. Then he served as a sheriff, then finally as a police officer, where he served with distinction until one day he was pursuing a criminal on a dangerous bridge and fell to his death. In the midst of the immigration crisis, I attended the Fallen Officers Memorial as I watched officers hand Officer Becerra's 10-year-old daughter a folded American flag. I watched her cry as she wrapped her little arms around that flag and holded it tight the way she wished she could hold her dad, but never will again. For the rest of her life, she will cherish that flag, that American flag, because it is the country that her dad loved. It is the country he chose. It is the country he served. It is the country he gave his life for. So if we want to tell the story of what impact immigrants have in America, we must tell the full story. That story must acknowledge that this country is lucky to have people like Julian Becerra, who love this country enough to risk their lives to keep us safe, to keep all of us safe. When buses started showing up filled with migrants, some in my city were afraid, just like I'm sure some of your constituents are afraid. They were afraid about crime and homelessness and worried about what these new people might take away from them. I understand that fear. And the truth is, people who are new to this country do good and bad just like all of us. But there's another truth. When those buses kept on coming, Denver made a choice as a city, not to hate each other, but to help each other. Not to turn on each other, but to turn to each other. And see if together we could solve a problem that felt bigger than any one of us. And that's what we did. It wasn't perfect, and it required sacrifice from all of us. But in the end, Denver came out stronger and closer than we were before. Because Americans expect us to do more than point fingers. They expect us to solve problems. So if Denver can find a way to put aside our ideological differences long enough to manage a crisis we didn't choose or create, it seems only fair to ask that the body that is actually charged with solving this national problem, this Congress, can finally commit to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now recognize Chicago Mayor Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Comer. Thank you to the ranking member Connolly and to the members of this committee. I have the great privilege and honor of serving as mayor of the city of Chicago, the third largest city in the nation. Established by a Black Haitian man and a Potawatomi woman, Chicago is and always has been a proud city of immigrants. Generations of new arrivals, including the descendants of the enslaved during the Great Migration, created a vibrant city where 1 in 5 residents is foreign born. Each day I wake up to serve every one of Chicago's 77 unique neighborhoods and those who live in our great city. As mayor of Chicago, nothing is more important to me than the safety and well-being of all residents. And since I was elected, my administration has been laser focused on creating and implementing public safety initiatives that protect all Chicagoans. We launched the People's Plan for Community Safety, which builds trust between communities and law enforcement by prioritizing transparency and violence intervention. We established a dedicated robbery task force that reduced robberies by 25% citywide. We added over 200 detectives, increasing the clearance rates on our cases. And we've updated police equipment and technology so that our police officers have the tools they need to effectively prevent and fight crime. Our efforts to improve public safety by building trust with and investing in our communities are working. Violent crime is down in Chicago. The city ended 2024 with its lowest homicide rate in 5 years. The city is also safer because of our Welcoming City Ordinance. That law makes sure that the city's police resources are focused on our local priorities. In fact, the 40 years of Chicago's leaders have recognized that our policies toward civil immigration matters help to prevent and solve crimes. Put simply, any actions that amplify fears of deportations make Chicago more dangerous. Those fears cause witnesses and victims to avoid cooperating with police. The cooperation of all people, regardless of their immigration status, is essential to achieving the city's goals of reducing crime and pursuing justice for victims. When there is trust between city's residents and the police, undocumented immigrants come forward to report crimes to local law enforcement and provide information that helps the police solve those crimes. And now, I know there are myths about these laws, but we must not let mischaracterizations and fear-mongering obscure the reality that Chicago's crime rates are trending down. We still have a long way to go, but sensationalizing tragedy in the name of political expediency is not governing, it's grandstanding. Every violent crime is devastating, but scapegoating entire communities is not only misleading, it is unjust and it is beneath us. So let me be clear. Chicago's Welcoming City Ordinance and our other laws and policies do not lead to more crime. They do not prevent cooperation with federal law enforcement on criminal matters. And we do not harbor criminals. We arrest them, often because of laws that allow residents to feel safe helping the police. As mayor, I'm building a Chicago that embodies the dream of my father had when he came from Salis, Mississippi during the second migration, a Chicago that invests in housing, healthcare, jobs, and education. And that's why we've increased safe and stable housing by adding almost 4,000 more units, expanded access to healthcare by opening 3 mental health centers, and focused on getting our young people well-paying jobs, with summer jobs increasing by 45% since I've taken office. Our local partnerships have built a solid foundation, a better, stronger, and a much safer Chicago. We need this body's support for these efforts. We are ready to partner with you on the measures we know promote trust and create sustainable public safety. And to the people of Chicago and all hardworking people across this great nation, these values are our North Star, the drinking gourd we follow to a better future. We will not live in fear. It is not our portion. We will not go back. I do look forward to answering the questions of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Boston Mayor Wu for her opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Connolly, and members of the committee, my name is Michelle Wu. I am the daughter of immigrants, and since November of 2021, I have had the honor of serving as mayor of Boston. I'm proud to be here on behalf of our city, the police officers, first responders, city workers, the faith leaders, teachers, parents, and neighbors who partner every day to make Boston the safest major city in the nation. And I'm proud every day to work alongside the greatest police commissioner in the nation, Commissioner Michael Cox. Every year since I took office, we've set a new record low for gun violence in Boston. Last year, Boston saw the fewest homicides on record in the last 70 years. Those are the facts. And behind these record lows are historic highs. The most ever young people working paid summer jobs, the most pre-K seats at no cost to families, the most affordable housing built in a generation. We have invested in the kinds of opportunities that cultivate prosperity and eradicate crime. And the laws on our books promote the kind of community trust that keeps all of us safe. In Boston, our police department resources and taxpayer dollars go towards preventing and solving crimes. And when it comes to criminal matters, the Boston Police partner every day with state and federal law enforcement. But Massachusetts state law and the Boston Trust Act make clear that immigration is federal law enforcement's responsibility. We are the safest major city in the country because our gun laws are the strongest in the nation, because our officers have built relationships over decades, and because all of our residents can trust that when they call 911 in the event of an emergency or to report a crime, help will come. This federal administration's approach is undermining that trust. In the past month, I've met with residents and faith leaders in community centers and places of worship, asking my constituents what they want Congress to know. And what I heard over and over again was fear and frustration. I spoke with pastors whose pews are half empty on Sundays, doctors whose patients are missing appointments, teachers whose students aren't coming to class, neighbors afraid to report crimes in their communities, and victims of violence who won't call the police. This federal administration is making hardworking, tax-paying, God-fearing residents afraid to live their lives. A city that's scared is not a city that's safe. A land ruled by fear is not the land of the free. Next month, Boston will celebrate 250 years of our nation's freedom. And in every one of those years, Boston has welcomed the world to our shores. From the English immigrants fleeing religious persecution, to the Irish forced out by famine, to the families from Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Cabo Verde, Vietnam, and so many more who call Boston home today. We are the safest major city in the nation. We are home to the greatest healthcare, the greatest colleges and universities, the most advanced innovators, and the 2024 world champion Boston Celtics. We are the cradle of democracy and the city of champions. We are all of these things not in spite of our immigrants, but because of them. 1 in 7 signers of the Declaration of Independence were immigrants. On the last 4 Red Sox rosters to win a World Series, 1 in 5 were immigrants. Of all the faculty at Boston University to have earned a Nobel Prize, all but 1 were immigrants. Today, 1 in 4 Boston residents were born somewhere else. Most have jobs, many have kids. All of them chose this country as their home because, like my mom and dad, they believe that here, where you've been doesn't limit where you're going. The strength of your character has nothing to do with the color of your passport. And how hard you work matters more than where you were born. That wherever you're from, if you pitch in, look out for your neighbors, and cheer for the home team, you can build a better future here for the people you love. So to every one of my neighbors back in Boston, know this: you belong here. This is your home. Boston es tu hogar. Boston, c'est la caillou. 这是你的家. This is our city. We are the safest major city in the nation because we are safe for everyone. Thank you.
Boston, this is your fucking city.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Connolly, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. The Cato Institute's half-century of independent research demonstrates that people of all races, religions, and birthplaces can thrive in a free society. Liberty must be protected, both from over-intrusive government and from private violence. Unfortunately, the president's chaotic, indiscriminate deportation plan does the opposite. It harms public safety, threatens Americans' rights, and undermines the successful integration of America's immigrants into its society and economy. The president's first action was to rescind the requirement that ICE target public safety threats first. He has ordered that millions of vetted immigrants be stripped of lawful status and deported. He is even attempting to deport the U.S.-born children of people without permanent status. This flagrantly unconstitutional act effectively orders a series of crimes, wrongful arrest and imprisonment, civil rights violations, and unlawful deprivation of voting rights. Never before in American history has a president sought the power to strip potentially tens of millions of Americans of their constitutional rights. The president is also explicitly asserting the authority to ignore any law passed by you, Congress, that provides due process for people accused of being in the country illegally. The administration has repeatedly misled you and the public about who it is targeting, stating it would focus on public safety threats, that only the worst of the worst would be sent to Guantanamo Bay, and that every person it had arrested had a criminal record. We now know that most ICE arrests since the inauguration have been of people without a criminal record. Indeed, he is arresting people who entered legally, never violated any law, and sending them to Guantanamo Bay prison. It is no surprise in this lawless environment that many people and many cities simply do not trust the federal government on immigration. That is a problem. But under our Constitution, states determine their policies. Congress cannot force them. It must reestablish trust. Unfortunately, some members of Congress want to force an indiscriminate policy of mass deportation on the entire country with no public safety focus. If Congress wants more cooperation, it should address the concerns of these cities. What Congress should do is reestablish trust. Indiscriminate mass deportation agenda is a far greater threat to public safety than any city policy. A mountain of empirical research shows that reasonable restrictions on ICE cooperation do not increase crime rates, and that immigrants lower crime rates. Immigrants, including illegal immigrants, commit crimes serious enough for them to be incarcerated at half the rate of US-born Americans. Data from Texas shows that illegal immigrants are 36% less likely to commit and be convicted of murder. At least before this current mass deportation effort, immigrants were more likely to report crimes than US-born Americans. Don't jeopardize that. Mass deportation is diverting law enforcement resources away from obtaining justice for victims. Indeed, it even targets the victims. Sabotaging local economies and obliterating communities will not restore public safety. It will make us poor while increasing the crime rate and victimization rate for Americans. There is a better approach. We don't need chaos and disorder of illegal immigration or of mass deportation. Why don't people come legally? Because Congress has provided so few options for them to do so, not updating its laws in the last 3.5 decades. Just 3% of those applying for permanent legal status in 2024 received it. That's the failed policy. Let peaceful immigrants pay to get vetted, work, and contribute legally. And let law enforcement at all levels focus on keeping Americans safe. Thank you.
All right, our witnesses have concluded their opening statements. We're going to begin with questions from members. And I want to remind the members, we have 60 members today that are going to ask questions. So I'm going to strictly enforce the 5 minutes. I'll hit the gavel if anyone's still talking, and we'll allow the witnesses to answer the question. But let's please be mindful. We have a lot of questioners today for this very important hearing. And again, we thank the witnesses. I'll recognize myself to begin questions for 5 minutes. And I have limited time, so I want to start with a simple yes or no question. And I'm going to hold you all to that, because after the first question, then we'll allow for a little more time. But Mayor Johnston, in 2017, Denver prohibited city officials, including corrections officers, from assisting and cooperating with any investigation, detention, or arrest procedures related to federal immigration laws. The city also stated that federal immigration authorities shall not be granted access or allowed to use the secure areas of any
city or county jail. Mayor Johnson, is Denver a sanctuary city?
A lot of folks use that term.
Yes or no?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Folks use that term differently. I can tell you what Denver does. We do not.
Okay, I take that as a yes. Mayor Johnson, no, yes or no? I take that as a yes. Mayor Johnson, on March 10th, 2023, you posted on X that Chicago must lead and live by the promise to be a sanctuary city. Is Chicago a sanctuary city?
A 40-year policy of being a welcoming city.
Yes.
A 40-year policy of a welcoming
yes.
city.
Mayor Wu, in November 2024, you gave an interview noting that you served on the city council a decade ago when the Boston Trust Act was first passed. You said in that interview that in terms of Boston's policy, there is a prohibition on resources and personnel going to enforce civil immigration detainers, meaning Boston police and other departments cannot cooperate with ICE when it comes to detaining on civil warrants. Mayor, is Boston a sanctuary city?
Boston is a safe city.
I take that as a yes. And Mayor Adams, on November 12th, 2024, you said, quote, this is a sanctuary city, but I must comment that you have, of the witnesses today of the major cities, you have publicly stated that you were willing to work with ICE on detaining the most criminal illegals, and I want to publicly thank you for that. But my question to you, sir, is New York City a sanctuary city?
Based on our classification, yes.
Okay. Last year in a Boston suburb, an illegal alien raped and impregnated his 14-year-old daughter while living in a shelter for illegal aliens. Mayor Wu, under Boston law, would you turn this criminal over to ICE on a detainer?
Whenever there's a criminal warrant, Boston police enforce that and hold people accountable.
So would you turn that criminal over to ICE?
This happened outside the city of Boston, but I can tell you in the city, whenever someone commits a crime, whenever there's a criminal warrant, we hold them accountable. If ICE deems that they are dangerous enough to obtain a criminal warrant, and the Boston police will enforce it.
Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
We follow the laws. And we make sure
Okay, the answer is with the warrant,
an illegal
yes.
alien who is a suspected member of a violent foreign gang who was brought into custody for his potential involvement in a murder. He was released when Cook County declined to press charges. This illegal alien is also facing charges for kidnapping and sexually assaulting his former girlfriend last year. Now he's on the streets. Mayor Johnson, under Chicago law, would you turn this criminal over to ICE on a detainer?
Our local law enforcement works hard every day to get criminals off the streets of Chicago.
Would you turn that criminal over to ICE? That's the problem. That's one of the topics of this conversation. That's one of the problems we've heard from Tom Holland and from the Homeland Security
need to
is
ask
that
with
in
the
your
warrant.
cities, when someone's apprehended for a crime and ICE is now with this new federal policy wanting to come in and deport the criminal alien, that you will not cooperate with ICE. Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
And we do not harbor criminals. Our local police department works hard every single day to ensure that the city of Chicago is
Yes
safe.
or no? Will you turn the criminal over to ICE?
With a criminal warrant from the federal
Somebody
government.
light this
Our
idiot
local
up.
law enforcement repeatedly collaborates with federal agents.
So
He's not
you're
real
saying
bright.
publicly today, you will turn that alien over to ICE in a safe place like a jail and not turn him out on the street and say, here you go, ICE.
This dude.
Good luck. You will turn that criminal over to ICE.
With a criminal warrant, as we have done for 40
Should
years.
that criminal be turned over to ICE?
With a
sir?
criminal warrant, they are subject to the federal laws, and that includes deportation.
My time has expired, but again, the point that we've got to iron out today is that we have to have cooperation. It is federal law to turn over those illegal criminals.
His time was
to
done.
ICE. And we have heard reports, and many of you have said publicly that you are going to.
Okay, this dude is a boob.
I thought his time was done.
If ICE follows procedure, ICE has to follow local law.
walk
So
country.
if the
All
local
right.
law,
So
part of that cooperation is ICE doing the due diligence.
look, here's the deal, Stanley.
No,
What I would do
no,
if no, let me
don't,
say it. Let me say it.
don't
Let me
tell me what to
Why do
say
you
it.
always talk when the chick's
don't,
talking, man?
Just put it on
She's
pause. Just pause it.
good looking.
Just fucking pause this shit. Listen, I need to say this.
dude.
I
Hey,
gotta say something.
don't pull a solid snake on us.
All right, listen, just hear me out. If I was Homan, I would literally just clean up the red states and red cities and let these blue cities have the criminals. Why the fuck are they chasing them? Let them have them. Let
Okay,
them bury themselves with the criminals. Who gives a shit?
you've had your say.
Yeah.
The actual
Shoot.
answer is if ICE cooperates with local officials, it seems they can get what they want.
Yeah, all they got to do is issue the warrant.
ICE just can't go up and go, hey, hand him over. How about fucking
Well,
type out a warrant?
And the city just can't go, here you are.
Okay,
They
but
have
the
to
cities
issue a
okay.
warrant.
Most cities contact ICE and say, is this
Okay,
guy
don't
legal
tell
or
us
illegal?
about most cities. Let's
Well,
concentrate on the
these are just the wildly lefty cities, but let them
this
die.
is
Let
the
them fucking
problem.
die with these people.
Ryan,
Drive
this
them
is
all to the liberal
Ryan,
cities.
this is the problem with your argument. You want to go outside the bounds of the point. We're not talking most cities. We're talking the four
Let them
cities.
hammer
We
wages.
are talking the four cities
No,
represented.
stop muting me. Stop muting me.
Two of the four mayors have basically said ICE can have them if they do procedure.
The white
So
solid
the answer
snake.
is yes if you follow the rules. We don't want to do Trump here. We want to actually follow the law.
The
You
white
gotta
solid
have,
snake.
you
All right,
gotta
hear me
have,
out. Hear me out.
you gotta have a warrant. If they issue a warrant, they turn them over.
Yeah.
All right, well, let me just say this, okay? Let them
Oh, of
hammer
course you
down
got to just
wages.
say this.
Hammer wages down to nothing. That's fine. Who cares? They're blue cities. Who gives a shit anyway?
Yep.
Let them burn. Torch them.
Okay. All righty.
So 10 million people come in and you're like, oh, okay, we're just going to keep everybody. Are you
Yeah.
insane?
Solid snake style, Trump style, go
Stanley,
all over the place. Go all over the place.
I'm just telling you, this is more liberal. This is why you guys lose elections a lot.
Don't,
I mean, one
you
thing.
guys, what the hell are you talking about?
One thing I could say is when the Obama administration had his hands and his grips on this issue, it worked out pretty good for him. And basically,
You mean the number one deporter in history who
yeah,
had
but
Tom Homan doing it?
I'm gonna explain something, right? The way it was done is if one of these people, let's say, got locked up and they were issued for a crime that was deportable, they were gone.
But I bet they followed paperwork.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So you know what?
It's like they already grabbed. I'm sorry, Stanley.
And you know what? I have faith that Holman will dot the I's and cross the T's. I can say that much.
Like,
but the cowboy, the Dodge City way of the sheriff coming in town and going, hey, turn over the criminal. We'll take care of it.
Like, for
I'm
instance,
actually pro-immigrant. I'm pro-immigrant, believe it or not.
These people commit crimes locally, and the mayor is the mayor wants to make sure that criminal is held accountable because the victims in that city are voters. And if the mayor's just going, oh, hey, we don't know where he is, we gave him to ICE, that's not something I want to be telling a victim's family.
Great example, right? Great example is that Haitian that they locked up, the one that said, "Oh, I want to thank Obama and all that shit," right? That dude, right? You seen all the crimes that he committed, right? So he probably came under the radar, and then it went through a procedure where they got a warrant to lock his ass up, just like how Stanley is saying. It's not like, ooh, he don't have papers, let's just grab this guy. It has to be. Something has to happen with that person in order for a paper trail to begin. You know what I'm saying? It can't.
Well,
you can't just grab anybody off the street.
The outlaw Renato Manioni just wants cowboy justice.
I mean, I would love that, but honestly, that would be crazy.
Put them on a horse, and if you make it over the border before we
So, all right, so hold on. Let me ask you a question. If you go to asylum court and lose, and then just don't go to asylum court. Listen,
where
asylum court in New York City, you don't go. You will show up for your hearing. Should they deport you or should they keep you?
Okay,
should you be allowed to say?
Whoa!
At that point, they issue a warrant.
We're talking criminal, not deportation court. We're talking holding criminals accountable, whether they're legal or not. And
I'm asking a question.
No.
Yeah. See, this is how dumb everybody is. This is how dumb everybody is. Okay.
You're not taking
Ryan,
the time
I
to
know
hear
people,
the answer. You're
I know
not
people-
taking the time to hear the answer.
I know people.
I already heard it.
I know. Listen,
You're
Ryan,
talking
Ryan.
deportation court, and I'm talking criminal court.
Stanley, let me explain
Okay.
to him. So I know people that went through this situation that got denied, and what happens is when they don't show up, right? They issue a warrant to these people, and then they grab them up, and then they deport them.
Well, hold on a minute. They don't grab them
It's
up.
like a cat and mouse game, Ryan.
Yeah, I understand that, but and these cities do not call ICE and say, "Hey, we have a person with a warrant in custody." If it's for missing asylum court, they don't do that. They only call them when it's a violent crime.
Asylum court is not a local issue.
Okay, but either way, they're still breaking federal laws. So you're saying, okay, so you're saying just deport people for.
You're not fucking. You don't seem to be able to understand the difference between federal stuff and local stuff. Okay, it is not the mayor's job to pick up people who don't go to asylum court. The only time the mayor gets involved is if that person commits a crime locally. And you fucking need to fucking shut up and know what you're talking about. God damn.
It's so simple. It's local police and law enforcement. They have local jurisdiction. They can't administer federal law. Now, if they arrest someone and there's a database and ICE knows that they have that person in custody, then they can issue a warrant. I'm also certain that, for years and years and years, police have information about warrants from other states, other jurisdictions. If they have those people and ICE issues its own warrant, they will follow the law.
I understand that.
Okay, well then what other questions could you possibly have?
The thing is, this hearing is about criminal.
We don't know exactly what this hearing is about because I keep having to stop it.
No, listen. It's about criminal activity and then warrants issued based on violent crimes and shit like
That's
that.
not what this is about. It's about asylum cities and all the ramifications that go with being an asylum city.
Well, let me finish saying that. I didn't finish. Can I finish it?
Well, let's be succinct.
Okay, so the thing is, they all have said, yeah, if it's a violent crime, we'll call ICE. But if they miss the asylum hearing,
no, they are not saying that. They're saying if there's a violent crime, they go through the local criminal procedure.
Yes, but they're not saying.
They're not saying they have to call ICE. ICE, you know what? Follow the law, and maybe ICE would be more successful. What they want to do is frontier justice, and these mayors aren't having it.
Okay, but Stanley, if you overstay your visa or
not a local problem.
The cities are not contacting ICE to say we have this person that's overstayed.
You know what? They're not obligated to if there's no warrant out for this person.
Then I would hold their funding.
And I'm guessing they don't even check to see. They might check.
No, they don't check most
if the person's a victim.
But there's a date.
What you're not understanding is it's not their job to check.
Stanley, it's the job of the night court.
Their job is to deal with the criminal act.
And there's a database. It's ICE's job to check and issue the warrant.
Yes. If they overstay asylum court, though, the issue is a lot of these cities have not been telling ICE, hey, this guy overstayed. There's a warrant. They're just not calling them. That's the problem. They're not telling ICE, hey, I got a guy that's overstayed.
That's not their deal.
So you're saying ICE is to contact them and say, hey, we found out you have somebody in custody.
Yes. If you commit a crime in Baltimore, Maryland, and you get pulled over for speeding in Dallas, Texas, and that guy runs you, they're going to see you committed that crime in Baltimore. The same is true with a local crime. When ICE looks at that database, they have to say, oh, there's that guy. Here's a warrant for his ass. It's not the city's job to administer that. In fact, they can't. They don't have jurisdiction to do that.
Yeah, if anything, the federal has more
I think where the problem comes in is like if this guy gets locked up for murder and ICE comes saying, hey, we have a warrant, I could imagine that they would be like, well, wait, hold it. This guy committed murder. Deporting him, how is that going to help the victim's family? How is that justice for the victim's family? We don't know that this person's going to do time for the crime. I can see that happening.
Happens all the time. Prosecutors have to work that out amongst themselves.
Right.
We had a guy locked up here, we're sanctuary, locked up here for speeding. They let him out. They didn't even check to see if the guy was on what his status was. They didn't check. Okay.
Not their job.
He got out. He killed a woman who had 5 kids.
Job.
Okay. So then it's ICE's job to do everything. A lot of these cities don't cooperate, man.
You know what?
People,
it is not their job to check immigration status. That is not a local function. It's a federal function.
Many. Why are other states doing it?
If I were a cop or a police chief or in charge of it, yeah, I'd probably go that extra step just to keep Trump and Comer off my ass, but I don't have to. That's an extra step.
This is the thing.
If someone overstays their visa and they've murdered someone in Boston, is it ICE's job to turn them over to the local police since that's a way worse crime?
Hold on, what's the question?
If someone overstays their visa,
yes,
is it ICE's job, if that person has murdered someone in Boston, to turn them over to the local police?
They would probably report it to the local police, but still deport the person.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It isn't ICE's job to do that. That it's the reverse of what everyone wants to happen. It's a very simple thing.
I had an initial point, Tom, and the initial point was a lot of cities will get a guy and go, okay, he's here illegally. Let's contact ICE and let them deal with this shit. And he's overstayed his visa, whatever. He failed at asylum court and he was supposed to deport, but he didn't. Let's call ICE, they'll deport him. These cities, from Chicago to New York to Boston, won't call ICE and have the guy deported. They don't feel obligated to do that. So the guy stays
obligated. That's why they don't feel obligated.
Well, now, I'm not saying commit a crime. I'm saying, because it's not a crime. I don't think it's a crime to overstay your visa, and I don't think it's a criminal thing.
It is a federal issue.
Yeah,
not a local issue.
Here's the other thing: how does the local police find out this person is not supposed to be in the country?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, because they would have had to commit another crime for the police to investigate that. They would have to commit a crime in the local jurisdiction. They can't just walk up to somebody and say, "You don't belong here." They had to have been speeding. They had to have done something. And so,
and to be honest, if it's not speeding, isn't a deportable offense.
No, I'm saying that's how they get in the system. That's how they get in the system. They have to some way get this person's name, where they're from, their birth date, etc., for it to even be a thing that ICE can look at and say, this is going to trigger something in our database AI or whatever it is, and it tells us this particular jurisdiction either has in custody or has arrested or, is going to appear in traffic court, whatever it is, and then they issue a warrant. Then, if they're in custody already, these people are saying, yes, we follow the law. We hand them over. And in those issues where it's like, well, this guy committed a quadruple murder here, you're just going to send him back to Mexico. We'd like him to be in jail forever. Because
I don't know if we can sentence him, though, locally for that.
Sure you can.
Sure you can.
Everybody, illegal, legal, it does not matter.
You can sentence them.
Well, definitely. Definitely.
I know some people, I know that can become international if it's a diplomat or something.
Well, we've got a guy in jail for 9/11.
Okay, you're right.
I mean,
well, my main thing is, I wish that these
portable offense.
I wish all these things, I wish they'd work together because we do have a major problem. And these sanctuary cities are sanctuaries because they're saying, hey, we're not going to work with the feds on this stuff.
Actually, I was going to get into that once you're done.
Well, go ahead. You just say it now.
I am not sitting here claiming that the police or the mayors, the sanctuary city stuff. I want to point out that these mayors have constituents, so there is local pressure to not cooperate. I don't think the mayors are just kind of doing it, just because they want to be defiant. They have voters, and some of those voters actually are eligible to vote because they're here legally or actually naturalized citizens. I have no illusion that the locals are cooperating with the feds to the fullest of their ability. But I'm also going to say that I don't get the impression that ICE is doing their due diligence either. They're just expecting their job to be easier or made easier by the locals. And
yes, and it makes sense because the local police are much more numerous. They would love to have the local police be sort of an arm of what they're doing because the local police are going to be coming into contact with these people at a far greater rate. But the local police have 9,000 other things on their plate. So it's like, okay, this is something we will do if you issue a warrant, but we can't be actively pursuing these people and doing kind of your job for you all the time. Now, if it takes a better database, it takes new law, whatever else.
But that takes increasing funding.
Every single mayor has said, every single one of these mayors have said, if we get a warrant, we will follow the law.
Yeah, and the thing is that there are two sides to this story. And as I said, I hold no illusion that, the cops are probably, or the mayors or locals, depending on which city, they're probably dragging their feet or not cooperating as best. But this is a problem that could probably be fixed. And like many other things in our government, federalism isn't always the easiest animal to tame. So Comer getting up here grandstanding, it's a show trial, to use a term.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's a show trial. I guess my issue is that, essentially these places aren't complying with what the feds are asking for. Okay. It's in their own bed. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, you cut me off.
Asking is not a legal procedure.
Okay, well, here's what I'm saying. They're saying we're not.
Asking does not have the force of law.
Okay. Can I just finish what I was saying, please?
Quickly.
For these cities, it's in most of their best interest, especially now that they've been overwhelmed with migrants to the tune where the feds have to send the cities money. FEMA is sending money to New York, right? FEMA is sending money to New York in order to pay for people to survive.
So
it's in most of the cities' best interest to comply and say, man, we need to do something about this.
Good point you make, and one that I agree with. I have said that when Abbott started doing what he was doing, flooding cities with immigrants from Texas, the Democrats should have countered decisively, quickly, etc., and solved the problem, even if it meant, going to the Democratic mayors and going, hey, you might have to bend over backwards to solve this problem. The Democrats were slow on the uptake. I have no illusions that they did their due diligence. But if you're going to go strictly by the law, I think both sides are going to be found wanting.
I almost feel it to be
And,
treason.
to Miss Mee's point, well, I think that's going to be more of a thing in New York because Adams, will keep his ass out of jail.
Well, and according
by
to
allowing this to happen.
According to Adams' press conference, I think in the fall of last year, state and city law prohibits him from reporting to ICE.
Yeah, imagine that. There's a city law prohibiting. That's common with these cities. You can't report it to ICE.
Well, but it doesn't prohibit him from turning them over if ICE makes a request. There's two ways to arrest somebody. One is a warrant for their arrest. Another is apprehending them because you know they have broken the law. And that's what the sweeping people up in the churches and things of that nature are. The other one is this person popped up on a database because we have them in custody, and that's a layup for ICE. And then it gets then it's just jurisdictional,
But you said the magic word there, law.
Yeah.
And
it's against the law. I mean, it's crazy.
If the mayors are following the law, what are you going to do?
Hey, another thing. Trump's getting ready to strip all that funding out of there. So let these cities just bury themselves.
You know what? If Trump thinks that's the magic elixir to get around the law, then he's the president.
No, it's just they're not complying, strip the funding.
You and your ilk need to bear in mind that's a way of skirting the law, forcing people to basically break the law. That's essentially what it is.
Okay, hold on a minute. Back up.
No, I'm not going to goddamn hold on.
Yes, I'm right.
You're starting to be annoying here. You're beating.
If I don't comply with
a dead
let me just say it.
And I don't have the patience of Be Brave. I don't have the patience of people who are of your ilk.
Can I just get it out though? Let me get it out.
Is the first step. The first step is follow the law.
And
you've been up all night. You've been up all night, Stanley.
I am not convinced.
You need a nap.
The law has been followed.
Ryan,
Everybody wants to skirt around it at the Trump level and down.
Ryan, I am staunchly against illegal immigration. I think if the first thing a person does when they get into this country is break the law, I don't want them here. I am severely against it, but to expect cities, and if they've made other laws and rules, like here in Texas, we have a lot of laws and policies and things that you don't want to come here if you're an illegal alien. You're not going to be able to rent an apartment. There's a lot of reasons not to come here. I think there's a lot of other things that the sanctuary cities do to make this problem worse than, hey, ICE is asking and you're not doing what ICE wants. It's like we're local jurisdiction. We have our own laws that we have to follow. All you got to do is write a warrant. And if you want to make a different database,
but shit to court, because I guarantee you the judge is going to execute or demand that warrant be executed.
Yeah.
So you're saying, I guess my thing is this. You want to comply with Department of Education standards, right?
Okay, why are we talking about the Department of Education when we're talking immigration?
Because listen.
Okay, no. See, this
just let me hear. You just don't even want to hear what I got to say.
This is where you and the other solid snakes lose me. Okay,
why do you always beat on solid snakes?
You want to bring in all kinds of extraneous stuff.
I'm talking about federal and state law. Federal versus state.
No.
You know what I was going to say too. You're scared I'm going to say it.
I don't give a shit what you were going to say.
No, you're scared to death right now.
That's why I interrupted you. Look, if we're going to do any form of discussion or debate, stick to the fucking point.
All right. Well, just can I finish what I was saying then?
Don't talk about the Department of Education when we're talking immigration.
All right. Then can I? Okay. Okay. So let me just
Can
say
you
this.
go ahead and bring in your extraneous point anyway? Sure, go ahead, Solid Snake.
Stanley, the liberals. No, what's he say? The
Yeah,
Democrats. The
let's just talk
Democrats. The
liberals and
Democrats.
conservatives now.
All right. Hold on. Let me just. All I'm saying is, I know it's the responsibility of the federal government to do this. Okay.
They need
But
help.
and then they also fund state government to do this as well. They're
They do
also
not
paying.
fund. They do not. Do they fund the police to help ICE?
No, they're okay. They don't do that, but they're paying for the federal government is paying FEMA.
Yes,
FEMA is pumping money to pay for migrants.
absolutely.
So if they don't comply, they can cut the FEMA money. Is what my point is.
Whoa! I agree with that.
So we agree then. All this and we agree.
Damn it! You made your point. You don't need to go any farther. Let me respond to it. That is, in essence, forcing local officials to disobey their local law.
Who's just missed me?
It's London.
It's London.
And hey, that is the president's prerogative. He controls FEMA. He can say, FEMA, get out of New York City, let them be on their own. That is within the purview of President Trump.
And all these people starve out.
All
That's
I'm
good.
pointing out is that that is a way to pressure the local officials to bend or break their own local laws. No more, no less. I'm not making a judgment one way or the other. I just need you to know that what they're doing breaks local law, or possibly does. And if that's how you want to govern, sure.
All I'm saying is that would hurt a lot of people.
Yes.
Oh, you know what?
And they vote.
Illegal immigration hurts a lot of people. It's a problem. How we're handling the problem is the problem.
Yes. Well, I just feel like you just want to defend these liberal mayors.
No. I want to follow the law. And if the laws are contradicting each other, then the feds and the locals need to sit down and hammer out a solution. If you want to take a sledgehammer to it, Trump is good at wielding sledgehammers or getting other people to do it for him.
Well, he probably will. So,
and you know what? He's the president.
Well, it doesn't mean he's not an idiot.
I don't even want to debate that. I'm saying he is the president. He controls the FEMA funding, or at least the FEMA actions with the funding. He can do that. And you know what? Stanley would say to himself, well, damn, that's pretty harsh, but he can do that. And you know what? It could very well be that the locals need to change their fucking laws. The locals need to do that. So I to be honest, all I want to do is cooperate. Whatever they need to do to get the immigration problem under control, they need to do it. But all the hyperbole and all the frenetics don't impress me, on either side, to be honest.
All right. Well, okay.
No
I think we agree on most of this stuff.
No one's saying that certain cities have not created environments that make it easier for illegal immigrants. That's very true. But they have to follow their laws, and it makes sense that in those areas the law would not allow them to get on the phone and basically do ICE's job. And plus, it gets very muddy when the local government does federal work. You know,
As a matter of fact, I would love for them to take some funding and go, hey, we're going to give you money for 100 extra officers just to be local ICE. How about doing some solutions like that?
Good morning,
There are ways, but the problem is when you want to start talking liberal and conservative, and that just muddies the water, in my opinion.
They've made it into this. These mayors have done it.
Quick point before I get back to what I
the mayor does not write the local law.
No, I get that.
I wanted to ask the question, and probably no one here knows, why isn't LA, why isn't Karen Bass there representing Los Angeles?
That's a very good question.
Isn't Los Angeles?
Well, and San Francisco has not been invited as well.
That's a good. I mean, DC. Listen, I'm in a sanctuary city. They didn't invite me. They didn't invite Bowser. Bowser ain't up there.
I'm on the border. I'm in a state on the border. Guess what?
They ain't inviting you.
We don't make it easy.
Isn't San Antonio a sanctuary city?
I don't believe so.
Austin might be turning.
Good luck. Good luck getting to San Antonio, by the way.
Oh yeah, we got some of your weather overnight, by the way, Tom.
I bet you did.
I'm wondering how is it some cities get away with just automatically cooperating with ICE, yet it's such a hard problem for some of these Democrat mayors to.
Okay, well, you must have missed.
False man, what's up, buddy?
You must have missed the start of this conversation. And if you want to know maybe some of the answers to your questions, or at least opinions, you can rewind it and watch it. I'm not going back.
All right.
12.
Hey, London, hit the link.
She said she can't. She don't want to derail it.
Hey, come up and derail it. She has London privilege.
You don't want.
She seems like a real sweetheart.
You don't.
She seems like a real sweetheart.
Ryan.
There used to be white girl privilege. There used to be all kinds of privileges, but now there is. I am instituting Miss Me privilge.
I don't know, Ryan. You might not want that smoke. I'm just saying.
You might not.
I like hot women screaming at me is fine.
She won't scream. She won't scream.
She'll give me some British attitude. She'll give me some British attitude.
The problem is she doesn't scream. She just dissects.
Well, and I'm sure it's in a very British way, likely condescending.
One, and I will use a word I rarely use. She will make you wither.
That's wither. Only you would use that.
Why is
dealing with
only you would use
immigration issues?
Only you would say it, Stanley. She's probably aggravated with immigration over there.
Probably.
What's this day? Bring it.
Oh God, she's doing it in the chat. She's doing it in the chat.
Are you going to remove this interaction and let it fester, then bring it back up at a later date? You seem
I'm not sensitive.
Let's get back to this committee meeting. We are time late, and I will have to end this, and y'all can watch it on your own time at some point. I'm very interested in this.
I am here to make sure that the city of Boston is safe. Others may want to bring hell. We are here to bring peace to cities everywhere.
Mayor Johnson of Denver, what would your reaction be if Tom Homan wants to bring hell to your city, Denver?
We think that we have folks in Denver who are working hard, playing by the rules, paying taxes. There is no one that is seeking hell to come to Denver. What people are looking for is opportunity and hope.
And for the record, he can do whatever he wants to do, I guess. But the fact of the matter is you absorbed on a per capita basis the largest immigration a year or two ago, and you indicated that your crime rate actually fell. It didn't increase. Is that correct?
That is correct. Crime is down in Denver. We have homicides down 17%. Violent shootings are down 24%.
And in Boston, I'm sorry, I've got limited time.
Violent shooting.
Same thing in Boston. The Boston crime rate has been falling, correct?
We had 24 homicides last year, 24 too many, but that represented a tremendous reduction, one of the biggest drops anywhere in the country.
Thank you. So the correlation between immigration and crime is false, as you point out, Mr. Beer. Perhaps you can elaborate that. I find it ironic that you characterized correctly, in my view, President Trump and Tom Homan's approach to immigration as lawless when they're invoking law and order and crime as the rationale for their lawlessness. Could you expand on the lawlessness and the irony of the fact that, as you point out in your testimony, the crime rate among immigrants is half that of the native population?
That's right. I have a table in my written testimony that you can look at. Top 20 cities for immigration court filings over the last 4 years. 19 of those cities saw a decline in their homicide rate. If you look at all of the major cities, there's a negative correlation between increasing numbers of immigrants and the homicide rate. So that means more immigrants, lower homicide rates. That holds true across the United States. So I think the correlation that's trying to be made is more immigrants, more illegal immigrants, more chaos, more crime. That does not hold. What we do see under this administration is an increasing willingness to ignore the laws. He is, as I mentioned, signed an executive order that says he can ignore due process rights for people who are accused of being in the country illegally. This is an incredibly dangerous assertion of authority and should be investigated by Congress.
And is it a reasonable proposition for a local leader? I know I was chairman of my county, which is like being mayor of a large county. And, we focused on local law enforcement. We tried to help the feds when we could. We were cooperative where we could be. But our job was local law enforcement. And there is a clash when ICE behaves this way, and I described some horrible incidents. It instills fear in the immigrant community, and it fosters non-cooperation rather than cooperation, which is the mandate of each of these leaders, is it not?
Absolutely. We want cooperation. Many of these cities are the reason why immigrants are more likely to cooperate and report crimes to the police than the U.S.-born population is. So there are good reasons to limit this mass deportation of people in their communities.
I have to ask a quick question, though. The die has already been cast. I don't actually understand his line of questioning. Whether crime is going up or down, obviously Trump and Holman don't, or is it Holman or Homan? I can't remember now. It doesn't matter whether crime's up or down. They just want the people out. So can anyone got any theory why they're even wasting time doing this or asking?
I think it's the low-hanging fruit. And by the way,
but it's not going to change anything, is my point.
I mean, this is how stupid Trump is, okay? The entire argument... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm always eager to hear.
In my opinion, what should be pointed out over and over by the Republicans, which they just can't, they're just strategically dumb in so many ways, is the wage suppression that occurs from rampant immigration. But instead, they're like, we're going to deport the criminals. And I'm like, okay, listen, the intelligent way to do this is do some screening. Yes, pick up the criminals, but then talk about wage suppression. But instead, they just talk about criminals, which is dumb.
They might get around to it, but I don't. Even the wage suppression argument is kind of like pointless here. They just want the immigrants out, and they want cities to cooperate. That's basically the crux of this issue.
Yeah, it's dumb.
I'm saying I think the only solution isn't crime rates or talking crime rates. It's how do we hammer out, cooperation between local and federal goals. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Surely there's a way to do it. That's what they need to be talking about.
And we're not talking about
Democrats and Republicans.
We're not talking about immigrants. We're talking about illegal immigrants. And
that's right.
And
That's right.
You always got to say that because we take more immigrants into this country legally than the rest of the world combined.
And I share that pet peeve, and I'm trashing my own pet peeve. And we're talking illegals. They should be talking cooperation. The Democrats lost on this issue. They need to stop getting into the weeds on this. That's my criticism.
We also have a myriad of laws on the books that severely penalize businesses that employ illegal immigrants.
Yes.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing that businesses themselves are not cooperating on.
They're culpable as well.
E-Verify, and all this stuff. And I don't know whether it's expensive or cumbersome or just what. But businesses aren't doing a good job of using E-Verify. There are tools.
I've hired illegal immigrants myself. So, when I have
son of a bitch.
Yes. So
to mow your lawn.
No. When I had my business. So look, here's the deal. E-Verify used to take a month and a half. So by the time you get it back, they would just quit. They just wouldn't get their last paycheck. And but they've cleaned that up, and now it's a very fast process.
Okay, and my point wasn't whether the process is fast; it's that businesses aren't using it. At least last I heard, like they're not using it a lot.
Yeah, I think it's I think the fine is now, if I'm not incorrect, I think it's $250,000.
If you get caught.
If you get caught, which that'll put you out of business. So, business I've always said.
Okay, but you're wandering away from my point. I'm
going to say about business.
I'm saying you want to talk wages, basically business, effects on labor,
economics,
and all that.
That's my area.
I'm saying the business end isn't holding up their part either.
Well, they need to hammer. Hammer businesses.
Hello, London. How are you? Hello, London. How are you today?
I'm very well, thanks. What's the business, Ryan? How may I help?
Oh, no, we're good. I don't know who this is. Hi, London.
I'm the person that was talking trash in the chat. So,
hi, welcome. How you doing?
I didn't want to derail the show.
We haven't met. Okay.
Yeah. So what's up?
How are you? Oh no, we're good. Thanks for joining. We're just talking immigration now. It's pretty good.
It's the long dark tea time of this show.
I just encourage anyone in the chat that's talking smack to come on up.
I wasn't talking smack. I just said that Stanley should not allow you to deviate from the topic. That's not talking smack. You haven't heard me talking smack yet.
Well, I believe you called me a phallus at one point.
I did.
Yes.
I said, "Who's the dickhead on the panel?" Something along those lines. Yeah.
Yes.
Why are you sensitive? Are you sensitive about being called a name by a stranger on the internet?
Nah, she just. I said, "Well, come on up. If you have an opinion on the matter, pull up."
Yeah, I just did, dickhead. So what do you want?
Pull on up.
I've pulled up.
Pull on up.
I just have. What do you want, Ryan?
Well,
do you have an opinion on the matter?
You're a dickhead. That's my opinion.
Okay. Well, do you have an opinion on the subject matter?
I said it in the chat, and you said that I should come on the panel and talk smack. So now I'm talking smack on the panel.
Thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that.
You're most welcome, dickhead. Anything else?
Quite mature. You're quite mature.
Very mature. Just like you. Deviating from the topic. Being very sensitive about people having a difference of opinion to you, and being concerned about the opinion of a perfect stranger in a different country. Very mature of you as well. Anything else?
All right, look. Good luck with England, okay?
Oh, I have good luck I have good luck in England, the Caribbean, and America, and everywhere else I travel around the world. Anything else, dickhead?
England, how are y'all dealing with the immigration issue over there in
Okay, well,
England and in
we're not
London?
going to go there, 12th man. So hold that for another panel. I was going to ask you, London. You mentioned relatives talking about, ICE rating. Well, I mean, the rules used to be that they couldn't go into schools and they couldn't go into churches. I think New York City, kind of the lid is off the trash can. Eric Adams is basically between a rock and a hard place, and Holman knows that. So ICE is gonna have its way on the streets of New York City.
Yeah, I had a conversation with one of my cousins who works as a teacher. I won't say which school, but she said that a lot of her colleagues are ignoring the information that they've been given, and they're anonymously calling ICE, and that ICE
Really?
have gone into school. Yep, they've gone into certain schools. She works in a middle school, and they've gone into churches, and they've snatched children and their parents and deported them. So that was an interesting conversation. I don't want to say too much because she's not really supposed to discuss certain things, but she finds it stressful going into school and seeing these children being literally taken and deported. So
And they want to
that's
get
what
rid
I
of the
know.
education department.
Well, and the issue with the churches has always been that the church will not allow them on their property for that. And until recently, law enforcement was very, very, very hesitant to issue a warrant to go into a church. Now they're not as shy about it. But for a long time, it was almost unheard of for a city or the federal government to issue a
Yeah,
warrant
they used
against
to
a
care
church.
about kids, but what's disturbing is teachers calling on their own pupils.
I know,
It's
right?
it's like, can you
But
trust this teacher?
apparently not.
We'll get back to the panel. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
to this grilling, and again, the ranking member here, in my mind, is again. Well, I don't think he's staying on topic, to be honest.
We just argue that the premise of this hearing is false. We have local law enforcement cooperating with the local political leadership, and it's working. It's bringing down crime rates. And the proposition that immigrants cause crime is false. In fact, patently false, as your testimony, I think, would demonstrate, Mr. Beer. And the idea that these are sanctuary cities that need to be punished is simply a war on urban America. And I'm proud of the mayors who are in front of us here today, and I thank them for their testimony, and I thank them for their service to their local communities. I relate to it, and I think it's a noble calling. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Bobert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Mike Johnson, I hope we could start off on a level field of agreement here. So in your testimony, you said that locals were asking Denver, what will you do? When they saw 10 to 11 buses coming in a day and 42,000 illegal aliens entering their city. Denver, what will you do? And in a Fox 31 interview in January, you blamed state law for not allowing the city of Denver to coordinate with ICE, resulting in Denver being a sanctuary city, saying, quote, the whole state is bound by our state law in this, which is pretty consistent in some of these practices, like everywhere in the state. We don't honor ICE detainers, end quote. I've demanded Governor Jared Polis and the Colorado State Legislature to repeal them.
My point.
Douglas County has led on a lawsuit to get those laws repealed. So, Mr. Mayor, would you join me today in calling and demanding that these sanctuary
Only if you'll grab my
policies,
crotch.
these Colorado state laws,
Only
be
if you go to
repealed?
Hamilton with me.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Let me
Yes or
say-
no, Mr. Mayor?
Pardon?
Yes or no? Will you join me?
I do not believe the
Come
detainer
on
law
now,
needs to be
it's
changed. I can tell you
Beetlejuice.
what Denver
Okay, so
does
you
right now.
don't want them to coordinate with ICE, but yet you're blaming the state of Colorado for those policies. It's a statewide law. It's not a Denver law. And you're blaming the state of Colorado for the law, yet you will not call for that law to be repealed, correct? Yes or no?
We do coordinate with ICE presently. I'm happy to tell you what we do on this. We've honored detainer requests more than 1,226 times over the last
What about
years.
before a warrant? There are many
No,
issues
hell
before
no.
a warrant.
So if what happens is if ICE has sends us a detainer request,
Well, you have local law enforcement officers, Mr. Mayor, who are unable to coordinate with ICE to even get the initial warrant. They aren't allowed to tell them that they are illegal aliens. So
Right,
unfortunately,
and they should not be.
you won't join me in asking for this law, demanding that this law be repealed. So let's keep going. In 2017, Denver passed an ordinance that ensured any city employee who spoke with federal immigration authorities would be fired, among other policies that have led to local and national media outlets to call Denver a sanctuary city. So now let me ask you, would a city employee be fired for communicating with anyone from the EPA?
right now, Congresswoman, our policy is we don't ask people's status.
Would any city employee be fired for communicating and coordinating, talking with an agent from the EPA, a federal employee?
Not to my knowledge, Congresswoman.
What about Health and Human Services? Would they get fired for talking
She's
to
doing
someone
a
from Health and Human
Ryan.
Services?
She's doing a Ryan
only
and a
be fired
12th
for
man,
talking
veering off the
to
topic.
federal law enforcement officers.
No, that's incorrect, Congresswoman.
This is an ordinance
city employees do,
Denver
in fact,
passed in 2017, Mr. Mayor.
our city employees do, in fact, communicate with ICE. We do coordinate on multiple things with ICE. For instance, if there is a violent criminal warrant in the city, we
No,
do that
we're talking
together.
before the warrants, Mr. Mayor. There are issues happening before warrants are issued, and local law enforcement officers are
You
unable
can't do anything
to
before a
because
warrant.
there is no warrant.
I know.
And your ordinance says that a city employee would be fired for communicating with federal law enforcement. So you've been mayor for 600 days. Have you ever called for that ordinance to be repealed?
600 days.
We are not unable to coordinate with ICE right now. We're in communication with ICE right now.
Only if there is a warrant, but I'm talking prior to the warrant.
We wouldn't have a reason to coordinate.
Because you don't know if they're illegal. Because
Exactly.
you are unable to coordinate until there is a warrant. So that's why this ordinance needs to be repealed. So now the
It's hilarious.
600 days, there's been no time to ask for this to be repealed. You did have a newcomer's playbook, 25 pages. You had time to put that together. And you had time to agree with the
Does
city
she
council
think she
to
seems competent?
authorize up to $2
Well,
million
she even
to
admitted
pay
the
Joe
state
Biden's
law
former
indicates they
lawyer,
can't.
his law firm to help cover your ass for Denver's sanctuary city policies
Cover
for this
your
hearing, correct?
ass. Ugh.
Thank
This
you,
woman.
Congresswoman. We have counsel.
Did you
to
authorize
support-
that spending?
We have counsel to support this committee's investigation into any documents you may have. That is a year-long contract for the 13,000 city employees.
And your budget
you may
is
request documents from.
seriously declining. Denver Magazine reported that Denver has spent $7.5 million on shipping illegal aliens to other destinations. Mayor Adams, did Mayor Johnston ever coordinate with you and tell you that he was shipping illegal aliens to your city?
We coordinated in communication around the entire asylum seeker issue in our cities.
So I've heard that Denver
That's a yes.
crime went down. Well, Aurora's crime went up because you were also shipping them to Aurora. And we have documentation that I don't have time to discuss here in this hearing that proves you were shipping illegal aliens to Aurora. Their crime was increasing while you were hiding under laws that you will not demand be repealed, ordinance from your city. And then crime was going up from Aragua gangs vandalizing apartment owners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I hope that we can get this
We have a
resolved in
5-minute
Colorado.
rule, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, gentlelady's time's expired. Chair,
5
recognizes Mr.
minutes
Norton from
is
Washington,
dumb.
D.C.
There have been a lot of talk today about these cities and
About what?
their, in my view, principal decision not to respond to extrajudicial ICE detainers. But I would like to back up and talk about these detainers, what these detainers really are. Requests from ICE to unconstitutionally hold someone without due process or probable cause. Enforcing ICE detainers is also expensive, often results in mistakenly holding U.S.
Oh,
citizens
God.
Still around?
and undermines public safety. It diverts resources
It's a good
from
thing John
protecting
isn't
the
here.
local community to carry out the
Oh,
federal
I'm sorry.
government's job of immigrant enforcement. Mayor Johnson, Mayor Johnston, what challenges do ICE detainers represent to your law enforcement and city resources?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think that was to me, right? Sometimes
That's
I get
correct.
confused. Okay. Thank you, Congresswoman. I think it's important. I appreciate to describe what Denver currently does in terms of what coordination looks like and what it doesn't, which is if we get a detainer request, if we have someone in our custody that ICE would like to get access to, what we do is we provide them a notification of release. And so if that person will be released from our custody, we notify them of the time and the date when they will be released. So ICE, if they choose to, could pick that person up. We have done that 1,226 times over the last 7 years. And that has enabled ICE, when they choose to be able to bring someone into custody. What we do not do is hold someone beyond their release date, because there are multiple courts who have found that to be unconstitutional. If someone is serving a sentence and that sentence expires this Friday, we can't hold them another 7 days without an additional charge. And so that is what state law does, and sheriffs around the
There
state
you
would
are,
say
HB.
it is a strain on local resources to hold them for a civil issue that is not linked to a criminal charge that we have in our city or another jurisdiction. That's why we don't honor those.
We're watching the four mayors of sanctuary cities getting grilled by Jim Comer and Lauren Boebert and having fun doing it.
Yeah, this is actually pretty good, man.
Oh yeah, well, every now and again something happens. This is the most action in Congress since the inauguration.
Since the caning of 1852.
So all I have to say is, in my opinion, this is a waste of time. The whole thing ought to be, how can we cooperate instead of talking crime and who can obey what and who's done when. Not very productive, in my opinion.
Yeah, even the whole them talking about you not following these people should, you're like not following the laws, or they're being they're not read their Miranda rights or something. They're illegal.
Well, no, what it is they're expecting mayors and local officials to not obey the sanctuary laws, but to call in ICE as soon as they know that someone's illegal, or they should be checking to see if someone's illegal. And the thing is there's actually a procedure. If ICE issues a warrant, the warrant will either be followed or it'll be hashed out. ICE isn't doing all of its due diligence either. At least they haven't been up till now.
It's not even a warrant. It's a detainment request. That's all it is. And it's not past the date that person is to be held legally by the city. They're saying this guy gets out Friday, so you might want to pick him up before then. And, we can't keep him any longer than that legally. The city does not have jurisdiction to enforce federal law.
But they want what they want, bottom line, is they want local eyes on the ground in places, that ICE may not get to day to day. And the locals are not obligated to do it. Even if the law says you don't have to do it, they don't have to do it.
Well, in the case of the state of Colorado, as you heard Ms. Boebert just say, the state law forbids them from doing it.
So her question is, have you advocated changing the law? Yeah. Damn it, I'm a mayor.
Exactly.
She is a U.S. representative from that state. My question would be, well, you are closer to the governor and have probably as much access. Have you advocated changing the law? Have you talked? Have you publicized? Lauren Boebert is literally the second dumbest member of Congress, and she moved up when Gohmert left. So now, well, Jim Jordan, I'm not going to include him in that bunch just yet.
Oh boy, I bet you he's fire and brimstone.
Yeah, we gotta hear Jim Jordan.
And then on March 20th, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez is charged with felony menacing. 6 days after that last charge, ICE sends you a detainer, which includes an administrative warrant. Basically, it says if you're going to release this bad guy, this gang member who allegedly stole a car, menaced people, and assaulted people, give us a 48-hour heads up. Is that right? That refresh your memory?
I do know about the detainer request. I do know that we provided a notification of release.
What kind of notice did you give ICE when you released him?
Oh, for
we gave
God's
him
sake.
notification. I'm not sure how long in advance it was. I do know that. I do know that there was
1 hour notice.
So
you released him 5 days ago, right?
So
why not give him more heads up? Actually, let's put.
What are they supposed to do? Detain him for ICE?
The Denver Sheriff's Department. Kind of hard to see, so I'll read it. It says Denver Sheriff Department ICE notification being released to the streets.
Yeah,
I simply said we want just release him to us. You release him to the streets. Why not release him to ICE?
Thank you. What we've done, and we do this regularly, we've done 1,226 of these, is we notify
I'm
ICE.
asking about one. I'm not asking about the 1,200. I'm asking about Mr. Abraham Gonzalez, who's a gang member from Venezuela, stole a car, assaulted someone. You had him in your custody for how long?
I know that we released
345 days you had him in custody. And I said, hey, can you give us 48 hours heads up?
I don't know.
You gave him 1 hour notice.
So,
Mr. Congressman, we notified them of release. There were 6 ICE agents
where in the law
when he
does
was
it say
released,
to
so
do
they
that?
had enough time to respond and to be present.
Respond where?
To the jail where we released him from. So we released him we notified them of the release time. When we notify them of release, they come to the jail facility to pick them up. They're
Why didn't you say that's not what you said? You said you release him to the streets. Did you release him to the streets? You release him to ICE?
What we do, sir, is we release him from our county jail and we coordinate with ICE on that release time and release date so that ICE can come and pick them up from that location.
Pick them up where? In the parking lot?
Yes, so they're on
Where
the
else would they
facility.
pick him
up? In the parking lot.
I know, sir. I've reviewed the video. So I looked at it. I've talked to the sheriff last night.
One of the ICE officers got assaulted, didn't he?
I reviewed the video,
They had
sir.
to tase the guy, didn't they?
Would you like me to answer, sir?
No, I'd like to answer. Did they tase him?
I know that there were 6 officers that had multiple tasers. I saw the
So they had
on
6
video.
officers. If you keep him in the facility and they come in the facility and get him, does it take 6 officers?
Oh, so
Probably takes
now
2,
they
doesn't
have
it?
to keep him in
So
the
we've had
facility.
we've been doing these, as I mentioned, 1,224 times, 1,226 times. This is the first time I've been made aware of there's been an incident like this. So I reached out to ICE after I saw the video. I've coordinated with their team and offered to sit down and see if there are procedures we can change.
It's a simple
If
question.
there are procedures we can change.
He's
You
not
can release him in
released
the
if he's
parking
still
lot.
in the cell.
Give ICE 1 hour notice, and they got to send 6 officers to arrest this guy. Or you can say, hey, what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hold him. You come in and bring 2 officers in, and you turn him over there. Why not do it that way?
Because they don't have
You know why you don't do it that way?
We have a city ordinance that
Because you're a
governs.
sanctuary city. This is the whole point.
No, sir, I disagree with you.
Oh, okay.
Because I'll tell you why. What if you talk about sanctuary as a definition of shielding people from law enforcement, we do not do that. What we do is provide services. In this context, what we did is we coordinated the
An
release.
officer got assaulted because of your policy, which says we're going to release him to, in your words, not
What
mine,
policy
to the
is he
streets.
talking
They
about?
have to arrest him in the parking lot. They bring 6 officers when they could have had 1 or 2 just come in your facility in the jail and take the guy there.
He's not released if he's in the cell.
ICE
care if
have
you see the
offered to
video. I
sit
know the
down and
facts.
coordinate
I
strategies.
think
If we
they
need
must
to
have let him
make
out of his
adjustments
cell.
to what we do on release,
Yeah.
we'll do that. This is the first time in the 1,226 releases
You know, I
I've
read
heard
your,
of
I read your
so we'll
written
take
testimony
action.
last night. I read your written testimony last night. 4.5 pages. And you used the word safe, safer, or safety 13 times.
So fucking what?
Talking about my job is to protect is the safety of the people in Denver. We prioritizing making sure everyone in our community is safe. That's a lie. Because it was not safer for the ICE agents who are part of your community. No way was it safe. The safest thing to do is to say, ICE, we got him in custody. Come here, we're releasing. We held him 345 days. We can't hold him a second longer. We can't wait for you to come inside the building. We got to let him go, so you have to arrest him in the parking lot. That is how stupid sanctuary policies are and what they mean to the community that you put at risk and to the ICE officer the ICE officer who
Mayor doesn't write
they
the
had to use a
local
taser
law.
on the- It's not good.
Mr. Chairman, 5 minutes is up.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Conley.
Wow.
I want to thank the panelists for your willingness to come before the committee and help us with our work.
Yeah, dirty dude,
You know,
salute.
I truly believe that if we had a rational and comprehensive immigration policy in this country, if we competently regulated the flow of immigration, if we knew the purpose and circumstances of each immigrant's arrival here, and if every immigrant knew what was expected of them when they arrived, I honestly and truly believe that immigration could be the greatest blessing for our country. Look at our world rivals.
This is ridiculous,
China and
Stanley.
Russia. No one
Well,
is
you
trying
know,
to
my
sneak into China,
criticism of the
sneak into
Democrats
Russia.
is that they're
It's because
really
of
not
what we
addressing the
offer here
point.
as a nation. There is a substantive issue that's at play here, and I want to address that. So, under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4 of the Constitution, it provides Congress, and I'll read the section here, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. And Clause 18 further provides
This
that
has
Congress
nothing
has the
to
power
do.
to make all
Yeah,
laws
I thought it was
that
just me,
shall be
Stanley, but
necessary and
this is
proper to
like
execute its
nothing to do
enumerated
with illegal
powers,
migrants, man. This
including
is
immigration.
Well,
ridiculous.
it really has nothing to do with the
So
cooperation.
it appears that Congress has taken up that responsibility in the Immigration and Nationality Act, which they exercise under constitutional writ. On the other hand, we have local so-called sanctuary
An
city
act isn't a
laws
constitutional
that at
writ.
times, so those sanctuary cities laws tend to address local cooperation with federal authorities in your jurisdictions, within your cities. And sometimes it does appear that the sanctuary city laws are defending against the congressional grant of authority to operate in that area. Now, you all, as mayors, and I ask this of the entire panel, you deal with this every single day, and we've heard some of it in your testimony eloquently. How do we, as lawmakers, we're struggling with this right now. There's a tension between that authority of Congress to act under Article 1 of the Constitution, and then your responsibility, nobly taken, to provide a safe environment for the residents and visitors to your cities. How do we reconcile, and I'm asking you for advice. You have a great perspective on this. How do we together reconcile the tension between those two operating systems, grants of power?
Shut the fuck up, 12th man. Don't try my
any advice you have on that, because
Seriously.
that's what we are struggling
No,
with.
I was
in terms of
waiting
trying to
on
come up with
Comer Jr.
a comprehensive immigration policy that addresses all of these concerns.
Yep, I'm just gonna
Council
unload.
Congressman, I'm happy to start the response.
It's getting.
We obviously believe there is a
HB.
federal system that
I
has
put the
federal
link in the back.
obligations and
You
state
can
and local
transport
obligations. We think, as
everybody
Mayor Wu
over.
said,
Maybe
that our
12th man
officers
will
are
get
uniquely
tolerated better
prepared,
then.
trained, and ready to enforce local law and to keep our
Well, we
city
can
safe.
finish
We
this
want to focus
this
on that. We do not have the
this
capacity
thing
for our
right
law
here.
enforcement to be doing federal
Well, I
immigration
mean,
enforcement.
I can
But we
pause it
want to be
because we're
partners in making sure
behind
that pulling
the. We're
criminals
not
off the
real
street. We
time
do
here.
that now. We've done it in the
Oh,
past.
okay,
We keep
okay.
doing
Pause
it.
it a few
But we think the
times.
capacity for the federal government to focus on
So
What I'm trying to
if
point
you
at is
hit the
this.
link that I put
So the
back there,
current
you'll
president of
actually
the United
come up
States, Donald
real
Trump,
time.
rode into office on this
Where?
issue.
And
On
here's the
this
deal.
issue.
I think
He
that the
put people in
Democrats are
fear.
just going to keep like
I'm in a
really
state.
not addressing the point. It is distressing to see these people. The problem is, how do we deal with the local laws, and how do we bend them or break them or suspend them or whatever we need to do just to solve this problem? And the Democrats talking about, you know, immigration being a blessing. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah,
We're not even talking immigration.
Yeah, they're gonna start saying, "We're all immigrants." You know, they're gonna start talking about that
Yes,
bullshit.
they're already saying that, AP.
Yeah,
We're a nation of immigrants.
yeah, we're gonna hear that bullshit. Like, come on, man. You guys know this has nothing to do with that, man. It's really kind of sick, honestly. And doesn't
Well, I
federal
mean,
law
I
supersede
have to
local?
say, that the Democrats, I'm not exactly sure why this line of questioning is relevant. And then the fucking Republicans won't let the mayors answer.
Yeah, I
You know,
think what it is.
the Republicans want to castigate and roast, and the Democrats just want to make excuses and talk about external things that are external to the point of this committee. Neither side is doing a good job here.
Nah. I think really these sanctuary cities just don't want to play ball. And
No,
honestly,
that's actually part of the problem.
yeah,
There's some problems in the expectations that, well, number one, the law needs to be followed.
and
Okay,
that's the
that's
other problem.
actually the
That's the other
problem.
side.
What people like Jim Jordan want to happen is that, hey, the locals are just gonna just cooperate with ICE regardless of local laws, etc. And if
Yeah,
a mayor is not willing to do that, he's within his right to do it.
that's why I
If
think they should.
if the answer is, oh hell, I'm following the law, it is fair to ask, how do we change the law? But don't expect cooperation if it's illegal to do so.
Yeah, that's why
Well,
I
my
think ICE needs to focus more on the people. Honestly, you know, these mayors
Well, I
legally they
think
don't have to do it.
ICE needs to cooperate on a procedure, and the president needs to focus on changing the laws.
Well, you can't change the local law as a president.
well,
You
doesn't
know
the
what?
con-
He can, someone brought up cutting off FEMA. That's putting pressure, because
God,
either the locals are going to have to bend the laws and cooperate, or they're going to have to eat it and follow the law. Either way, they're kind of between a rock and a hard place. And I think
yeah.
actually the people that are kind of getting off light are Kathy Hochul and whoever the governor. If the state has a law saying you can't cooperate, mayor, really pulling in the. How about pulling the governors? How about pulling some people who can change the law? The mayors kind of don't control laws, they follow them.
Yeah.
So what they're asking is, mayors, why aren't you bending the law and doing what ICE wants you to do? And the answer is, you know what? I don't have to, and I'd be breaking the law if I did. How do we fix that problem?
Well, they'd be breaking local law, right?
Okay, you don't have to follow local laws all of a sudden?
Well,
They'd be
if they
breaking state law.
right,
Or,
but they
or
wouldn't.
state law?
But they wouldn't be breaking federal law.
Okay, they are not governed by federal law.
Well, doesn't the Constitution explicitly
The
give
Constitution,
Congress
Article
give
what is it,
authority
5? Okay, 12th man,
over
12th man,
immigration?
12th man. Don't bring up the
It's a federal
Constitution
issue.
because it has no issue. It has
Yeah,
no
it does.
bearing. It has
These
no
states
bearing
and
on
cities
local
are making
law.
laws that
Other than the laws have to follow the Constitution, it has nothing to do with local law. It
these
doesn't
cities
govern it.
and states are
There,
making laws that
okay, 12th
supersede
man, I don't know
immigration laws.
whether you're hungover or what, but I'm not inclined to follow up the foolishness. Bring up the Constitution,
So
and I'm
does
going to
the,
shit
Pretty
on the
sober right
idea.
now. He sounds pretty
does the
sober to me, Stanley.
Constitution
You know what? He never sounds sober to me these days. maybe I've got PTSD or something. The Constitution has
maybe
nothing
you
to do
do.
with it.
Yeah, it does, because
No,
the
it does
Constitution
not.
gives
I'm
Congress
not going to even
explicit
entertain. I
authority.
won't even entertain your point
The
about the
Constitution
Constitution.
gives Congress
Not gonna
explicit
even
authority.
entertain it. I will put you in the back before I listen to this bullshit.
Hey, you don't like to hear about the
Okay,
Constitution.
I don't think you know fuck all about the Constitution is what I think.
Well, it's the 10th Amendment that all the powers that are not specifically designated to the government of the federal, are reserved for the states. And the problem is that these mayors are governed by state law. State law does not allow them to basically do the job of ICE, but what they are doing is honoring all the detention requests of ICE. So if ICE says, we want this person, when are you releasing them? They say, we're releasing them on this date, and then they release them to ICE. Now, they can't release them in the cell. Until they're out of custody, they're not released.
Right.
So that creates a little bit of a problem. But if you got 6 ICE guys and 1 dude from Guatemala, I'm betting on the 6 ICE officers every time. But anyway, that's.
And the one point I want to make is that ICE is a federal law enforcement, immigration enforcement thing, entity. The federal government has no authority over local law enforcement as long as they're within constitutional bounds. Okay, they are not obligated to follow federal
they're not.
procedures or rules.
They're not operating within constitutional bounds, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you have no clue what you're talking about. If they're operating within state law, they are operating within constitutional bounds.
So state law.
Okay, what you
violate
don't
the
seem to
Constitution.
understand is that local and state laws are bound by the U.S. Constitution. If the law exists and it's not challenged in court, they are automatically within constitutional bounds.
Except they're not.
Fucking deal with it.
Huh.
By the way,
Now,
none of this prevents ICE from actually doing investigation, determining that someone that's walking around on the street is here illegally and arresting them on the spot.
No, not at all.
They're doing
not at all.
that right now.
Yeah, they can do it all day long. What they're
it's
basically saying is, you've done our homework. We'd like to pick it up at this time. But more than that, you did our homework, and we want you to tell us when to turn it into the teacher as well.
Right. And legally, those local authorities don't have to. They don't have to do it.
Not only don't they have to do it, in many cases they are forbidden by state or local law from doing it.
And the other thing, now, this is going to be controversial, but you know what? If they had served their local time, and I agree that, it would be nice if these people give that 48 hours. But if they don't, that's legal too. It would be nice if they cooperated. I would hope this committee would be about how do we make the two legal systems mesh. And there's not enough of that.
Stanley. I think both sides are pretty deadlocked at this point.
Well, you know what? The Democrats don't have a choice. And it's obvious by the questions that they're asking. I think these mayors are between a rock and a hard place, to be honest. We're victimizing the mayors, and if they're following state laws, I mean, what are they going to do?
Well, and I think this is a perfect example of what I say all the time.
What? Wait, hold it. Eggs? The fuck do eggs have to do with this?
Our federal government has long ago abandoned even acting like they're doing the work of the people. This is a dog and pony show. It's totally partisan. There's not even an inkling, not even a germ of a thought being cast toward actually solving the problem.
Amen.
Nah, not at all. Not
Now,
at
did
all.
y'all see that? Somebody put up a chart about the price of eggs.
Yeah. No, that proves Tom's point right there. Like, I mean, they're using everything to push an agenda, and it's kind of disgusting at this point.
When does local law supersede federal law?
It does not. And what you don't seem to understand is there is no federal law requiring local cooperation. Other than a warrant. If you give them a warrant, then they have to follow that law. Okay, but there is nothing saying, oh, hey, if ICE gives you a phone call, you got to do what they say to do. The Constitution doesn't even talk about ICE.
Wait, Stanley, don't you have to be a citizen to have a warrant out for your arrest, though?
No.
You don't.
Okay.
We got a guy in jail from 9/11. We've had him there the whole time. Nor do you not have to read Miranda rights, et cetera. If somebody that's from a foreign nation comes here, they get all the protections that a U.S. citizen would get in terms of the rule of law and due process.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought that you could just
Bitch slap him.
Yeah, do anything to him, honestly.
and that's my point about up till now. And really what they're wanting now is to force the issue of, hey, you need to bend your state and local laws or we'll cut funding. That's just encouraging the local mayors to break or bend laws, which I don't think is the right way to do it.
I don't think so either, Stanley.
The right way to do it, and even if you don't agree with the law, I understand that. These sanctuary laws need to be reversed, suspended, or whatever, because it's just causing too much turmoil. But the thought that federal law, ICE isn't in the Constitution. It's statutory.
What I think they need to do, Stanley, I think they need to start putting bounties on illegal migrants.
Well, that's bound to solve the problem.
Well, there's a number of solutions. I mean, they could tie a solution to funding. In other words, they could give local police departments a certain amount of funding, and just like the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit fund, all the states had to comply with 55 miles an hour, or you don't get this highway funding. You do the same thing. You're not getting law enforcement funding unless you put into a database, and we require you to check on the immigration status of everyone you arrest and put it in a database. At that point, every single legally arrested person is in a database, and ICE knows about it. Then they can make the detention request.
And you know what? I'm going to go one step farther. We need a mayor from Texas here to see how they're doing it. Texas seems to be able to have ICE and state work together. Why isn't someone who's actually making it work, and I'm assuming they're constitutional in making it work, why do we not have someone who actually has an example of how it's working there? These motherfuckers are not serious.
They long ago abandoned it's a joke. They're not doing the work of the people. They're not actually trying to get things done. They're doing red meat all day, every day to stay in office. And now the government that we have, if you win the election, it's screw you. I got mine. I don't care. Your side lost. You get nothing. It's not the way it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be doing the most good for the most people. Compromise is supposed to be part of the process. Do you see any compromise here? Do you see anybody meeting in the middle? Do you see anybody trying to solve the problem? Nope. Nope. Let's take these mayors to task who are actually, you heard the one guy, 1,226 times we've done this, honored a detention request. They don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. They're going to bring up one isolated incident, and the mayor of a major U.S. city is being required to give full testimony in deep detail about a single incident in his administration, as if he's the one that filled out the paperwork. That's like going to Donald Trump and saying, answer a few questions about Tom Gully's tax return. He's going to look at you like you're crazy.
Not knowing Trump, he might actually give you a good answer.
Well, I thought he could have done Schedule C here. It would have been a good idea because he bought that new car. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I really think I really would wish that Donald Trump and Holman, and you know what? I have a feeling Holman is a lot more reasonable. Why isn't Tom Holman here, by the way?
Oh, that's a good question.
God damn it. What are these people doing?
He's probably whipping illegals right now.
But no, I was about to say, you know what? He would probably have cogent answers to some of these questions. And he looks like an actual follow the procedures guy, regardless of the red meat that Trump is giving him. The people who might have actual possible solutions should be here somewhere. And we got 4 people who seem to be kind of bound by local and state laws. We got half the committee fucking talking about stuff that has nothing to do with the issue. And we got the other half doing gotcha questions.
Yeah.
This is sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are a hot button issue with a certain part of the voting public. We all know which part that is. And they're making a big deal out of it. There's a little bit of fear mongering going on. We've already heard the statistics. Right. You can pull out anecdotes all day long about evil, terrible things that have happened that have been perpetrated by illegal immigrants. And that's what they're doing. That's the purpose of this. That's the subject of this. There's no attempt to solve this problem whatsoever. Every city's a sanctuary city. If there's an illegal immigrant there, they're going to go use the hospital. They're not going to pay their hospital bill. I mean, it's the issue is illegal immigration. That's the issue, and they're not talking about it.
Yeah.
So, HB, when you're ready to go.
All right.
I can stay. I'm not in any real rush, but I don't want to step on your.
No. This is a good conversation because I do think we are kind of missing the point with this illegal migration thing. And I said this kind of months ago, Stanley.
I'm gonna have to give the benefit of the doubt to the Republicans. I mean, at least they have a point. I'll just give you that. And the Democrats are not addressing the point.
Yeah, but I think the issue is the Republicans are basically trying to bend the Democrats over and make them take it. And I think that's not a good way of going about this. Like, not everybody's just going to bend over.
Right. I mean, the impression I'm getting from these mayors is that they're just kind of, like, God damn it, I'm not just going to tell my people to cooperate under any circumstances. I mean, in all honesty, from a civics point of view, when you start bending laws, where do you stop? Even with something as simple as immigration and sanctuary city laws, If you cave once, you become Trump food.
Well, and you're going to get sued. If you have a state law that forbids you from doing it, you're going to get sued, and the legislature is going to come after you and everything else. And this is why, when people get into these political debates, Democrat versus Republican, it makes me laugh. It's a confederacy of dunces. It's you think your side is that right? No, neither side is doing what they're supposed to be doing. It's like, well, I'd like to be poisoned by dog shit. Oh, I'd like to be poisoned by whale shit. It's like, what are you talking about here? It's absolutely ludicrous. Neither of these parties are doing anything for us. Let's burn some more tax dollars on this that I paid again this year, that I got nothing for. Zero, zip, zilch. Did they do anything about illegal immigration, even in my wonderful state of Texas, where we really cracked down? No. They didn't do a damn thing. Our state did that. You know?
That is true. That is true.
And it just keeps going on and on and on and on and on, and we keep getting cracked down the middle because that's where they want us. It's good business for both sides when there's a lot of angst toward the other side. That's when people reach for their wallets. We got to beat those other guys. Here's $50. That's good for business.
The stress they must be causing my darling Wu. It's horrible.
She's so stressed she's got a black stigmata on her forehead.
What is that?
Ash Wednesday. It's Ash Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
I feel like getting out some ranch dressing and eating a few communion wafers.
If you look around, other people have them on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this kind of looks like something else.
It looks like The Purge.
I thought it was a birthmark.
She's got their bubonic plague pustules.
And she got a good one. A lot of times it's just a smudge. She got a good one.
The priest used a heavy thumb.
Yeah.
The power of Christ compels you. Bitch.
Yeah, no, Spiritus Sanctus, Spiritus Domini, Spiritus. Yeah, it's I used to have to wear them when I was still attending regularly.
Think her head's gonna spin around any minute now.
Oh, really? I thought. How does that work? Kimmy's saying not all cities in Texas comply with ICE.
Well, no, Austin
doesn't.
Austin didn't do that,
Yeah. Austin is like the Hollywood or like the LA of Texas, basically.
Well, yeah, University of Texas is there.
The major cities in like say here in Dallas City proper, probably not great cooperation. Go to Flower Mound, go to South Lake, go to any of the little suburbs. Oh, they're complying.
San Antonio, Dallas, Austin, and Houston.
Yeah. The big cities are all blue in Dallas and in Texas, just like everywhere else. But the burbs and out into the hinterlands.
Challenged SB4 in court. Okay.
Yeah, the burbs and out into the hinterlands, forget it. Addison and Frisco, and, they're all going to be helpful. Farmers Branch passed a law, tried to pass a law. I can't remember if it went through or not. If you want to rent an apartment, you got to prove you have a right to be here.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to. You can be here on a visa. You can be here with the green card, and if you're legally supposed to be here, you can be here. But if you can't prove it, you can't rent a place.
Nothing wrong.
Wait, hold on. So you mean to tell me that there's areas in the United States of America that will allow you to rent without proving that?
Oh,
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you have to prove that whether you rent, have a mortgage, you have to prove that you're legal here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you definitely don't have to prove it if you're buying a house. They'll let you buy a house if you're from Kuala Lumpur and have 3 eyes and a tail.
Yeah. I've never once heard John ask for somebody's identification.
Hey, you think it's because he's not cooperating? He's a sanctuary. He's probably not cooperating because he respects the sanctuary city of Washington D.C. That's gotta
Let me
be
ask
the
you a
reason.
question. Let me ask you a question. I want to know. I want to know about your citizenship. Do you have $55 a day? You sound American. You sound American. You sound awful American to me.
Where you from? Where you from?
Where you
Yeah,
from?
as long as you got a cash app, you can rep from John.
You got $55 for the next month or two every day.
You got the only legal I care about is legal tender.
You got $55 a day. I'm gonna put your name down as George Washington right here on this piece of paper.
Yeah, there's a lot of places like that. London. You don't.
Sorry, let me correct myself because there are lots of non-British citizens that are renting and buying, but you have to then provide further. You can't just rent or buy without. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Well,
No,
Kelvin
there was
said immigrants can live illegally for a long time if they're smart.
Yeah, London, we covered a story where there was a girl complaining that ICE came and picked up her landlord. Like, this motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
He bought a whole damn building.
London, where I live here in Texas, there's a very rich Hispanic culture that goes back to when Texas was part of Mexico. And there's a lot of people here that are fifth generation Americans that are Hispanic. But among those people who have been migrating here, immigrants, illegal or legal, there is what's called La Familia. And if someone comes over illegally, there are many people who are legal that will be a front if they have an instance when they need to do something where they do have to prove their citizenship. Mm-hmm. They will say, oh, I will go ahead and do this thing for you, and then you can just go ahead and take advantage of it. Driver's license.
Or pay me, bitch.
Things of that nature.
Yeah.
So, car registration, things where you are actually going to have to be documented, so to speak. Where they're going to get your name, where they're going to get your social security number, where they're going to get all of that stuff. So, there's ways around it.
Okay, so they're basically just circumventing the policies and procedures to help each other. Okay, yeah, that happens here too.
In those instances when you have to, but renting is not one of those instances.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's really kind of easy to come over here illegally.
And one person only so far talked about immigration reform, where there are refugee laws, one that I looked at a while ago, that require the United States government to provide shelter for someone who declares themselves a refugee. All that stuff needs to be changed.
Yeah.
If I make it illegally across the border and say, oh, hey, I'm a refugee, well, all of a sudden crossing that border doesn't, it basically gets swept aside because now I'm legally obligated to provide that person safe haven, basically, until it can be sorted out. We need those laws changed.
Yeah, and all the asylum laws too, Stanley. They got to be changed.
There's work to be done, and one side is a little bit more right than the other because of the level. The problem has reached a boiling point. But again, I'll beat that dead horse. I got to see how the eggs figure into this, though.
Yeah.
We as a nation, we have about 1 million immigrants become legal U.S. citizens every year. And there's probably about, I think it's anywhere from basically roughly 2 million, sometimes 2.5 million immigrants are legally here, new ones every year. whether it's green card and becoming a legal citizen or a combination of, whatever kind of visa they're going to get. And that is a lot when you look at the other nations of the world. Most other nations of the world do not accept as many people as we do. And we have a huge backlog, like 500,000 every year of citizenship applications.
And then the problem is when, whatever they're here on expires. It's hell catching up with them. It's a big job.
And that's not counting the people that come here illegally and marry a U.S. citizen.
That's probably something that needs to be looked at too.
Well, I don't know about that, Stanley. I think.
Well, but I mean, all those sham marriages. I mean, that's got to be dealt with.
I don't know.
They're pretty good at checking those, by the way.
Yeah,
HB is just saying that because he wants to get a mail order bride from the Philippines.
No, he doesn't.
Well, no, I was thinking more for Stanley. Stanley, you wouldn't want a pretty Venezuelan woman living with you for 5 years, just
depends on how good her English is and how much she reads.
Yeah, right. I mean, if you
she has to be age appropriate though.
Well, obviously, Stanley. I mean,
when I make my jokes, like Tom's jokes about a confederacy of dunces, she needs to be able to pick up on it.
That's not a joke.
She needs to know who John O'Toole Kennedy is.
Yeah, no,
That's not a joke.
That's what makes it more funny. Like, you really meant that when you said
it. But no, it was a joke, but age appropriate. I'm not marrying a 25-year-old. That's just too much work.
Come on, Stanley.
The United States by far.
I would only disappoint her.
Stanley needs at least 4 wives. Perhaps we could get some from different areas. We could get one Filipino, one Russian.
One woman man. No woman, no cry. I only need one. I can tell you this though. There is a woman I saw on YouTube yesterday giving a book talk at what is it? What's the bookstore? Politics and Prose in DC. Oh yeah. If she happened my way, yeah. We could at least talk about it.
So she wasn't on an episode of Pop the Balloon then, no?
No. She wrote. She's a history professor.
Right up your street.
But she's Asian, 50, looks great for her age.
Yeah, Asians. They
has this curly little like bob. Oh yeah, she's right up my alley.
Right up your alley.
That's right. We can drink chai and talk history.
The United States has 1/5 of the world's legal immigrants. We are the biggest by far in accepting legal immigrants to our country.
Yeah.
So I mean,
and I'm willing to bet there's way more people moving to America than there is leaving America as well. So
far more.
Oh my Lord, I don't know.
You know that.
Oh yeah.
That's got to be like 1,000 to 1.
When you factor in illegal immigration, if you want to just look at illegal immigration, the United States is at least 3 times more than the second place nation, which is actually Germany.
Wow. A lot of Turks, huh?
But haven't they been rolling back their immigration policies in Germany also, Tom?
Well, maybe, but I'm talking about illegal at the moment.
Oh, right.
All right, well, let's see where eggs come into this. I'm anxious to know this. Oops.
Republican named Lincoln was nominated for president in Chicago, and a Democrat named Obama called Chicago home too. It's the city of big shoulders, the heart of the heartland, the home to the world's best pizza. And we're not going to take any slander from
No,
anyone.
no, that's not true. That's not true at all.
Sir, I want
Detroit.
to turn your attention to another topic.
It's
Mayor
not-
Johnson, you'd agree with me that high grocery prices are among the top concerns for the people of Chicago, right?
The economic
Wait, hold
conditions
it,
that
what?
unfortunately that are not being addressed by Washington has caused a great deal of trepidation and anxiety.
Mayor Wu, according to USDA, the wholesale cost of a dozen eggs has gone from $6.59 since January 19th when Donald Trump took office to $8.39, a 27% increase, and this has got to anger Bostonians, right?
Great
People are doing
placard.
their very best. Trying
Okay,
their hardest.
all I have to say is I'm disgusted.
Yeah, yeah.
Did they switch topics?
I was disappointed too, Stanley. They try to blame the bird flu on Joe Biden. I mean, he didn't have anything. You can't help that kind of shit.
He's not a bird.
I just have a thing, and it's just gotten worse as I've gotten older, is, you know, if the committee is on one thing, why are we talking about the price of eggs?
Right.
Now,
You know
somebody needs to make a joke with Miss Wu about the price of eggs in China.
Yeah, because and it's you don't know how liberating it is for me to say this, as I never could say it as a news anchor. And I'm going to say it again. Long ago, they abandoned even pretending like they're doing the work of the people. It's not. It's we the people have the power, and we're not using it. We could vote all these jerks out tomorrow, and we're not gonna, because we're in this pitched battle over ideology when we should be meeting in the middle and solving problems, and it's not going to happen. And it's the most frustrating thing in the world, to the point where I've just divorced myself from the whole thing. I don't want to take part in this process anymore because it's fruitless.
Well, like my mother used to say, you just like mess.
Tom Goey, you voting from the couch like Black Alpha Network, that guy? You're going to vote from the couch, right?
I don't even know what that means.
That means you're not going to vote.
No, I vote every single time.
He doesn't know what vote from the couch means.
Somebody that votes every
Well,
single
worse than
time.
that, he doesn't fucking know who Black Alpha is.
No, I don't.
And I watched a little bit of him. I'm surprised that you even like him. But
really?
Yeah, needless to say,
Why
he's not
not?
my cup of tea.
No.
Yeah, why would you think 12th Man wouldn't like him?
Why would you think I don't vote?
He struck me as kind of like a black radical.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'm not a fan of anything that has radical in the name.
He is a little radical, but that's okay.
Even radical kindness worries me. You know, it reminds me of a watchdog. If you give him a cookie, he's your friend for life.
He's a closet conservative, Stanley.
Yeah, well, I just watched about maybe 20 minutes of him, so maybe I'm being a little too hard on him.
The only purpose of this committee is clips on Media Matters. That's it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I didn't get to see too much of Trump speaking yesterday, but I'm pretty sure it was a whole lot of clips.
There's a Trump rally.
Yesterday. There's a Trump rally?
No, it was a Trump rally.
Oh, yeah. You watched it, Stanley?
Yeah.
How was it?
It didn't disappoint.
Oh, okay. Wow. Well,
but I watched it from whitehouse.gov.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no commentary. It was just speech. And I actually enjoyed it. So it was just me going, yep, that Trump is definitely not disappointing me.
Oh, that's at least good. I'm gonna have to check it out.
Portia says she has all the clips.
Okay. Yeah, I've been in a really bad snowstorm. That's why I kind of came up later.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it was brutal, man.
Where you at?
I'm up in. I just crossed over from Wisconsin to Minnesota.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, mama.
Send us some of that snow, HB. We need it.
It is brutal. It's like the snow plus the wind is insane right now.
We had tornadoes and stuff. In fact, I was on with Stanley when all the sirens went off and power went out and everything else.
Well, overnight, we were supposed to get walloped. We did get wind. We did get much needed rain, but it wasn't, anything near what y'all got in Texas.
Yeah, it got pretty brutal down in Texas. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, all last week we were getting like fire warnings. It's like, don't dip your matches in water or you'll start a fire. So the rain, much needed. All should be good at least for a while.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's weird here, Stanley, because last year we had almost record snowfall, and then this year, nothing.
That is kind of weird.
Well, for Alaska, yeah.
That's really weird.
Well, it looks like currently they're on a break. I guess it is. Oh, it is after 12. So now's your time. Wait, hold on. Are you? If you're actually in, you can't deal with it because of the snow. I can go till 12 hours.
Okay, yeah. That'll probably be better, Stanley. I would, but it's just, man, I'm really
No.
trying to focus
I
on
understand.
these roads. It is.
And maybe John can swoop in from the rafters.
Yeah. I'm sure he's in the back. He's in his back cave right now, waiting. John is like Batman, man. He just comes out of nowhere.
He's the Black Batman.
The Black Man.
Yeah. The Black Batman. John Galt.
So since we seem to have deviated from the topic, right?
You might as well just wherever you want to go with it.
Yeah, go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, there was an incident either yesterday or the day before. Kelvin will confirm. So there was these two kids, right? And when I say kids, I'm talking about teenagers. One was 14, the other one was 16. And they were in a shopping mall. And they picked up a very heavy item of furniture. It was like a footrest, but it was quite heavy. Picked it up. They were, like that, but bigger. They were upstairs and they threw it over the balcony and it almost hit somebody underneath.
Oh, gee.
And there's a lot of talk. I'm a bit annoyed because all that's happened is they've been charged with criminal damage. And in my opinion, that's like attempted murder, because if you throw a big, heavy item that could literally crush somebody's skull, and it's not like they don't understand what would happen if they throw. Let me see if I can find the clip. Let me see. Hold on.
Were their parents with them?
No, their parents were not with them. And I had this whole discussion with my friend because
I was gonna say, charge the hell out of the parents too.
Definitely, yeah.
We've had some
should.
incidences. We've had some incidences in the United States. One very prominent with kids throwing rocks, large rocks, off the top of overpasses, trying to hit cars.
Oh,
And
yeah.
in one case, a woman was killed and whatnot. And yeah, charge him with something.
HB, you remember in the projects of Detroit, they'd have those little kids on top of the projects with bricks. So when the cops showed up, they just started chunking bricks at the cop car.
12 man, I never lived in the projects. Good brother. I never lived in the projects.
Okay, so
What?
I put
Yeah,
the name.
yeah.
I put the name of the mall in the chat. It's called Westfield Mall. If you run any kind of search in YouTube, you'll see it'll be a video from like the last 24 to 48 hours. And
Well, I always thought that's over in London. I thought that's how you guys discarded your trash. You just threw it out the window.
right.
Isn't that?
That's how the Romans did it.
So if you run a search for like teen throws furniture in Westfield Mall, something along those lines.
Well, I've got something here from is it the Sun that I found it in? Let me see, which they don't sell in Liverpool. All right, let's see here.
There we go. That's it. Look at this little shithead.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
There's no way this guy's doing it.
Oh my god!
Are they mad because of the price of eggs?
Yo.
That's crazy to me.
There's got to be something
that's
else they
from the
can charge
third
him with.
story. Damn.
That's like criminal mischief, mayhem. It's more than just destruction of property.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the country that literally has had.
They had an acid attack there 6 years ago.
An acid attack. Acid attacks are very commonplace over here.
Where do you get acid from?
Battery acid. Actually, let me not say too much. But yeah, you can get access when you don't have as easy access to guns. You have to be inventive. And I'm not saying there's no guns here. There is guns here, but it's harder to get them here. Bearing in mind, this is an island. There's no other land. We're not landlocked to anything, so it's not that easy.
London, aren't y'all only allowed to have like hunting rifles or something like that, right?
Yes, and even then, they're only given to a very few, like farmers, people like that, And then check this out: there was an individual over here. He had a farm. Two scumbags broke into his farm. He shot both of them. I believe one died, and the other one, he shot him in the balls. Fucked up his nutsack, right? And he went to prison for that, and we were so pissed off. We were campaigning. We were not happy about that because it's like he should have the right to defend his property. So we were not best pleased. A lot of people sent him money. They were campaigning. They were telling people to let him out. And then there's people like Roy Whiting, who is an infamous paedophile who murdered and killed a child, got a prison sentence, then came out and murdered and killed another child. So it's like, what is going on? Justice system is weird over here. So yeah, those little fuckers in the mall, all they got was criminal damage. I can't believe that's all they got, criminal damage.
That's it.
Yeah, it's probably.
I was watching over there in London a few weeks ago when all the protests were happening over the immigrant killing the little kid or whatever.
Oh yeah, but you see, 12th man.
They locked this one guy up just for questioning the police why they were there. Who knows what happened there? He was
Yeah,
live
but
streaming.
what had
And just
happened
all of a
was,
sudden,
the reason a lot of us were annoyed is because there was a white nurse over here called Lucy Letby that
Oh,
had
I've heard of
killed quite a few babies. She worked in the NICU unit, and she was convicted of killing, I think, 6 or 7 babies. And then
oh
obviously that
Lord.
young man that killed those 3 children, he stabbed them, and these were like little girls. They were like 10 years old. He was a teenager. So what we found strange is that this white woman, who is a qualified and employed nurse, has killed newborn babies. You're not rioting and protesting over her, but you're rioting and
Right.
protesting over the young black boy that stabbed. I'm not saying either of them is correct. I don't like any child or baby being killed, but it's like, where's all that anger and vitriol for the nurse that killed the baby? So it's a theme over here. You know, if you're a black person that commits a crime, you're going to be demonized. So what they did, they started to tear up mosques and stores and establishments that were owned by Muslims. But they were doing that in other cities. But when they came to London, it was another story. Because when they came down here with their little bullshit, there were thousands of people, and I'm not just talking about black people, it was white folks too, saying, no, you're not coming over here tearing down mosques and terrorizing anybody. And we ran them out of London. That's why I love London, because we stick together and we don't tolerate that shit. You can't come here with that we run the shit over here. You don't run shit over here. So yeah, they came to London and they left, and that was it. It was beautiful. I stayed my ass inside. I told my children to do the same. I said, I don't even want you going to the local shop to buy a packet of sweets. You're going to stay in the house, and we're going to watch this fuckery unfold on the news. We're not getting involved. But yeah, it was nice to see everybody get together and say no. Because
Wait,
what is tearing down a mosque going to help? Sorry?
What's a packet of sweets?
A packet of candy.
Candy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Packet of sweets.
Mm.
Oh.
And it brings me back round to this incident with these 2 kids.
Thought it was a woman.
Their parents are not supervising them. They're not making any effort to curb their bad behavior. There's another famous case over here where I think he was 14, and his parents are from Ghana, but he was born here. So he was acting up and he was involved in gang activity. So his parents flew him out to Ghana, signed him up for a boarding school, and just left him there. So he went to either the embassy or the consulate or somewhere, the British embassy, and he told them, look, I'm a British citizen. My parents have brought me out here. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. And a judge ruled, nah, stay your ass in Ghana and stay in the boarding school. You're not going back home. And that's parents that care. They saw that their child was getting out of hand and they nipped it in the bud. And now he's in Ghana learning some valuable life lessons. But the children who were throwing the items of furniture, obviously their parents don't care. There's no way that my son will be running around a mall throwing things at people. Like, no.
I'd be like, no son of mine would be caught dead in a mall. Aren't they all dead?
Right.
It's like, son, you were born in the 2000s. We don't do malls.
Only time I ever see a mall anymore is on television with a bunch of kids fighting.
Right.
Like a giant gang of kids fighting there. That's the only time I drive by them, but I haven't been in one in 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, I can't stand malls.
The trick is you got to go during the week. Just don't go on the weekends. That's when all the kids go.
The
And you gotta
trick
go
is
early, too. You
trick
gotta
is
go early, too.
Amazon.
Right.
Well, that's
Online
right.
ordering is a thing. So
Yeah.
Now, who is this?
It's Miss
London, you would like
Miss
our
Lee.
malls on here where I
There's
live.
another Lee?
They're charming.
Apparently.
This is a much better looking Lee.
Yeah. She's not bad looking, even though I don't really like that suit jacket. But
That would be Summer Lee.
Any relation?
Out of Pennsylvania.
Oh.
She's a Democrat.
To either do their enforcement work on the ground
37.
or hold people in custody for an additional 48
Unfortunately, not
hours
age
on detainers.
appropriate.
That's 48 hours beyond the lawful detention. To be clear, that is illegal. In more than 700 counties in at least 9 states, there are policies or court decisions limiting these ICE detainers, as it is such a blatant violation of the Fourth Amendment. And when people's Fourth Amendment rights are violated, it's the cities, not ICE, who face civil lawsuits. As a reminder to Republicans, the Fourth Amendment is the one against unlawful searches and seizures. Just last year, New York City's Department of Corrections had to pay $92.5 million in a settlement to those they unlawfully detained for ICE. Republicans are putting these mayors between a rock and a hard place. And the reason that they're doing this is because
Stanley,
Trump
you said
is trying to get them to do illegal things.
This might be a lady.
ICE, they risk violating their own
No, she might be a man.
rights and opening themselves up to costly litigation.
Look at that.
They're being threatened with losing federal funding. Today's hearing is nothing more than a shakedown against the mayors of some of our nation's biggest cities and a part of Trump's ongoing anti-city crusade. In Trump's America, if you disagree with his priorities, then you lose federal dollars. Just last week, Donald Trump actually called city leaders who oppose his cruel policies sick politicians. Just a few days before that, his border czar, Tom Homan, threatened that he would be bringing hell on the city of Boston. Mayor Wu, what do you think about these threats against Boston and their attempts to force you to enact policies that are against the very things your constituents voted for?
The laws are most important and the safety of our residents are most important. And what I hear from all of our residents across every one of our neighborhoods is that, in fact, undermining the trust is what would make our city less safe. And so we need everyone to feel secure in their communities, like they can reach out, they can call 911 when they need help. And in our city, those laws actually help the Boston police solve crimes.
Thank you. Mr. Beer, question for you. I'd always thought that my Republican colleagues were strong supporters of state and local sovereignty and were against intrusion from the federal government. Do you think
what happened to states' rights
with that position?
Oh, absolutely not. If you look at the Supreme Court precedent on this,
motherfucker, we've already been through that.
Gun control law that said that state and local governments had to cooperate with the federal government on gun control. The Supreme Court said that's unconstitutional. Not a single member on this side, I believe, would be against that Supreme Court decision.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing illegal about protecting people's constitutional rights and due process, education, and equal treatment under the law. But it is illegal for the federal government to withhold federal dollars that these cities' taxpayer dollars have gone toward.
Okay, what you're doing, you know what? Ordinarily, I wouldn't say anything, but it's you.
Economy, boasting a GDP of
You know what?
$860 million.
Let me just go ahead and tell you right now that there is no DEI on this panel. You either stick to the point or ask me to stop the video and make your point. But I'm not gonna DEI your random comments.
Okay, Stanley. So
yes, I know it's okay. Thank you for letting me know.
She's reading from the
script. She is on point, and I'm guessing nothing you say will counteract her. But since the video stopped, you go ahead.
Get her, 12th man.
I just wanted to say that she's reading from the script that.
So fucking what?
She didn't even write it. She just
oh my God. You know what? Okay, 12th man. Maybe she wrote it and decided to write down her thoughts instead of winging it like Jim Jordan. And by the way, Stanley's just following Trump's executive order. Oh, that's right.
Hey, 12th man, just out of curiosity, is marijuana legal in Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Because the federal government says it's not legal.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
That must be a states' rights thing, huh?
I think.
By the way, the federal law in that case, if I'm not mistaken, actually supersedes state law. If a federal officer decides to enforce it and catches you in the act, they can.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
that's true.
Tough you got a retort.
It's also legal in Alaska for felons
Okay,
on
it's
firearms.
legal at the state level, and you're following the state law, are you not?
More or less, but the only way the
Oh,
president
it's
can
okay to follow it for your drugs.
Hey, do you guys have casinos in Alaska?
Well, they just built this one thing in outside of Anchorage, Tom.
So here's the deal. The federal law was relaxed to allow the states to decide whether they wanted to allow gambling. Not all the states do. So that's another example of states' rights where...
Okay, here's where I'm going to stop you, though, is because there's no argument over whether federal law and the United States Constitution has jurisdiction over immigration.
What you do not understand is that everything having to do with this is not a constitutional issue.
Kind of is, Stanley.
Kind of isn't, 12th man. Where in the Constitution does it cover illegal immigration?
Well, the Constitution gives Congress explicit authority
to do what?
Immigration.
No, that's actually the president. They can pass laws, of course, but executing the laws, that's president. If he wants to toss everybody out, there's nothing Congress can do about it. Other than pass a law saying he can't, and more than likely he'd veto it.
And also the states have the rights to enforce their own borders. That's why Texas has that really strong, border argument against Biden about a year ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of their borders is actually a national border, but I think the Supreme Court sided with Texas, or the court.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is your bringing up the Constitution doesn't ring my bell.
Well, the Constitution gives Congress explicit authority over immigration, Stanley.
And what does that have to do with this? You know what? Congress should write a law saying everybody who's illegal out.
Tom, that was a good. I thought that was a good argument with the weed thing, man, because I think it kind of brings it all together.
Yeah, there are times when the states have rights. The 10th Amendment says that anything that isn't explicitly in the Constitution falls to the states. And so, because there isn't anything about marijuana in the Constitution.
And I don't think, I have to go and look at the Constitution. You might be right, but I thought immigration was more an executive function.
No, I'm saying the same thing.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything in the Constitution about immigration. I don't think they thought that far ahead.
There's probably tangential. The 14th Amendment, birthright, there's some things that intersect, but there's nothing saying that Congress, there's nothing, state law has to follow the Constitution.
Yep.
And if nobody's challenging it in court, I'm going to assume that any state or local laws are constitutional. Congress does not have jurisdiction over local law.
The 10th Amendment says the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So basically says anything that's not in here that we've given you as a power or that we've said you can't do, that's for the states and the people to decide.
Hey, John. Hey.
You're muted.
I'm putting in the back. I'll give you a link in the back chat which says the Constitution gives Congress explicit power over immigration. So
Okay, so God damn it. What does that have to do with ICE?
Well,
ICE does not belong to the Congress. Congress has no control, probably has oversight, but that's an executive agency. Okay, now intersect something that's Article 2 with your Article 1 argument.
Do you want me to read it to
Motherfucker, don't read it, think.
See, 12th man, the Constitution gives the government the power to regulate immigration, but that regulation has to be done by ICE, and it has to follow the rules of the Constitution about due process. So the the Congress says, hey, this is how we're going to allow people to legally immigrate to the United States. But then you have illegal immigrants who are criminals. They've broken the law. And then at that point, they have to follow the rules regarding due process.
Right. And immigration and illegal immigration are two different things. Do you get me?
Stanley, go read
No, I'm not goddamn reading a thing. I'm not goddamn reading a thing. Save it for the next show. I literally just said immigration has nothing to do with illegal immigration directly. The Constitution does not talk about illegal immigration.
Long-standing
The goddamn Constitution does not talk about illegal immigration. I'm not going to motherfucking read it. Dude, immigration is illegal. Immigration is not covered under what you're talking about. You can fucking drone on. You're not right.
Complete authority over immigration.
You know what? I'm going to shut up and let you be done.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm going to read it to you. Long-standing Supreme Court precedent recognizes.
Okay, what does that have to do with the Constitution? You literally wanted me to read something. Article 1 has nothing to do with the Supreme Court.
So, even
Article 1
Supreme Court
has nothing to do with the Supreme Court. That's Article 3.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
it does not. Article 1 is for the legislature. Article 2 is for the president. And Article 3 is the federal government. I need you to stop reading and think about what you're reading.
Yeah, I'm reading.
There is a difference between reading and comprehending what you're reading.
I put it in the back.
I don't give a fuck where you put it. You need
bring it up.
I'm not bringing shit up.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
You don't like the truth. You didn't think so because all I'm gonna do is read it and shit on you some more.
Long-standing Supreme Court precedent recognizes Congress as having plenary power over immigration.
Illegal immigration, while similar, while their intersections, is not talked about in the Constitution. Immigration is.
To decide whether foreign
smarter people than you or me would have figured out if Congress could just toss everybody out. Congress can pass laws. But you need to understand conceptually,
the laws
immigration
are relevant,
assumes
Stanley,
a legal
because they
process.
have no authority
Illegal
over immigration.
immigration is a law enforcement issue.
They have no authority
All you're
over
gonna do, apparently,
immigration.
somebody put fucking more whiskey in your Cheerios.
12 man.
The bottom line is, until I hear illegal immigration and the part of the Constitution that covers it, then maybe we can talk. Give me that to read.
I'm trying to read you what the Supreme
I'm not
Court has
interested
already
in hearing.
decided.
I'm not interested in hearing you read it. You can save it. The next show is coming up presently. Save it for the next show.
So 12 man, this immigration is the Congress gets to say, these are the things you need to do to legally immigrate to this country, to do it without breaking the law. These are the number of people we're going to let in. This is the test we're going to give them and all of that.
Right.
That's legal immigration. And the Congress does have power over that. But illegal immigration is a crime. It's like speeding or murder or something like that. And that's
felony.
That's a law. That's a law
in the Constitution.
But that's a law enforcement thing. That's not in the Constitution. It's two slightly different things. And so
Congress makes the laws, and if the laws are broken, the Constitution does not cover what happens when the laws are broken.
Yeah, that's
So,
all done by statute.
under governing statutes and case law may enter or remain in the United States, but while Congress' power over immigration is well established, defining its constitutional underpinnings is more difficult. The Constitution does not mention immigration. Right. We already established that.
The Constitution does not mention illegal immigration, is my point.
But to me, that's the same.
Well, you know what? When you get your law degree or some sort of credential to interpret the Constitution, I understand to you it seems that way, but not to me.
Stanley,
and here,
to
Phoenix Fish's, hold on one sec, 12th man. To Phoenix Fish's point, I thought, Stanley, I thought you were such a big fan of promoting reading. What's more important than reading, Phoenix Fish? Put that in the chat and let me know. It involves reading, but just reading something is one thing. Understanding what you're reading, or after you've read it, in my opinion, that's important, more important.
So, Stanley, states and cities are allowed to write their own immigration laws?
They're not writing immigration laws.
Yeah, they are, basically.
No. They
We gotta
have
get Juan up here.
Okay, you know what? I'm arguing to a rock here.
I'm sorry, Stanley. Go ahead.
All I have to say is I will assume, because I don't know state law, which state, they probably all have slightly different laws. All I'm saying is that unless they are challenged and struck down, I think I will assume that all the laws or most of the laws on the books follow a constitutional framework.
Yeah.
And the problem that isn't being solved is somebody sitting down at a table and trying to figure out a legal solution, comprehensive immigration reform, a legal solution to this. And I'm sure there is one. And you know what? An emergency has been declared, so the president wants to do what he wants to do. Why doesn't he declare an emergency and take over some cities?
No, I don't think that would be appropriate, Stanley.
Yeah, okay.
Is that possible that he could take over a city?
Oh, I'm sure he can do anything with emergency powers. I don't know. I don't know the nuts and bolts of it, but hell, he can send troops.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's the commander in chief.
Yeah, he sent them to Texas. I think he ought to send them to Colorado. And what city they wind up in Colorado?
They're all busy on the border, Stanley.
Or he said so far there's like a few thousand. We got a couple extras here and there.
I watched a video the other day of all the military equipment being sent to the border. They're about to wipe these fucking cartels out.
Okay, Kimmy, I'll stop bullying. But it's not so much bullying as much as just sheer frustration. So I'm getting long in the hours here. So
yeah. We're gonna start the next live, Stanley. I'm gonna go start the next live.
The teeth are as long as the hours at my age.
I'm gonna go start the next live. All right, Stanley, you can close this one down.
Okay. Do you know if Portia has it rigged so everybody goes over there?
Yeah. She has the redirect already.
Okay. Well, you got to start, and once you do that, I'll stop. And folks, I hope that HB follows up. You know, if this is of interest to you, but I'm sure they have whatever more interesting things to do. I'll be in the chat, but I'm kind of exhausted, and I appreciate everyone being here and your patience. And, as always,
folks, don't forget.
God bless you.
Folks, don't forget Jason Kessler.
I'll see you overnight.
Don't forget Jason Kessler tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock?
Yeah, 8 p.m. Eastern. So get your questions.
You're not going to use OBS, are you?
No.
8 o'clock Eastern.
8 p.m. Eastern, yeah.
What the what in the hell?
Oh, that's right.
What kind of nonsense is that? I'm kidding.
I have to go off the schedule he gives me there. Mm-hmm.
What the you guys counter programming my show?
Hey,
what the hell?
You can do you ought to use the theme, the correct prefix though.
I mean,
what's that?
Let me tell you about racism.
Yeah, no. Now you're really going too far. You can't steal my
now
shtick.
You were saying all those episodes have the night of?
Yes.
Yeah, I caught some of your show last night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing tomorrow night, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to screen snipe the John Galt channel. That's what I'm doing tomorrow night. No.
Hey, I've done it to you.
I would never do that.
You have to come over with questions, Tom.
Pardon me?
You have to come over with questions, Tom.
Okay, I got one for him. Where'd you get all of them tiki torches? Is that a Home Depot thing, or did you buy those?
They raided. Hey, let me tell you a story. One night, I waited too late when I was up in Northern Virginia. I'm at work, and all of a sudden it starts snowing, and I'd been meaning to buy chains for my tires for like weeks, and finally the snow event happens. So I'm going all over fucking Northern Virginia to every Walmart on my phone that's located, trying to find chains that fit my car. And finally I had to go all the way over to Newtown, Virginia, down it's halfway. It's like halfway to North Carolina. So I imagine that's what they did. They just went to all the Walmarts all over Northern Virginia and collected the tiki torches that were there.
Man, I wish I'd been selling tiki torches down there that weekend. That's for damn sure.
Well, my thing is, what do they do afterwards? Do they throw a luau or something?
Ain't no telling. We're going to ask him.
Well, I'll be in the audience. So let's see. I think. Yep, HB's live. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out and subscribe to the John Galt channel. If you're new, share the wealth. There's all kinds of stuff going on around here on any given day. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. I do video essays over there, and actually I have a couple that hopefully I get around to at least one of them today. So enjoyed it. I will see you all tonight. John, 12th Man, Tom, thank you for being here. And London too, if you're still listening.
Got London on the track.
Yeah, London was her bad self up here. She took Ryan and did what she did to Lasagna.
Is that right? Get out of here.
It was hilarious. Hearing a dickhead with a British accent is refreshing.
Thanks for having me, Stanley.
No problem. I'll be around tonight. See y'all later.
Let's immigrate over to that other channel.
Yeah, we're gonna immigrate over there.
Oh, but legally, I hope.
Congress says it's okay, I guess.
How did that get up here? All right, that's the right outro. All right, see y'all later.
Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should feel like